Welcome to Deep Sleep Stories, where imagination floats you softly into dreamland. Breathe, rest, and sleep.
Hello, I'm Owen Thorne. Welcome, dear friend, to a gentle evening of storytelling. In this moment, you have chosen to set aside the clamour of the day and immerse yourself in a soothing tale. Softly, gently, allow yourself to sink into a place of rest. Tonight, you will be guided through the calm meadows of Asgard, beneath a vast twilight sky where peace and magic dance in hushed harmony. Take a slow breath in, and as you exhale, feel your shoulders release the weight of any lingering tension. Notice the comfortable surface beneath you, the softness that supports you. Listen to your heart's steady rhythm. You have arrived at this quiet space for a reason, to drift away into a land where gentle wonders and glimmering twilight ease your mind and invite serenity into every breath. Imagine a vast, glowing meadow, glowing under a sky that whispers of ancient stories. You are safe here in the hush of this evening. With each inhalation, welcome a wave of calm. With each exhalation, let go of anything you no longer need. Rest now in the knowledge that your journey will be one of softness. Soon, you will step into a story woven of starlight and enchantment. A story that unfolds like a gentle breeze through golden grass. With every breath, allow your eyelids to grow heavier, your thoughts to slow. The hush of dusk beckons you. Now, settle into comfort, dear listener, as the tale begins. At the edge of Asgard, in a meadow that shimmered beneath the endless twilight, a lone figure stepped onto dew-kissed grass. The sky above was awash in soft shades of lavender and pale gold, the sun lingering just below the horizon, as if it, too, longed to savour the gentle hush of this realm. Delicate wisps of cloud drifted across the sky, reflecting subtle streaks of lilac and pink. Flowers in that meadow swayed, their petals awash with the final touches of daylight, while a gentle breeze wove through them, carrying the faint murmur of a distant brook. From the north, the faint silhouette of mighty Asgard rose in the background, its gleaming towers captured in the twilight, silent guardians of this sacred land. Evening birds, their songs melodic and tender, glided overhead, offering a lullaby to close the day. In the heart of the meadow, a quiet gathering of timeless watchers convened. Ancient, patient trees whose bark held the memory of countless changing seasons. Their branches crowned the horizon like gentle arms raised in reverence to the sky. Soft grass blanketed the ground, a living tapestry of emerald and jade. Pale dandelions dotted the field, each seed pod a tiny orb of possibility, waiting for a passing breeze to send it afloat. Away from bustling cities and mortal concerns, only the hush of nature existed in this pristine glade. The gentle figure entering the meadow paused, breathing in the sweet air and letting the calm seep into every part of their being. Eyes half closed, they listened to the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant hum of bees returning to their hives for the night, and the muted chirp of evening insects. In the realm of Asgard's twilight, the passage of time felt weightless. Overhead, faint stars began to shimmer. They emerged not abruptly, but gracefully, as if lifting a veil from the sky. Each star was a tiny droplet of light, reflecting the cosmic majesty that reigned over this legendary land. Far off, one might imagine the Bifrost, its radiant arc bridging worlds. Yet here in the meadow, the hush and the glow coexisted, without any rush or demand. In the near distance, a gentle slope led down to a small brook, its crystalline waters meandering peacefully. Stones, worn smooth and round, formed stepping stones at shallow points. A gentle glimmer of moonlight, already awake in the sky, danced on the surface, creating little sparkles that appeared and disappeared with the brook's playful movements. The air was scented with the crisp aroma of night-blooming flowers, subtle, comforting, and faintly sweet. As the evening deepened, the figure found comfort in wandering along the meadow's perimeter. Long blades of grass brushed against the ankles, offering a light, tickling sensation. Occasionally, a soft hum would rise from hidden corners of the field, perhaps a night creature stirring, or the wind whispering secrets among the leaves. The horizon seemed to stretch on forever, blending seamlessly with the sky above, an endless canvas of calm. Further into the meadow, a secluded clearing emerged. It was surrounded by a ring of moonflowers that opened themselves to the gloaming. Their petals, luminescent in the twilight, emitted a soft glow, almost like miniature lanterns guiding gentle travelers through the dusk. Each bloom appeared to cup a droplet of starlight, sparkling like a treasure yet unclaimed. The hush here was profound, more profound than anywhere else, as if this clearing were sheltered from all the noise of the world. A soft thought drifted across the meadow, the notion that this realm thrived on balance. By day, Asgard's strength and grandeur soared in sunlit splendor. By night, its repose cradled every living thing in a comforting lullaby. Twilight was that in-between hour, a serene moment where day and night met, shaking hands and sharing colors in the sky. Past the circle of moonflowers, the figure's footsteps slowed upon noticing a small wooden bridge crossing the brook's gentle flow. The bridge, gracefully arched, bore carvings of leaves, flowers, and runic symbols that hinted at Asgard's storied tradition. Beneath the bridge, the water echoed softly, an acoustic lull that melded with the chorus of nocturnal sounds. On the far side of the stream, the meadow sloped upward, leading to a vantage point overlooking a softly illuminated valley. In that valley, one could spot occasional lights from modest homes or flickering torches in the distance, signs of others finding their own moments of rest and reflection. Beyond the valley, the silhouettes of distant mountains stood tall, their peaks faintly crowned by the dusky sky. Over them, the first glimmer of the moon rose, round and gentle. The figure wandered up the slope, guided by an innate curiosity. Each step was gentle, purposeful, and unhurried, as if time had slowed. The breeze, too, seemed to slow, as if pausing to accompany this solitary traveller up the hill. High above, stars congregated more densely, unveiling constellations tied to ancient myths. Perhaps the subtle shape of a horse, or the faint figure of a mighty tree. Each constellation, reminiscent of the stories once told around glowing fires in Asgard's early days. From the crest of the hill, a panoramic view opened. At the far edge of the horizon shimmered the faint radiance of the Bifrost. Even from a distance, that bridge of shimmering light was breathtaking, a reminder of the connection between worlds. Yet here, in the meadow's twilight hush, grandeur was replaced by intimacy and tranquility. Descending the other side of the hill, the figure encountered a cluster of towering trees, a gentle grove. Mighty trunks rose from thick roots, creating a natural cathedral beneath broad canopies. Pillars of moonlight filtered through the leaves, forming slender beams that illuminated the forest floor. Soft moss and fallen leaves cushioned every step, releasing a fresh, green scent. No creature stirred noisily here. Instead, the grove seemed to embrace the hush, extending a silent welcome to any who stepped inside. Within that grove, the figure noticed a secluded pond at the center. Its surface lay still, mirroring the moon and starlight above, as if it were a second sky. Silken strands of mist drifted across the water, drawn into playful shapes by the gentle night air. The figure rested at the water's edge, dipping fingers into the cool surface. It felt as though the pond were telling a story in each ripple, murmuring about old friendships between forest creatures, whispering about the fleeting dance of day and night. Time seemed to pause in that moment. The hush in the grove, the shimmering pond, and the subtle warmth of the ground beneath formed a cocoon of peace. In the distance, the music of water droplets falling from leaves into the pond resonated, a quiet, rhythmic lullaby. Soft wings occasionally fluttered overhead, perhaps the gentle flight of an owl or nightbird. The figure could sense the grove's watchful presence, as if each tree and leaf stood vigil in peaceful guardianship. When the figure rose to continue, their path wound among tree trunks, leading deeper into the grove where the canopy grew denser. Yet not once did the darkness feel threatening. Instead, it was a comforting shade, a calm embrace, alive with the possibility of dreams. Tiny glowing fungi dotted logs and stumps, casting pale lights that mingled with the starbeams. The ground exhaled a subtle, earthy perfume that soothed the mind and gently encouraged deeper, slower breathing. Eventually, the grove ended, and the meadow resumed in rolling waves of grass. The horizon glowed faintly, a promise of distant wonders. The figure pressed on, discovering new pockets of enchantment, a ring of standing stones worn smooth by centuries, etched with runes that recounted sagas of old. Here, it felt as though the stones pulsed with a gentle, enduring presence, whispering echoes from times when heroes roamed. But in this twilight hour, they radiated calm, a testament to the quiet power that sleeps within history. A short distance from the stones, a gentle knoll rose. Atop that mound, an ancient tree spread its wide branches like an umbrella across the sky. A small circle of mushrooms at its base glowed in the moonlight, reminiscent of a fairy ring. The figure paused beneath the canopy, letting the hush settle once more. Fireflies emerged from the grass, flickering softly, their greenish glow dancing on the breeze. They rose and fell, as if orchestrated by a lullaby that only they could hear. The figure made a seat at one of the tree's roots, which arched out of the ground like a natural bench. The bark, though ancient, was smooth in places, as if it had been visited over centuries by others seeking solace. Leaning back against the tree, the traveller gazed upward, watching as more stars joined the evening tableau. The night was luminous now. The sun's final rays had given way entirely to the gentle realm of moon and starlight. In that moment of repose, the meadows revealed its hidden symphony. The breeze sighed through tall grasses, each blade adding a soft note to the melody. Crickets chirped in resonant harmony, their song never overpowering, but weaving in and out like a slow current. Off in the distance, a solitary wolf or fox might utter a brief call, a reassuring sign of life in the peaceful expanse. Overhead, the moon grew brighter, serene in her midnight vigil. The figure's eyes drifted closed. A sense of belonging enveloped the meadow, as though welcoming a tired soul to share in its gentle rhythms. The breath slowed, matching the deliberate rise and fall of night's calm inhalation. For a timeless interval, there was nothing but the hush, the sweet fragrance of moonlit blossoms, and the comforting presence of soft earth below. Eventually, the traveller rose again, drawn by faint glimmers of light across the open field. The path led away from the ancient tree and down a gentle slope. Here, more moonflowers revealed themselves, scattered like constellations across the ground. Each luminous bloom turned gently, seeming to watch the quiet figure pass by. Their perfume drifted on the breeze, balmy and inviting. Not far beyond, a small clearing opened, filled with ephemeral wisps of glowing mist that danced just above the grass. The figure stepped carefully into the clearing. The mist parted like a curtain, revealing an unassuming ring of stones around a small well. Clear water gleamed at the well's bottom, starlight reflecting in faint sparks. A silent hush lingered, suggesting that this was a sacred space, an ancient well of purity that invited silent reflection. At the clearing's edge stood a worn bench carved from a single trunk. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, leaves interlaced with swirl motifs that evoked gentle breezes. Sitting on this bench, the traveller ran a hand over the smooth carvings, feeling the artistry of hands long gone. A sense of timelessness flooded the clearing. It was as though every element of nature and history had converged to create a sanctuary of calm. Looking across the meadow, the figure noticed how the landscape melded seamlessly into the horizon. The gentle undulations of grass the silhouettes of distant trees, and the faint glow of star-draped mountains all combined into a single tapestry of peace. Though Asgard was often renowned for its grandeur, battles, and legends, here it offered a quieter face, a gentle nighttime realm that cherished rest as much as splendor. Fireflies continued their silent performance, drifting closer in subtle arcs of light. Some circled the well, reflecting softly against the water inside. The gentle traveler watched their dance, mesmerized by their simple, comforting glow. It was an invitation to slow down, to savor, to let the mind drift like a leaf on a still pond. The night wore on, but each moment in Asgard's meadow felt suspended. Hours seemed to merge into a single extended hush, as though the boundary between 1 minute and the next had dissolved. The figure rose from the bench, steps measured and unhurried, venturing back across the meadow's open heart. The grass was cooler now, dew returning to sparkle under the moon's tender gaze. Ahead, there was a faint light among another stand of ancient trees. It glowed warm, as though a single lantern or candle flickered within a secluded glen. Curiosity guided the figure to this comforting glow. Soft footsteps, the gentle sound of brushing leaves, and eventually a clearing emerged. In the center stood a small hut crafted of twining branches, bark, and moss. Light peeked through its doorway, a gentle glow that shimmered like a welcoming beacon in the night. The door stood slightly ajar, revealing an interior with a smooth wooden floor and a modest fireplace. Orange embers crackled softly, sending whispers of warmth into the cool air. Beside the fire sat a simple chair, carved of the same wood as the surrounding grove, and beside it a table with a single candle flickering in a wooden holder. The presence of the hut felt benevolent, protective, as if shaped by nature's hand to give weary travelers a place to pause. Yet there was no sign of conflict, no sense of being observed, only tranquility, as though the glen and hut existed in a protective bubble of calm. The figure stepped closer, but did not enter, content to simply feel the quiet invitation of this hidden dwelling. A gentle waft of warm air from inside carried the aroma of dried herbs, lavender, and maybe a hint of chamomile. Had someone left them on the hearth to sweeten the air? It seemed to embody the spirit of Asgard's meadow, a sanctuary for those who sought a refuge from the demands of day. The figure lingered a moment, taking in the tranquil scene. Then, stepping back, they continued around the clearing's edge, letting the soft glow recede behind. By now, the moon had completed half her arc across the sky, bathing the meadow in pale luminescence. Soft shadows stretched across the grass. Each leaf, each petal seemed etched in silver. A sense of serenity amplified, as though the meadow realized the hour was late, encouraging every living being to rest deeply. The figure's gentle journey eventually led back toward the place where it all began, near the outer edge of the meadow where the first trees stood guard. The field's hush remained unbroken, a haven that could cradle even the weariest heart. The distant silhouette of Asgard's mighty halls stood as silent guardians, their spires quietly reflecting star gleam. No commotion, no rush, only the lull of night and the promise of renewal at dawn. As the hours moved on, the meadow embraced a deeper stillness. One by one, stars shimmered out of sight, drifting behind wisps of cloud. In that calm, the figure settled at the foot of a sturdy oak, resting upon soft grass. Heavy eyelids blinked, then closed. The earth offered warmth, the quiet cradle of a world at peace. Breathing slowed, tension drifted away, and each thought dissolved in the hush of night. The meadow soothed, gently guiding the soul toward slumber. All around, the hush grew deeper. Cricket's lullaby steadied, weaving a soft, repetitive song that mingled with the gentle breeze. Even the light in the sky grew softer, the moon lowered, and a faint glow on the horizon hinted that dawn was hours away. Stillness settled over the traveller, over the meadow, over Asgard's silent fields. A moment of complete calm slipped across the land like a warm blanket, ensuring rest was all that mattered. Each breath, drawn in gently, carried away the last fragments of wakeful thought. The meadow seemed to breathe along, content in its quiet watch. In that quiet sanctuary, peace reigned, spreading like ripples in a pond. It offered a reminder that beneath the grandeur of gods and legends, there was always a place of rest, a place where every footstep, every breath, became a lullaby of its own. Slowly, gently, the night carried the figure and all who listened into a realm of deep, rejuvenating sleep. Soft starlight and hushed breezes cradled tired minds and heavy eyes. The meadow's calm, the tender hum of twilight, and the promise of dawn at the horizon merged into one final lullaby. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Let the whispering meadows of Asgard hold you in their quiet embrace until the sun's first rays stir you once again. Safe in the hush of twilight, may your dreams be gentle and your rest be complete. Hello and welcome. I am Owen Thorne, here to guide you into a gentle realm of rest and warmth. Take a moment now to settle yourself, whether you're tucked in bed or curled up in a favourite armchair. Feel the soft weight of each breath as it enters and leaves your body. That's right, in and out, allowing any tension to melt away with each exhale. This evening, we'll share a heartwarming tale about a dog's journey to a loving home. A simple, comforting story to ease you into a peaceful state. Look around your space, noticing the stillness, the calming hush that envelops you. Notice how your chest rises gently, then sinks back down in a slow, tranquil rhythm. If you can, close your eyes. Imagine yourself surrounded by a gentle, comforting glow. Let your shoulders become heavy, feeling them soften and loosen as worries drift far away. As the outside world grows quiet, you can give yourself permission to let go of today's demands. You deserve this peaceful moment. With every breath, invite a sense of calm to wash over you, a warm, soothing wave that starts at the top of your head and continues down to your toes. Imagine sinking deeper into your cushions or mattress, each muscle growing soft. Let the day's troubles flow off into the distance, and open your mind to a serene story, one that will carry you gently toward rest. Now, take another long, soothing breath and exhale slowly. Feeling more relaxed already, you can settle in and allow your thoughts to drift as we begin a quiet tale filled with kindness, heart, and a loyal friend on a path to find a place to call home. In a calm, moonlit countryside, there lived a small dog with fur the colour of toasted wheat. His name was Rusty. He was neither large nor tiny, but comfortably in between. He had soft ears that flopped when he walked, and curious eyes that gleamed with a warm, chocolate-brown glow. Rusty was a gentle soul who had long wandered the country lanes, meadows, and fields, searching for a place where he truly belonged. Every morning, Rusty woke to the sound of birds singing. He would stretch his front paws far out in front of him, arch his back, and yawn, a big, satisfying yawn that filled his lungs with the crisp morning air. The dew on the grass sparkled like tiny crystals, and sometimes he would step carefully so he could feel the refreshing coolness beneath his paws. The gentle rays of the early sun would warm his fur, and he would take a moment to inhale the smells carried on the breeze, scents of wildflowers, damp earth, and fresh leaves dancing among the tall grasses. For many days, Rusty wandered. He padded along winding dirt paths, past moss-covered fences and quiet ponds where frogs sang to each other at dusk. He didn't mind the solitude. In fact, Rusty took comfort in the gentle hum of nature that surrounded him. On especially bright days, the sunlight gleamed on his coat, creating a glowing halo around his form. When gentle rains came, he would wait beneath broad-leafed trees, letting the raindrops land all around, forming puddles that reflected the sky like tiny mirrors. Even though life on the road had its peaceful moments, Rusty often wondered what it would be like to have a real home, a cozy corner where he could drift off to sleep at night, secure in the knowledge that he was cherished and safe. He imagined a porch where he could rest his chin, watching the world go by. He imagined a soft blanket near a fireplace, the smell of something good cooking on the stove, and the gentle touch of a caring hand. One lovely afternoon, Rusty meandered through a field of wildflowers, feeling the sweet scent of lavender and honeysuckle waft around him. His ears perked up when he heard an unfamiliar noise, an engine rumbling softly in the distance. With cautious curiosity, he followed a narrow dirt road lined with tall birch trees. Their pale trunks looked like silent sentinels, watching over travellers with their white bark and whispering leaves. Soon, Rusty came upon a small farmhouse nestled behind an old wooden gate. Ivy crept along the fence, and pink roses bobbed lazily in a gentle breeze. At the farm's doorstep stood a person leaning down, tying up a pair of well-worn boots. Her name was Rosie. She had kind eyes that mirrored the same warm hue as Rusty's. The moment Rosie saw him, his gentle posture, the slight tilt of his head, she felt a subtle tug at her heart. Rusty's tail gave a small wag, just enough to say hello. Rosie slowly approached him, bending down with an outstretched hand. Rusty lowered his head and sniffed her fingertips, sensing only gentleness. Rosie spoke soft words of greeting, sweet as the surrounding blossoms. Sensing no harm, Rusty let her lightly stroke his ears. The warmth of her touch was like a comfort he'd long imagined, and he couldn't help but close his eyes for a moment, absorbing the kindness that radiated from her. In that stillness, the wind whispered through the leaves and swirled around them both, as though celebrating this tender meeting. Over the course of several days, Rusty lingered near Rosie's farmhouse. He discovered that she spent her mornings in the garden, wearing a straw hat to shield her eyes from the sun, planting seeds or tending to vegetables already growing. She would talk to him in a soft voice, sometimes with a gentle laugh in her tone, and Rusty would wag his tail in reply. Each day, she laid out a small bowl of water for him by the porch, and occasionally slipped him bits of leftover bread or roasted chicken. Rosie lived a quiet life, taking care of her garden and tending to a few chickens that clucked around their coop. She would gather eggs each morning, humming a tune under her breath. The farm was her little haven, a place of simplicity and honest work. Her eyes seemed to shine brighter whenever she glanced Rusty's way, happy to see him prancing around the yard, exploring new smells beneath the shade of the trees. For a while, Rusty's routine became a gentle pattern. He would wake at sunrise, stretch in the soft rays of dawn, and roam around the property, sniffing out interesting scents. Sometimes he discovered fluffy dandelions that made him sneeze if he got too close. Sometimes he trotted to the edge of the nearby stream, watching clear water trickle over round stones. As midday heat settled in, he would wander back to the farmhouse, where Rosie might be sitting on the porch, sipping a cup of tea and waiting to say hello. Yet, there remained a small uncertainty in Rusty's heart. He didn't know if this peaceful place could truly be home. He didn't want to intrude or overstay his welcome, and Rosie never forced him to stay inside. She merely offered him kindness and space, allowing him to roam as he pleased. At times, Rusty would sense a pull inside, a longing to keep going, to see what else lay beyond the horizon. Other times, he felt drawn to the warmth emanating from Rosie's gentle presence. One afternoon, as dusk softened the sky into shades of pink and gold, Rosie placed a small blanket on the porch. It was an old, patched-up quilt with faded flowers. She patted the blanket and spoke soothing words, encouraging Rusty to curl up if he so wished. The invitation was quiet, a testament to her respect for Rusty's sense of comfort. After a moment's hesitation, Rusty stepped onto the porch. With a tentative wag of his tail, he circled the blanket once, then slowly sank onto its soft surface. The quilt cradled him, giving him an unfamiliar sense of belonging. A hush fell over the yard, broken only by the night breeze and the distant call of a whip poor-will. Under the gentle glow of the porch light, Rusty drifted into a calm, dream-filled sleep, lulled by the knowledge that kindness was near. Days slipped into weeks, and Rusty's paws grew accustomed to the smooth wooden boards of the farmhouse porch. He learned the rustle of Rosie's apron, the sound of the screen door creaking, and the gentle hush of her voice as she watered the flowers along the fence. Sometimes he ventured farther, exploring the edges of a nearby orchard where apples glowed red in the late summer sun. He never strayed too far though, for the farm held a gentle pull, like a soft lullaby that called him back. Gradually, as weeks passed, Rusty allowed Rosie to guide him inside on cooler evenings. She would open the door with an inviting gesture, and Rusty would peer in, sniffing the air. Then, with a cautious step, he'd cross the threshold, the old wooden floor creaking softly beneath his paws. A small hearth warmed the sitting room, and a woven rug lay on the floor, perfect for curling up to enjoy the dancing glow of the fire. The first time Rusty rested by that hearth, the crackle of the flames lulled him into a deep, contented sleep, so tranquil that he scarcely heard the raindrops pattering against the window. When morning dawned, Rosie would sometimes find Rusty with his muzzle resting on his paws, eyes half closed, lost in contented dreams. She might set a small bowl of warm broth near him, the rich scent coaxing him awake. There was never a rush, never a command to hurry or to leave. In this place, Rusty discovered a gentle acceptance that felt more like home with each passing day. One particularly bright morning, Rosie decided to give Rusty a little bath. He was dusty from his adventures, with tiny bits of leaves caught in his fur. She filled a shallow tub outside, letting the sun warm the water. Rusty stood near, a bit uncertain, but Rosie's soft words and gentle hands eased his worry. The water was lukewarm, soothing his muscles. Rosie's laughter was a sweet melody as she lathered his coat with mild soap that smelled faintly of lavender. The soap bubbles sparkled in the sunlight, floating momentarily on the breeze before bursting with a silent pop. Rusty soon found he enjoyed this unusual experience, wagging his tail lightly whenever Rosie scratched behind his ears just the way he liked. After the bath, Rosie dried Rusty with a fluffy towel, carefully patting his fur and humming a soft tune. The warm breeze helped Rusty dry in no time, leaving him feeling light and refreshed. He trotted around the yard, giving a shake every now and then, as if testing out this newly clean coat. When he glanced back at Rosie, he saw her contented smile, and something inside him stirred. For the first time, he felt the comfort of belonging, as though an invisible cord of affection now connected them. From that day forward, Rusty's bond with Rosie deepened. He would greet her each morning with a cheerful wag of his tail, and she would respond by running her hand gently along his back, saying, "Good morning, my friend." The house was filled with the scent of herbs and home cooking, which Rusty found comforting in a way that only love-filled spaces can be. He would observe Rosie as she kneaded bread dough, her sleeves rolled up as she worked with a steady, rhythmic motion. The flour dusting her hands reminded him of the soft clouds that passed overhead on sunny days. If Rusty watched quietly and stayed out of trouble, Rosie might tear off a small piece of dough for him to sniff and examine. Though it wasn't exactly a treat, the gesture made him feel included, like an important part of daily life. Occasionally, friends of Rosie would drop by for afternoon tea or to chat, bringing with them a gentle murmur of conversation. They would notice Rusty tucked on the porch or lying quietly by the hearth, and they would remark on how calm he seemed, how warm his eyes were. Rosie's cheeks would flush happily, and she'd nod, saying, "He showed up one day, and it was as though he'd always been meant to come here." Rusty, listening to the sound of her voice, felt a soft glow of pride, though he couldn't have put that feeling into words. He only knew that in her presence, in this environment, he felt at peace. With every passing season, the farm shifted through small changes. Summer mornings glowed with golden sunlight that gilded the edges of the barn and warmed the fields. Rusty would follow Rosie outside to pick ripe tomatoes, their red skins gleaming in the morning light. Sometimes she offered him a sniff of a freshly picked vegetable, and he would wag his tail as if to say, "Yes, that's nice, but I'd prefer a biscuit if you have one." When the day grew too hot, they both sought the shade, sitting on the porch with a cool breeze carrying the sounds of distant cicadas. When autumn arrived, the orchard leaves turned a fiery mix of red and orange. They fell to the ground in gentle spirals, creating a soft, rustling carpet under Rusty's paws. Rosie would gather windfall apples to make pies, the scent of cinnamon and sugar wafting through the house. Rusty found delight in wandering the orchard, chasing the occasional swirling leaf with playful curiosity. Even as the wind grew cooler, it felt gentle against his fur, like a reminder that change could be comforting when shared with someone who cares. Winter brought a hush over the farm. Snow blanketed the fields, and icicles glimmered from the edges of the barn roof. Rosie's farmhouse, however, stayed warm from the wood-burning stove and the steady flame in the fireplace. Rusty no longer slept on the porch then. Instead, he lay on the rug beside the hearth, curling up in the close-knit warmth. Rosie sometimes found him snoring softly, his paws twitching in dream chases. She would place a light blanket over him, mindful not to wake him, content in the knowledge that he finally felt safe enough to let himself fall into deep slumber. And then came spring. The snow melted, giving way to the soft, wet earth beneath Rusty's paws. The world seemed to wake up all at once, the farm bursting with green shoots and tiny blossoms. Rosie hummed a cheerful tune as she planted seeds in the garden, coaxing new life from the ground. Rusty wagged his tail at the return of the gentle sun, sniffing at the new blossoms on the breeze. To him, it felt like a promise. Each season would bring fresh wonder, and he would be here, comfortable and cherished, to watch it all unfold. Over time, Rosie and Rusty's connection became a quiet understanding, an unspoken agreement that they were now home to each other. When evening came and the last glow of sunlight painted the sky in pastel shades of violet and rose, Rosie would pour a cup of tea and Rusty would settle at her feet. They'd watch the stars blink awake in the sky, the crickets starting their nightly serenade. She would speak softly, sometimes telling Rusty about her day, her joys, or the new flowers she planned to plant. While he could not reply with words, his presence offered a reassuring calm, as though he absorbed and understood everything she shared. On one particularly clear evening, Rosie sat outside long after the sun had disappeared, gazing at the slender crescent moon. Rusty lay with his head on his paws, eyes half-lidded, savouring the gentle hush of night. A faint smile played on Rosie's lips as she reached down to ruffle his ears. In that moment, she whispered softly, "Thank you for finding me." Rusty made a small, contented sound, a quiet exhalation that might have been a sigh of agreement. They both felt it, that intangible bond that forms when two lonely souls meet and realize they no longer need to face the world alone. And so, Rusty's wandering days drew to a close, replaced by a life touched by kindness and care. No more endless roads, no more uncertainty. From the outside, it was simply a dog settling at a farmhouse. But for Rusty, it was everything: a loving home, a companion who spoke kindly, a warm corner by the fire. He experienced gentle hands that showed him tenderness and companionship, a safe place to rest his paws at the end of each day. As time went on, Rusty became a steadfast helper in his own small ways. He would greet visitors, ensuring they felt the peaceful welcome that defined this place. When Rosie worked in the garden, he might gently nudge a lost seed back toward a row, or chase off crows that threatened the produce. He took to following her around, pausing every so often to sniff the air or investigate a fluttering butterfly. The farm's rhythms became his rhythms, a soft weaving together of tasks and rest, sunshine and shade, work and gentle play. Now and then, Rusty would recall the open road, the meadows where he once roamed, the nights he slept beneath the stars. He would remember the uncertainty of not knowing where he belonged. But whenever he felt that memory stir in his mind, he would take a glance around. The sturdy walls of the farmhouse, the warmth of the small stove, the sound of Rosie's voice, the feeling of her hand gently scratching behind his ears. In that comforting reality, the old wandering urge faded, replaced by a peaceful knowledge that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Night settles over the farmhouse once more. The moon rises, casting a gentle glow through the windows, illuminating the cozy interior where Rusty dozes by the hearth. Outside, a soft breeze rustles the garden's leaves, and the crickets begin their lullaby. Rosie quietly tidies her home, then rests in a nearby chair, content to hear the slow, steady sound of Rusty's breathing. In the stillness, the air feels hushed and forgiving. The day's energy ebbs, leaving nothing but this precious calm. The stars are out, sparkling in the dark sky, watching over this peaceful home. Perhaps the moonlight falls on Rusty's face, revealing a small doggy smile as he sleeps. This is the time for all gentle souls to drift away into deep and restful slumber. May your night be serene, your dreams comforting. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well, and awaken only when morning's soft light calls you back once more. Hello, dear friend. I'm Owen Thorne, and I'm so pleased you've decided to spend this quiet moment with me. Tonight, I'd like to guide you into a place of soft relaxation and peace, where your mind can rest gently and your body can feel cradled by calm. In just a little while, you'll hear a soothing story about a curious fox who found comfort in an old cottage garden. But first, let's pause together, simply being here in this moment. Settle yourself now in a cozy spot, somewhere safe and warm. Allow your shoulders to drop as you release the day's tension. Notice the gentle rise and fall of your chest as you breathe in through your nose. Then let the air drift out again. Feel the weight of your body supported by whatever is beneath you, and give yourself permission to sink a little deeper into that support. If there are any cares lingering at the edges of your mind, imagine them melting away with each slow exhale. Perhaps you can sense the hush of evening settling around you, like a soft blanket drawn across your surroundings. There is no hurry and nowhere else to be. Let your breathing remain slow and steady, each inhale and exhale carrying you further into calm. In the distance of your mind, you can almost see a tranquil cottage nestled under a broad, starlit sky. Tonight, we will journey there to a quiet garden where a gentle fox makes its home in the hush of night. A lone cottage sat at the end of a winding path, far from the bustle of town life. Its walls were made of sturdy, time-worn stone that bore the marks of many seasons, and its roof was covered in thick, weathered shingles that had seen countless rains and shining dawns. Over the years, ivy had gently claimed the cottage's walls, weaving emerald tendrils across the old stone, adding a layer of softness to the solid exterior. Beyond the cottage door stretched a little garden, enclosed by a weathered wooden fence. Hollyhocks and lavender swayed together, sending out a sweet perfume that wove through the evening air. In this cozy dwelling lived a kind-hearted soul named Evelyn, whose days unfolded in a gentle routine. Each morning she rose with the soft, pearly light that crept over the horizon. She would open her windows to welcome in a breeze kissed by dew. The wind carried with it the fragrance of wet grass and just bloomed roses, a promise of new beginnings. Evelyn's companion, a small grey cat with bright eyes, would join her as she wandered out to the garden. They moved slowly, greeting the day with calm, noticing the subtle changes in the leaves and the blossoms. Some days she found new buds unfolding. Other days she spotted a fallen petal or a newly sprouted weed. Everything had its own place and pace in this peaceful corner of the world. The cottage garden itself was a tapestry of colour. Lavender spikes, alive with bees and butterflies, formed a serene purple blanket near the fence. Farther in, clusters of daisies and marigolds brightened the scene with their cheerful faces. In one corner, a small stone bird bath shimmered in the sun, reflecting wisps of cloud in its shallow pool. The sound of trickling water from an old fountain offered a gentle lullaby. Evelyn had placed a wooden bench nearby, a perfect spot to sit and watch the world go by. Quiet and unhurried, this was a place where days seemed to stretch out, uncluttered by the rush of time. In the early evening, as the sky transformed into a painting of pastel pinks and dusky blues, Evelyn would pause in her garden to gather small bouquets of fresh flowers. She kept some for her kitchen table and bundled the rest for neighbours who ventured down the lane. Often her cat wound around her ankles, purring softly. A hush would settle over the day, and the last golden rays of sunlight danced across the petals, as if they were offering a final bow before nightfall. One twilight hour, Evelyn noticed a new visitor, a slender russet fox just beyond the fence. It stood there, nose quivering, ears perked, watching the gentle scene unfold. Its bright eyes reflected curiosity, but also caution. Perhaps it was drawn by the pleasant aroma of rosemary and thyme that grew in neat rows along the cottage wall. Or maybe it had wandered close in hope of a safe place to rest. Regardless of its reason, the fox lingered beneath the shadows of the overhanging branches, hardly daring to step farther. The next evening, the fox appeared again. This time, it ventured a single paw inside the garden gate, left slightly ajar. Startled by the meow of Evelyn's cat, it scurried back, pausing on the boundary. Yet something about the warmth in that garden made the fox return night after night. It would wait quietly, hidden among moonlit blossoms, breathing in the sweet fragrance of flowers and listening to the gentle clink of a watering can or the distant hum of bees settling in their hives. As Evelyn became aware of her little visitor, she laid out small offerings, scraps of meat or a few bits of fruit, just beyond the gate. She made certain these were placed discreetly, not too close to the cottage, so the fox might feel safe while it investigated. Each evening, she would watch, from a respectful distance, as the fox skulked around to sniff the gifts. The fox ate quickly, ears swiveled to catch any sound that might signal danger. Then, as quietly as it had come, it would slip away into the darkness, melting into the silhouettes of tall grass and gently swaying trees. Over time, it grew bolder. One mild summer's night, beneath a velvet sky sprinkled with shimmering stars, the fox found its way deeper into the garden. It walked slowly among the flowers, its dainty paws trotting gently over soft dirt paths. There was no rush in its movements. A sense of calm seemed to blanket the little creature as it tested this new territory. Flowers swayed and parted for its slender shape, releasing waves of sweet fragrance into the air. The moonlight softened every edge, turning the fox's coat into a tapestry of silver and amber. A night breeze stirred the leaves, and a gentle, lulling hush accompanied the rustle of branches. The fox paused near Evelyn's wooden bench, drawn by the scent of fresh hay that she had placed by the garden's corner for mulch. The soft mound smelled sweet and earthy, a perfect bed for a weary traveller. Approaching with care, the fox circled the hay, sniffed tentatively, and settled in for a moment, ears swiveling at each night sound. Then, with a delicate sigh, the fox stretched out and let its body grow heavy against the warm, rustling straw. In the stillness of that moment, the fox felt safe. The stars spun overhead, and the moon held watch over the hushed garden. Somehow, the fox sensed that this cottage, these flowers, and that gentle caretaker posed no threat. It allowed its eyes to close, lulled by the quiet symphony of the night. A gentle chorus of crickets, a distant owl's soft call, and the gentle pulse of the wind in the shrubs. For the first time in many moons, the fox drifted into a peaceful slumber beneath the watchful glow of the cottage windows. A few nights later, when the fox returned, Evelyn's cat made a cautious approach. At first, they eyed each other with careful curiosity. The cat inched closer, tail swaying gracefully, ears pricked forward. The fox lowered its head in a show of gentle respect. Neither animal wanted to disrupt this shared peace, so they moved in delicate arcs until they were nearly nose to nose. Then, satisfied with the other's mild intentions, each turned its gaze elsewhere and settled into a soft companionship, side by side under the starry canopy. Evelyn, watching from her window, felt a warm sense of contentment bloom within her. The calm presence of these animals reminded her of the interwoven bond all living creatures share. Each night, she noticed the fox's visits became more frequent, and she began to find soft impressions of paw prints in the loosened soil. Little by little, the fox claimed a corner of the garden as its own. There, in the shelter of lavender and lilac bushes, it would curl up for a peaceful nap, undisturbed by the passing hours. During the daylight hours, the garden welcomed a soft brightness. The sun spread golden beams across the cottage roof, coaxing flowers into full bloom. Hummingbirds darted in and out of the honeysuckle vines, their tiny wings thrumming in the warm light. Butterflies, dusted in sunrise hues, danced across blossoms. Though the fox rarely lingered past dawn, its presence lingered in the subtle hush of early morning. Evelyn might discover a tuft of russet fur caught on a low branch, or faint footprints in the dew-soaked grass. On rare occasions, when the dawn was quiet and the cottage was drowsy with the fading night, the fox would remain just a bit longer. It would sit in a patch of sunlight near the fence, eyes half closed, letting the warming rays soak into its fur. The cat, perched on the porch railing, observed with a relaxed gaze. There seemed to be an unspoken agreement among them all, a gentle acceptance that every living being deserves a peaceful spot to rest, be it day or night. As the weeks passed, Evelyn took delight in sewing small cushions out of sturdy fabric. She placed one cushion in the garden's corner, hoping the fox might find it more comfortable than the loose hay. In another spot, she laid a shallow dish of water, replaced daily with fresh, cool liquid. Though the fox remained cautious of any sudden movements or unfamiliar scents, it found these gestures too comforting to resist. Soon, it grew used to napping on the cushion, its bushy tail curled neatly over its nose. At dusk, when twilight softened the edges of the world, Evelyn would sometimes sit on her wooden bench, reading a worn book of poems, or simply gazing up at the stars. From the corner of her eye, she watched the fox slip silently into the garden. It moved as though guided by the evening breeze, stirring only the slightest rustle among the blooms. Occasionally, the fox and the cat would share the cool grass, resting close enough to feel each other's warmth. In that hush, the boundaries between wild and domestic blurred, replaced by gentle acceptance. Night after night, the fox's visits lengthened. It grew accustomed to Evelyn's calm presence and the comforting hush of the garden. Its ears remained alert, but the tension had melted away into ease. No longer did it flinch at the sound of a door opening or the murmur of footsteps on the garden path. The fox understood that here, in this haven of blooming flowers, trickling water, and the quiet watch of an old cottage, it could find solace. Sometimes clouds rolled in and gentle rain would fall, tapping softly against the roof and collecting in the folds of leaves. On these nights, the fox discovered that the overhang of the cottage porch offered a dry shelter from the drizzle. Curled beneath the eaves, it listened to the patter of raindrops, lulled by the rhythmic sound that resonated through the wooden boards. Raindrops glistened like silver beads on the nearby roses, and every so often a drop would fall into a puddle, creating a small ripple that winked under the glow of the porch light. On especially chilly nights, the fox pressed closer to the cottage's foundation, taking advantage of the warmth that crept through the stones. In a corner near the kitchen window, it found a spot where the stones held onto the day's heat, releasing it slowly into the cool darkness. The fox closed its eyes, tail wrapped snugly around its paws, and slept in a comfort that felt almost like home. And so the days rolled on in a gentle parade of seasons. When autumn came, the garden leaves turned russet and gold, mirroring the fox's coat. The crisp air smelled of apples and mulched leaves. Evelyn gathered the harvest from her small orchard, placing extra fruits near the fence for her wild visitor. The fox, thankful for these gifts, continued to offer its trust and presence in return. Winter arrived with a quiet hush. A blanket of snow draped the cottage, the garden, and the old wooden bench. Moonlight on the snow sparkled like scattered crystals. The fox's footprints wove a delicate pattern through the drifts, each step cushioned by the soft powder. Evelyn set out a small dish of scraps and warmed water, ensuring that her friend would find sustenance despite the icy nights. Sometimes she peered out the frosted window to see the fox trotting around, muzzle dusted with snow, searching playfully for morsels. Then it would settle near the porch, curling into a ball against the cold. Its bright eyes flickered in the soft lamplight. The cat watched too from inside, perched on the windowsill, gently pawing at the glass as if to greet the fox outside. When the snows melted and the land came alive with the first scents of spring, new flowers unfurled. Delicate snowdrops and bright crocuses emerged from the thawing earth. The fox, as though sensing the renewal, became bolder and friendlier. If Evelyn stood quietly by her bench at twilight, the fox would trot over, pausing just a few steps away. They shared a moment of mutual understanding, an unspoken bond that needed no words. Sometimes the cat joined, weaving between Evelyn's ankles or quietly observing from a smooth stone. It was a serene gathering, 3 beings forming a calm circle of companionship in the heart of a lush, awakening garden. Evelyn often reflected on how magical these ordinary moments were. She felt honoured that a creature of the wild had chosen her garden as a place of safety and rest. In the gentle interplay of moonlight and starlight, she watched the fox's fiery coat become a soft glow against the dark. Even in the middle of the night, if she happened to stir from slumber and glance outside, she might glimpse the fox curled in its chosen corner, chest rising and falling in a serene rhythm of sleep. On one particular evening, when a full moon illuminated every leaf and flower with silvery light, the fox surprised Evelyn by padding right up to her bench. It gazed at her with quiet curiosity, and she slowly extended a hand. The fox took a single step closer, sniffed the air, then stretched out on the grass beside her feet. There was such a gentle trust in that action, as if the fox had found in this garden not just a safe shelter, but a place of quiet love. Time passed gently in that small piece of the world. Morning still came with the chorus of birds greeting the sun, and night still draped the garden in a cloak of calm starlight. Yet something had shifted in subtle, wondrous ways. The fox had become a cherished presence, weaving itself into the daily life of the cottage. No longer just a passing visitor, the fox was part of the garden's living tapestry. Seasons continued their timeless cycle. Summer's warmth again coaxed colourful blooms, and the fox continued to slip in each evening, pausing to sniff newly blossomed flowers or chase a drifting moth. In the autumn, leaves would swirl in the breeze, and the fox would romp through them, leaving scattered footprints in the orchard. Through every shift in weather, every phase of the moon, the fox found rest in the garden's soft, inviting corners. Late one day, Evelyn was trimming away dead vines from the fence when she caught sight of the fox, dozing in the sun. The cat lounged a short distance away, tail flicking lazily. Neither seemed worried by her activity. The cottage door stood open, letting out a gentle clink of dishes and the aroma of something sweet baking in the oven. A sense of profound peace welled up, as if the garden itself breathed a contented sigh. From the tallest lilac bush to the tiny succulents in clay pots, each plant and creature existed in quiet harmony. Evelyn closed her eyes for a moment, savouring the warmth on her cheeks and the soft hush all around. When she opened them, the fox stirred, lifting its muzzle to catch the drifting scents. Its ears perked at the gentle shuffle of her feet, but its posture remained relaxed. She smiled, bending down to pick up a fallen bloom. The petals were velvety white, a symbol of pure tranquility. Night fell slowly that evening, painting the horizon in gradients of twilight rose and soft purple before darkening into a deep blue sky dusted with stars. The fox lingered again, curling up in its usual spot. The cat found its way onto Evelyn's lap while she rested on the bench, and together, under the serene watch of the moon, they all let time dissolve into the stillness of night. The only sounds were the gentle whisper of the breeze in the treetops and the distant chirping of crickets. Now and then the fox shifted, nestling deeper into its bed of fresh straw and cushion, uttering a small sigh of content. Evelyn's eyes grew heavier, lulled by the comforting presence of her two companions. The hush of the cottage garden enveloped them all, as if encouraging every creature to find its own sweet rest. In this small slice of the world, there were no concerns too heavy to melt away under the starlight. There was simply the moon, the soft breath of animals, and the sweet perfume of a garden at peace. As the night deepened, even the wind slowed to a soft, rhythmic murmur against the old wooden fence. Clouds glided across the moon, and the garden's shadows grew long and sleepy. The fox lay motionless, breathing in a slow, steady pattern, tail curved protectively over its nose. The cat, equally at ease, nestled near the warmth of the cottage wall, half closing its eyes in shared tranquility. Inside the cottage, soft lamplight flickered in the windows, illuminating the gentle figure of Evelyn, tidying her belongings for the night. The last few notes of a distant lullaby, perhaps the wind through the rafters, played on the edge of hearing, soothing all who listened. It was as if each part of the garden, the flowers, the trees, the worn bench, exhaled together in a single harmonious sigh. The fox's ears twitched only once more in the hush, capturing some faint nighttime sound. Then it surrendered to a deeper, dreamier slumber. Moonbeams gently graced the silent garden, bathing every leaf and paw print in silver. With the fox at peace and the cottage settling into stillness, the night turned into a soft cocoon of restfulness. And so, in the hush of the dark, the garden and its gentle guardian drifted into quiet dreams. Petals folded in on themselves, dew began to form, and the little cat dozed contentedly. The fox, safely curled in its nook, breathed softly with the simple comfort of belonging. Everything settled into a calm that asked nothing more than to be enjoyed. Good night, dear traveller. May the serene company of this cottage garden bring you ease, and may your dreams unfold with gentle wonder. Sleep well. Hello, I am Owen Thorne, and I welcome you to this peaceful space. Take a deep breath, letting the air flow slowly into your lungs as you settle in. Exhale gently and feel the weight of the day drift away. In this moment, you are safe, cradled by a hush of tranquility. As you close your eyes or soften your gaze, allow the gentle sounds around you to fade into the background. Become aware of the subtle rhythm of your breathing, a steady pattern that guides you toward calm. Perhaps you can feel the softness of the pillow beneath your head and the warmth of a blanket tucked around your shoulders. In this peaceful twilight, imagine a tranquil shore where waves lap softly against the sand. The sun has just dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky painted in delicate hues of pale gold and soft lavender. Let the soothing image of that coastline bring comfort, reminding you that this time is yours to rest and replenish. With every breath, allow your mind to grow quieter, gentler, as the vast ocean of your imagination opens. Now, when you are ready, allow my voice to guide you into a gentle tale of mystic waters and ancient secrets. Let your imagination flow freely, carried along by the slow, steady current. Breathe in calm, breathe out tension. Far beyond the rolling coasts of mortal lands, the boundless ocean shimmered under moonlight. Night's silver glow touched every cresting wave, illuminating the quiet power that slumbered beneath the surface. At the calm center of this vast expanse, Poseidon, Lord of the Seas, rested upon a coral throne. His eyes, the color of ageless tides, held a tranquil depth. Wrapped in robes woven from living seaweed and luminescent pearls, he exuded a presence both gentle and immeasurably grand. Though legends spoke of his mighty storms, tonight he was at peace, listening to the rhythmic rise and fall of the ocean's breath. From this quiet vantage, he surveyed his realm, watching as schools of fish glided in graceful arcs and coral gardens swayed in underwater currents. The hush of the deep sea cradled him like a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of timeless stories yet to unfold. In that moment, Poseidon merely breathed, attuned to every subtle ripple in the waters around him. He felt their cool embrace, letting thoughts drift like drifting currents, serene, patient, awaiting the gentle unraveling of destiny's thread. Far above, the wind whispered across the surface, a distant echo of mortal concerns that scarcely disturbed his quiet watch. The ocean dreamt. Across the tranquil waters, distant myths swirled like gentle eddies. Whispers told of the day Poseidon first claimed his realm, forging palaces of coral and kelp and letting tides shape entire coastlines. Yet, in these quiet hours, no mortal recalled that epic moment. All was subdued, restful, a lull that cradled even the greatest of sea gods. Silvery fish glimmered in dark corners, while sea turtles glided gracefully past towering spires of jade-colored seaweed. Every being seemed lulled by the soft pulse of the ocean's heart, beating in time to Poseidon's steady breath. Gazing from his throne, Poseidon observed how the smallest creatures harmonized with the largest whales, forming a tapestry of life so intricate it seemed timeless. Once, he would have roamed the seas in robust displays of thunderous power, but now he sat content, surrounded by calm. Each wave, each swirl of water, carried stories older than memory, drifting into the open seas of tomorrow. In that stillness, he savoured the hush that preceded the storms, both literal and metaphorical, knowing that in the cycles of nature, peace would inevitably give way to majestic turmoil. For now, however, tranquility reigned, wrapping the underwater kingdom in serene shadows. High above, the moon drifted across a star-speckled sky, its reflection shimmering on the rippling surface. Beneath this gentle light, a pod of dolphins danced through the currents, their playful chatter drifting into the corridors of Poseidon's palace. The god watched with paternal fondness, recalling ages when he guided lost sailors by sending these helpful creatures to lead them to safer shores. Warm memories surfaced like pearls rising from the seafloor, moments of unexpected kinship between gods, creatures, and humankind. Even the sea's unpredictability, a force once harnessed for both wrath and mercy, seemed subdued by the hush of the evening tide. In a hidden grotto near the palace's outer walls, phosphorescent algae gleamed in soft patterns. The gentle glow illuminated an ancient mosaic etched into the stone, an homage to Poseidon's might, capturing moments of wild storms and triumphant conquest. But as the algae pulsed with each wave, that same mosaic took on a kinder aura. The once fierce images of thrashing waves and swirling clouds seemed to soften, blending with the comforting hush of the surrounding waters. It was as though the sea itself gently reminded its lord of the beauty in rest, in the quiet intervals between thunders, and in the calm before each new surge. Not far from the throne, a young sea nymph named Thera explored the palace halls in dreamy wonder. Delicate fins extended from her forearms, shimmering with flecks of turquoise and gold as she swam with languid grace. She knew well the stories of Poseidon's strength, the swirling tempests he could conjure with a single flick of his trident. Yet tonight, she sensed only peace emanating from the grand deity. Guided by flickering lanternfish that illuminated the corridors, Thera moved closer, curiosity piqued. She had heard rumors that on nights like these, Poseidon's heart opened to the whispered songs of the sea, revealing depths of compassion that rivaled his legendary fury. As Thera drew nearer, her eyes caught glimpses of the throne room's glistening pillars. These were formed from centuries of compressed shells, shaped by the ocean's subtle push and pull. Soft echoes of faraway whale song drifted in, each note weaving a lullaby that spiraled upward to the surface. It was as if the entire domain recognized this sacred silence, drawn into a state of half-slumber. Even the distant sea serpents, typically elusive and solitary, glided with less urgency, lulled by the profound calm that held the kingdom under its gentle sway. Poseidon glanced toward Thera, sensing her presence before she revealed herself. He offered a slight nod of acknowledgement, inviting her to step forward. Her heart fluttered, as though touched by a ripple of his ancient energy. With respectful reverence, she drifted closer, feeling the water's hush grow even deeper around them. In the stillness, she could almost hear the echoes of the ocean's secrets swirling in the spaces between each slow beat of her pulse. Encouraged by the tranquility in his gaze, Thera mustered the courage to speak. Her voice was as soft as the rustle of seagrass. "My lord, the waters lie so still tonight. I've never known the ocean to be this calm. Is it the lull before a great storm?" The corners of Poseidon's lips curved into the faintest smile. "The sea has its seasons of rest as well as its moments of uproar," he replied, his tone as soothing as a receding tide. "Though I bear dominion over its waves, I too follow the rhythms that govern all things. This hush is a gift. It replenishes the spirit, preparing us for whatever next chapter unfolds beneath the moonlit sky." Reassured, Thera let her apprehension slip away, replaced by a sense of wonder. The water surrounding them felt alive with gentle possibilities, as though each ripple whispered of journeys not yet taken. From afar, the distant calls of nocturnal creatures resonated, a lone humpback's lullaby, a school of fish swirling in unison, a subtle current tugging at the palace walls. It was a symphony of soft sounds, woven together by the ocean's cradle of night. Poseidon's trident, resting against the coral dais, glinted whenever moonlight filtered through the palace windows. The sight of that legendary weapon, so often associated with cataclysmic power, now blended harmoniously with the serene scene. It served as a reminder that within great might lies the capacity for gentleness. A faint current ruffled Poseidon's seaweed mantle, setting the strands softly adrift. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the water's embrace and recalling eons of change. Continents forming, seas shifting, civilizations rising and falling along his shores. All those epochs converged into this peaceful instant, where time stretched like a long tide, unhurried and unbroken, a tranquil testament to the ocean's endless capacity for renewal. Outside the palace walls, the realm of the ocean spread in every direction, teeming with hidden sanctuaries. One such place was the Twilight Reef, a haven of bioluminescent corals that sparkled with pastel hues of pink, blue, and soft green. In the gentle gloom, they flickered like submerged starlight. Schools of small fish drifted through, forming ephemeral shapes that shimmered and vanished in a blink. Sometimes, an old sea turtle would glide above the corals, carrying memories etched into its shell from centuries of wandering. Tonight, even those ancient explorers seemed lulled by the hush that emanated from Poseidon's presence. Here, in the Twilight Reef, the water temperature was mild and comforting, a gentle swirl of warm and cool currents. Among the corals lay remnants of long-forgotten artifacts, broken amphorae from sunken ships, coins bearing faces of kings long gone, and shells arranged by chance into quiet tributes. Over the ages, stories of sorrow and triumph had settled into the sand, each fragment of pottery or bit of metal softened by the waves. In this place of natural serenity, everything found its rest eventually, drifting into a calm acceptance that mirrored Poseidon's own contemplative repose. Further still, in waters rarely ventured by mortal eyes, lay the hidden grotto of echoes. Here, ocean currents wound through narrow passages, creating a soft chorus of watery tones that reverberated through the stone. Legend said that Poseidon once meditated in this grotto when the weight of storms burdened him. The grotto's acoustics soothed his troubled mind, offering gentle reflections of his own heartbeat. Even now, faint rhythmic pulses reached across the ocean floor to the palace, as if to remind the Sea King that solace was never too distant. In the deepest chamber of this grotto, delicate strands of glowing sea flora hung like curtains, swaying with each subtle shift in current. Occasionally, a stray sea harp, a species known for their airy songs, would wander into this hidden domain, filling the space with haunting melodies that spiraled upward like slow bubbles. These lullabies echoed through time, never truly fading, absorbed instead into the living tapestry of the sea. Tonight, those echoes resounded softly across the vast underwater empire, touching Poseidon and Thera like a memory of warmth on a cold evening. It was as though the ocean itself sang a gentle refrain, urging all who listened to yield to repose. As moments passed, Thera noticed a stirring in the currents around the throne. It was subtle, an almost imperceptible shift in the water's temperature and flow. Poseidon, his senses in tune with the sea's every nuance, lifted his gaze toward some distant horizon only he could sense. In the faintest reflection of his eyes, one might see a flicker of power, an acknowledgement that even in calm, the seeds of change were always present. Yet he did not rise from his throne. He merely placed a hand on the trident and closed his eyes, listening more deeply, as though coaxing the sea to reveal its intentions. Slowly, the stirring receded, leaving a gentle swirl of bubbles that rose lazily toward the surface. If a tempest was brewing in the far reaches of the ocean, it had not yet found its way here. The hush remained unbroken, and the kingdom continued in its soft rapture. Thera could almost taste the hush, a cool, refreshing flavor that slipped across her lips and enveloped her senses. She breathed in the stillness, feeling it seep into her body like a delicate whisper of reassurance. If there was indeed a storm to come, it was not this night. Watching over all of this was the endless sky. Though invisible from the depths of the palace, its presence was felt in the gentle tug of the tides, in the subtle shifting of moon and stars. The synergy between sea and sky was ancient, older than any mortal fable. Poseidon appreciated that bond, for the storms he summoned always drew power from those swirling clouds above. Yet he never forgot that storms ended, and in their wake, the calm would again preside, guiding weary souls toward rest. He finally stirred from his quiet meditation, turning his attention to Thera once more. In his deep voice, barely louder than a wave's sigh, he spoke. "Return to your home, young nymph. Let the waters cradle you tonight. There is no cause for worry, even if storms gather in the distance. This moment of repose is for us all to cherish." Thera bowed respectfully, her heart warmed by the gentle resonance in his words. As she drifted away, Poseidon remained motionless, embracing the dark waters with an open heart. The hush seemed to deepen, as if night itself had paused to bear witness to the unspoken harmony between the Sea King and his vast dominion. In the silent hours that followed, the ocean's inhabitants drifted into deeper slumber. Manta rays floated gracefully, their wide wings carving gentle arcs through the moonlit currents. Schools of shimmering lanternfish blinked in patterns like underwater lullabies, while hidden hermit crabs tucked themselves away in spiral shells. Overhead, the sky turned from midnight blue to a lighter shade, heralding the approach of dawn far above. Yet here, in the sheltering twilight beneath the waves, time felt slow and forgiving, as if each moment could stretch on forever. Poseidon closed his eyes once more, letting his mind wander through memories of epochs gone by. He recalled forging alliances with other gods, granting safe passage to wandering ships, and yes, sometimes unleashing storms to remind mortals of the sea's power. But amid these recollections, one truth shone brightly. Every tempest had its calm center. Every wave, no matter how tall, would eventually subside. This knowledge filled him with peace. Tonight, he would rest alongside his kingdom, sharing in the quiet that stretched from the darkest trench to the shimmering surface. For now, no thunder roared, no squall raged, only the gentle pulse of a realm at ease, dreaming in Poseidon's silent watch. As the moon began its slow descent, a subtle shift in color draped the underwater realm, heralding the approach of a new day. Tiny specks of light began to filter downward, illuminating the faint outlines of Poseidon's palace. With the final hours of night gently passing, the tranquility that enveloped his domain lingered like the last notes of a lullaby. No great announcement marked the change. It was simply another soft breath in the rhythm of existence. Poseidon remained on his throne, at one with the stillness that held the hearts of all creatures in gentle harmony. And so it was that the sea, at least for this fleeting interval, enjoyed the rare blessing of unbroken quiet. Somewhere in the distant corners of the ocean, storms would eventually gather their strength. Waves might one day crash fiercely against cliff faces, and winds might howl across the surface. But those were events for future tides. In this precious space between dusk and dawn, Poseidon and his kingdom embraced the calm before the storm, savoring each unhurried second and letting their collective breath align with the heartbeat of the world. The hush endured, a lasting testament to the enduring cycle of rest and renewal. Now, let us gently drift away from this underwater kingdom. Envision yourself rising slowly through the calm depths, carrying with you the ease of Poseidon's serenity. Each soft current guides you upward, floating like a quiet bubble. In this moment, your body feels lighter, your mind unburdened. Breathe in the memory of still waters. Breathe out any lingering restlessness. Feel your heart slow and steady, just like the patient rhythm of the ocean floor. Here, in the gentle aftermath of our tale, imagine your own thoughts settling like grains of sand, forming a soft bed where you can drift into peaceful slumber. The hush remains, cradling you in its tranquil embrace. As you exhale, let your eyelids grow heavier, welcoming the warmth of rest. The echoes of ancient tides fade into a gentle lull, soothing every part of your being. Even the distant sound of waves is nothing more than a comforting heartbeat in the background. You are safe, you are calm, and you are free to drift into the deepest layers of sleep. Let your breathing be slow, your thoughts gentle. Float there, on the threshold of dreams, until the murmurs of the day dissolve. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well, and let the peaceful tides carry you softly into a realm of warm and endless slumber. May serenity guide you tonight and always. Rest now. Good evening, and welcome. My name is Owen Thorne, and I'm so grateful that you've chosen to join me on this peaceful journey tonight. Before you settle in, take a moment to make yourself comfortable. Gently close your eyes if that feels right, and allow the subtle hush of evening to wrap around you like a soft blanket. Notice the rise and fall of your breath. Inhale deeply, feeling your lungs fill with soothing air, and exhale, letting every ounce of tension begin to dissolve. This is your time, your quiet space to unwind, to release the burdens of the day, and to invite a sense of deep tranquility. Let your shoulders drop, let your jaw soften. Imagine every breath guiding you towards stillness, carrying you along a gentle river that flows to calm waters. As your mind settles, picture yourself standing at the threshold of a serene realm, far from the noise and rush of daily life. You're about to enter a place of hushed snowfall and timeless beauty, where ancient mountains guard quiet valleys. Know that here, no urgency exists. Nothing is required of you but simply to be, to rest, and to open your heart to the peaceful night that awaits. High in the Scottish Highlands, a solitary cottage stood at the edge of a deep glen. Snow fell softly from a sky the colour of pale ash, blanketing the rugged landscape in gentle white. The moon, partially hidden by clouds, cast a delicate glow that shimmered upon the drifting flakes. Pine trees and rocky outcrops emerged like silent guardians, their silhouettes quietly watching over the land. Inside the cottage, a warm fire glowed in the hearth, its subtle crackling a counterpoint to the hush of the falling snow. Thick walls, built from ancient stone, insulated the room from the winter chill, creating a cocoon of comfort. A single window, draped with heavy curtains, opened to the endless expanse of the mountains. Beyond the glass lay a world of quiet wonder, where every breath of wind carried the scent of pine and frosty air. Within this humble dwelling, a traveller had arrived earlier that evening. Weary from a long day's walk through windswept paths and rolling hills, they settled into the welcoming glow of the hearth. The gentle warmth seeped into their bones, and the fragrance of slowly steeping tea lingered in the air. Shadows danced across the walls in time with the flickers of firelight, weaving stories of distant legends and lullabies. Wrapped in a woolen blanket, the traveller gazed into the flames, letting thoughts drift like snowflakes in a breeze. Outside, the evening steadily deepened, but within those stout stone walls, time felt suspended in a moment of profound calm. In a corner of the room, an old wooden table displayed tokens of Highland life. A small vase held sprigs of heather, their purple tips still vibrant despite the winter cold. Next to it rested a simple clay teapot, from which rose the faint wisps of peppermint steam. Beside the teapot sat a carefully folded map, edges worn from countless wanderings. It bore the marks of trails winding through valleys, across rivers, and up rugged inclines. The traveller had traced these routes by hand, noting the terrain with quiet fascination. Each line told a tale of exploration, but now under the cottage's warm lamplight, the map was at rest, as though it too had found shelter from the falling snow. Beyond the cottage walls, the highlands were enchanting beneath the moon's gentle gaze. Snow draped itself over every slope and ledge, transforming craggy hills into soft shapes in the faint luminescence. Occasionally, a muffled sound of wind rustled through the pine needles, carrying the distant call of an owl. The great mountains seemed to breathe in rhythm with the night, a silent heartbeat pulsing beneath the drifts of snow. Even the rivers, partially frozen at their edges, flowed with subdued determination. Far off in the darkness, a single stag might wander, leaving delicate hoofprints that would vanish with the next gust of wind. All of nature was in harmony, lulled by the hush of snowfall, as if listening for a lullaby too gentle to be heard. Inside the cottage, the traveller prepared a simple evening meal. The aroma of warm broth mingled with the comforting crackle of the fire. Each bite carried a flavour of fresh herbs and wholesome grains, a reminder of how nourishment can soothe both body and mind. Between spoonfuls, the traveller paused to listen to the faint whistle of wind outside. There was solace in that gentle sound, an ancient lull that had shaped the land for centuries. In that moment, every care and worry seemed distant, overshadowed by the abiding peace of winter's realm. The traveller felt a soft drowsiness begin to settle, a calm readiness for the night's embrace. As the meal concluded, the traveller cleaned the modest utensils and set them aside to dry. Then, with gentle steps, they approached the window, drawing back the curtain to watch the drifting snow. In the reflective glass, the traveller's eyes glowed softly in the light of the fire. Outside, the snowfall had become even more serene, with larger flakes floating lazily from the sky. The entire mountainside appeared to be enveloped in a dream, hidden away beneath a downy blanket. The traveller breathed in the hush, as though inhaling the quiet itself. It was a moment of private communion with nature's nocturnal grace, a silent companionship that asked nothing and promised only calm. Soon, the traveller stepped away from the window and began to prepare for bed. A small cot, layered with thick blankets, awaited in the corner. The covers were made of sturdy wool, spun from the sheep that roamed those very hills in summertime. Each thread held a memory of the highland breeze, the sweet grass, and the wide skies of warmer days. Slipping beneath these covers felt like a tender embrace, a comforting reminder of simpler rhythms. The fire in the hearth continued to glow, casting the room in gently shifting shadows, as the soft crackle lulled the traveller further into restfulness. Outside, in the wide expanse of the highlands, the moon glided slowly behind a veil of clouds. A faint silver luminescence touched the rolling hills, highlighting the edges of snow-laden boulders. With each passing moment, the land seemed to sink deeper into tranquility, as if the entire world were preparing for a long, peaceful slumber. The traveller lay listening to the lullaby of wind and crackling fire. Drifting thoughts carried images of Highland lore, tales of noble clans, ancient gatherings, and melodic pipes echoing across the glens. But these memories were hushed and distant, like echoes from a time both long ago and always present. Gradually, breath by breath, the traveller began to slip into a quiet, dreamlike state. Far away on a distant ridge, the night stretched out in pristine silence. A frost-kissed breeze wove through the pines, and the snow glistened under the faint starlight. Winter's hush had a way of softening all sharp edges, encouraging every living creature to slow down, to breathe in the stillness. A family of foxes curled inside their den, warmed by the gentle heat of shared body warmth. Birds perched among the thick branches, eyes closed as the quiet night soothed them into repose. Even the old stones of ancient ruins, scattered across the landscape, seemed at rest, embraced by snow and timeless calm. In the cottage, the traveller's dreams began to wander through visions of highland summers. Golden sunlight cascaded over green hills, and wildflowers danced in the breeze. Locks sparkled like liquid mirrors, reflecting clear blue skies overhead. Yet even in those visions, there was a whisper of the snowy night outside, as if winter had gently woven itself into every season. The traveller drifted among these soothing images, touched by a sense of belonging to this land of mystery and grace. Layers of thought peeled away, replaced by a deep, restful acceptance of the present moment. In slumber, the traveller was not a visitor, but part of the quiet symphony of the highlands. Time passed quietly. The fire in the hearth burned low, its embers glowing like soft coals in the darkness. Snow continued to drift against the cottage's sturdy walls, and the wind's whisper never rose above a gentle sigh. Night creatures stirred occasionally, their faint rustlings merging with the hush of the snowy glen. Overhead, the clouds parted briefly, revealing a canopy of stars shimmering like distant beacons. In that moment, the highlands wore the celestial glow with regal grace. It was as though the mountains themselves sighed in contentment, aware of their ancient majesty, yet humbly offering shelter to all who came in peace. And in the stillness, the traveller's breathing slowed, becoming as steady as the rhythm of a calm tide. Dreams shimmered behind closed eyelids, weaving gentle narratives of snowy landscapes and warm hearths. In one dream, the traveller wandered a moonlit path through a cedar forest, each step muffled by thick drifts of snow. In another, they glimpsed the northern lights dancing above a distant peak, painting the sky in waves of green and violet. Each vision brought a tender sense of wonder, yet also a deep assurance that all was well. Wrapped in the highlands' embrace, the traveller's spirit rested in a cradle of ancient, loving quiet. Morning would come in its own time, promising a gentle awakening. The first rays of dawn would gradually melt into the snowy hills, offering a pale light that signaled a new day. But for now, the night held sway, stretching its comforting darkness across the land. Within that darkness, every living thing found a moment of repose, a quiet release from the demands of movement and sound. The highlands themselves seemed to lean into the hush, as if joined in silent prayer beneath the endless sky. And the traveller, wrapped in dreams, remained part of this grand tapestry, a single thread in the soft tapestry of winter night. Clouds drifted across the moon, painting subtle patterns of light and shadow on the pristine snow. Soft gusts carried the crisp scent of pine and distant lochs. Somewhere among the hills, an old stone bridge spanned a shallow stream, its arches silvered by the winter night. In the meadows beyond, deer stood motionless, ears attuned to the quiet secrets whispered by the wind. The hush was a lullaby, and the snow a delicate quilt draped over slumbering earth. No urgency disturbed these hours, no clamour demanded attention. Just the steady heartbeat of winter, echoing through hidden glens, singing softly to all who would listen. That night, the traveller's dreams grew as soft as the snow. Any lingering worries dissolved into the gentle tapestry of slumber, carried away by the quiet murmur of the highlands. Beyond the cottage walls, the winter sky stood watch, and the mountains cradled the land in silent guardianship. Night reached its deepest hour, a midpoint between dusk and dawn, where everything paused in perfect stillness. The traveller, content and unburdened, found an easy rest in that timeless pause. No thoughts pressed forward, no regrets haunted the mind, just the peaceful acceptance of now, a gift the winter night offered so generously. In the hours that followed, the snowfall gradually grew lighter. Flakes fell like tiny stars drifting from the heavens, each one unique, each one quietly contributing to the pristine blanket. At times, the wind would stir them into a graceful dance, swirling around tree trunks and over the rooftops of lone cottages. This gentle movement seemed to echo the traveller's slow, measured breaths, as though the entire world inhaled and exhaled in unison. Even the stones underfoot, ancient and steadfast, seemed softened by the hush, their rough edges hidden beneath a satin layer of white. And all the while, the highlands held their patient vigil, cradling both traveller and dream in an ageless lullaby. Soon enough, the darkest hours passed. A tender glow began to bloom on the horizon, heralding the slow approach of dawn. The traveller, still asleep, unconsciously felt the subtle shift in light. Outside the window, the snowy world prepared to welcome daybreak, and a delicate blush warmed the sky's edge. Though the air remained cold, there was a faint promise of morning warmth, a gentle reassurance that each night inevitably yields to a new beginning. The highlands stirred in quiet anticipation, deer lifting their heads and birds ruffling their feathers. Little by little, the ancient land awakened, yet still preserving the peace of the night's gentle hush. In the cottage, the embers in the hearth had cooled to a gentle glow. The woolen blankets still offered their comforting warmth, and the traveller's face seemed peaceful, touched by the softening shadows of early light. Outside, a robin hopped across the snow, leaving faint tracks behind. Somewhere in the distance, the quiet babble of a partially frozen brook added a crystalline note to the dawn chorus. The mountains, in all their majesty, stood watch, welcoming the soft glow that now stretched across the horizon. It was another day in the highlands, but the serenity of the snowy night lingered, an unspoken promise of rest whenever it was needed. Meanwhile, the traveller's dreams continued, drifting through scenes of moonlit paths and the gentle hush of snow. Each breath rose and fell with a calm, measured cadence, a reflection of the highlands' own quiet pulse. Even as dawn approached, sleep held its comforting sway, cocooning the traveller in a realm where the concerns of the world faded into soft oblivion. In that final stretch of night, the cottage stood as a sanctuary, a warm shelter against winter's chill, and a place where dreams could flourish without interruption. All around, the hush of the mountains sang a silent lullaby, leading every wandering thought to a peaceful rest, safeguarding the tranquility of this snowy highland night. And so, in the quiet of early morning, the snowy highlands cradled every dream. Though dawn crept closer, its pale light revealed only the gentle contours of a land still at rest. The traveller slept on, carried by the soothing hush, unhurried by the new day's arrival. Each soft breath deepened calm as the warmth of the blankets offered a final invitation to remain in repose. The mountains watched in noble silence, guardians of a realm where worry had no place. In this stillness, there was nothing to do but rest. Each breath seemed to lull even the thoughts into stillness. All that mattered was the gentle rhythm of a heart at ease. Daylight might soon call, but in the highlands there was no rush. Here, sleep was a gentle companion, guiding awareness to a place where calm abided in every dusting of snow. So let the snowy hills cradle all cares. Let dawn weave its gentle glow into each breath. May calm remain, enfolding every spirit in serenity. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello and welcome. My name is Owen Thorne, and I'm here to gently guide you into a realm of deep rest. Before we embark on this tranquil journey, settle yourself into a comfortable position, allowing the tension in your body to soften with each breath. Notice how the air feels as you inhale, cool and refreshing, and how it flows warmly as you exhale. Picture yourself in a safe, cozy space, far from the bustle of the day. Let your shoulders relax, your jaw release, and your thoughts begin to drift. This is your time, dear traveler, to simply be. As you breathe softly, imagine a blanket of calm settling over you. Each inhale draws in serenity, while each exhale carries away any trace of unease. Listen to the gentle rhythms of your own breath, a constant, reassuring companion. In this moment, there is nothing else you need to do and nowhere you need to be. Let all the busyness of the day fade like distant echoes. Allow any remaining concerns to float away, drifting into the background. Feel how, with every breath, you are entering a space of warmth, relaxation, and quiet anticipation for the story ahead. Simply be. Let your eyelids grow heavy, each gentle blink drawing you deeper into this sanctuary of quiet. There is no rush here, no expectations, only the soothing embrace of tranquility. Breathe slowly, surrendering to the calm. Soon, you will drift into a story that awaits your peaceful presence. The mist lay thick over the valley, a gentle hush upon every hillside and meadow. In the early evening twilight, a charming train rested at the old station, its carriages painted in soft, muted tones that blended seamlessly with the fog. Lanterns glowed along the platform, casting warm, golden halos into the surrounding haze. A gentle wind whispered through the nearby trees, their leaves rustling like a distant lullaby. It was a place that invited stillness, a pause in time. The locomotive, breathing puffs of steam, seemed ready to carry any soul who wished to find solace in its pace. A solitary figure stepped aboard the train, drawn by the promise of a slow, comforting journey through the misty valley. Soft lamplight filled the carriage, illuminating plush seats in hues of midnight blue and beige. The windows framed only the fog's quiet curtain, giving the impression of floating through a dream. The traveller settled into a seat, noticing the rhythmic ticking of a nearby clock, each second passing with soothing regularity. There was no hurry, no urgency, just a gentle anticipation of rolling forward into the unknown. Outside, the station lights glimmered faintly, like distant stars in a dreamy sky. Slowly, the train began to move, wheels turning with a clatter against the rails. The gentle motion lulled the traveller into a state of calm, the world outside dissolving into swirling shades of grey. Each carriage light flickered as the train passed under old iron bridges and through narrow tunnels. With every passing moment, the fog grew thicker, embracing the train like a protective veil. There was a sensation of being gently carried away from the noise of busy days, deeper into a realm where thought and breath could stretch wide, unhurried, at ease, in perfect harmony with the night. Through the mist-shrouded windows, lantern lights inside the carriage painted cozy reflections on the glass, shimmering like soft fireflies in the quiet dark. The traveller listened to the rhythmic hum of the tracks, a steady pulse that matched the heartbeat of night. Occasionally, the shape of a distant tree or hillside peeked through the fog, only to vanish again into gentle obscurity. The traveller's thoughts drifted across memories of simpler times, each recollection soothed by the comforting sway of the train. It felt as though the carriage itself glided upon clouds, weightless and unhurried, carrying hopes, dreams, and quiet wonder. As the train wound deeper into the valley, the mist outside seemed to glow with a pale luminescence, lit by the faintest moonlight filtering through drifting clouds. The carriage interior was hushed, as though the mist itself had slipped inside to cradle every sound. Occasionally, a gentle whistle from the locomotive resonated across the empty fields, echoing like a call in a dream. The traveller leaned back, letting breath flow in time with the steady rocking beneath them. Each moment brought a quiet revelation. The world could pause, allowing hearts to rest, thoughts to unfurl, and peace to gently settle. In a nearby compartment, an old conductor walked through the aisle, collecting tickets and nodding with a kind smile to every passenger. Though only a few travellers occupied the carriage, each seemed wrapped in their own reverie, lulled by the lullaby of the rails. The conductor paused at the traveller's seat, politely checking the ticket, then offering a gentle bow before moving on. No words disturbed the hush, only a shared understanding lingered, like soft music that needed no language. Outside, distant hills waited, their slopes hidden by a velvety curtain of fog, inviting the train onward into hushed mystery. The valley was known for its gentle contours and silent waters, a place where legends of peaceful spirits and whispered lullabies circulated like echoes on a breeze. Tonight, under the watchful glow of a hidden moon, the air felt charged with a benevolent stillness. Fields and streams slumbered beneath the thick haze, as if time itself had slowed to a graceful waltz. The traveller gazed at the faint outlines that slipped past the window, each hint of shape inviting the imagination to wander. It was a quiet enchantment, an invitation to rest mind and spirit, safe in the train's lull. Gradually, the train rolled past a tucked-away hamlet, where dimly lit cottages perched by winding lanes. Their windows shone with the faint glow of lamps, revealing the silhouettes of families turned in for the night. A soft trail of smoke rose from chimneys, mingling with the fog and forming ghostly shapes in the sky. The distant sound of a dog barking reached the traveller's ears, only to fade gently into the whistle of the locomotive. Every scene passed slowly, as though the train itself respected the valley's need for rest, carrying its passengers onward with tender, unhurried care and hush. Inside the carriage, soft conversation occasionally arose, but never disturbed the soothing calm. A travelling musician quietly hummed a lullaby, fingers grazing invisible strings, while a poet jotted verses in a worn notebook, capturing fleeting impressions of mist and moonlight. The traveller observed these companions with a sense of kinship, sensing that they too sought the solace of night's embrace. There was a shared stillness between them, a silent understanding that this journey was meant for reflection and rest. Each passenger found comfort in the gentle lull of the train, free to linger in introspection and appreciate the quiet ride. Outside, the valley's mist thickened, weaving around the train in ever-changing patterns. Silvery moonbeams emerged from behind drifting clouds, illuminating patches of rolling farmland and giving the fog an ethereal, shimmering quality. It was as though the entire world had been hushed to welcome the train's passage, inviting quiet wonder to bloom in every heart aboard. A gentle breeze traced over the meadows, carrying the distant scent of wildflowers and damp earth. The traveller inhaled this subtle perfume, feeling it expand within the lungs, calming the mind and loosening each tight knot of thought, leaving room for only serene contemplation. Each carriage corridor glowed with subdued light, creating pockets of warmth amidst the shadowy ambience. Occasionally, the traveller rose to stretch stiff limbs, wandering through the train to catch glimpses of the valley from different angles. Every perspective unveiled the same dreamlike landscape, bathed in moonlit fog, quiet and still. A hush followed the traveller's footsteps, as though the train itself encouraged silence and reflection. The gentle sway of the floor beneath offered a reminder of the unhurried journey, one that invited the spirit to drift freely, unbound from the weight of the day, open to the serenity of night. In the lounge car, a lamp cast a glow upon polished tables, where a few passengers sipped tea or cocoa. Plush cushions awaited those seeking a comfortable nook for quiet contemplation. A low murmur of contentment spread from seat to seat as each person surrendered to the lulling effect of the train's unhurried progress. The traveller paused to admire a small vase of wildflowers placed atop a nearby table, their petals softly reflecting the lamplight. In that bloom lay a hint of spring, a promise of renewal, carried through the night by this timeless train across the Valley of Dreams. Satisfied by the company of the lounge, the traveller returned to a private seat, gazing once more at the window's shifting scene. The valley stretched out like a vast tapestry, woven from moonlight and mist. Each passing moment felt like an invitation to drift deeper into serene thought. No troubles seemed able to reach here, no hurried demands, only the promise of stillness. The train's rocking mirrored a cradle, lulling every passenger into tranquility. Gradually, the boundaries between mind and mist began to blur, ushering in a sense of oneness with the valley's calm as the night carried them onward. Beyond the train's windows, the distant silhouettes of mountains arose, their peaks hidden by swirling vapor. The railway curved, tracing the contours of the land and revealing new vistas with each turn. Occasionally, the pale gleam of starlight broke through the clouds, sprinkling the mist with shimmering highlights. The valley expanded before the traveller's eyes like a secret garden, each layer of fog hinting at hidden wonders. Shadows danced across farmland and forest, where gentle creatures dozed in peaceful slumber. A profound hush stretched across the landscape, as though creation itself paused to inhale, waiting for the exhale of dawn. Yet the night was far from over, and the train pressed on, carrying its passengers along ribbons of steel. Each carriage softly rocked, a cradle of comfort that sheltered them from the world's worries. The traveller felt a sense of gentle curiosity, imagining the countless stories unfolding in the valley's hidden corners. Perhaps there were night-blooming flowers opening petals to the moon, or woodland creatures stirring in quiet harmony. The train chugged softly onward, carrying these wonders like treasured secrets. Within the carriage, eyelids grew heavier, lulled by the steady tempo of tracks, a lullaby for weary souls seeking respite. In this haven of motion and mist, the traveller's thoughts meandered through memories of soft laughter, comforting hugs, and the gentle guidance of old friends. Faces flickered across the mind like faint lanterns in the darkness, reminders of how every journey is enriched by shared warmth. The train became a metaphor for life itself, ever moving forward, sometimes through haze and shadow, yet always carrying hope within its carriage. Outside, the valley whispered its secrets through rustling leaves and gentle breezes, inviting each heart on board to listen for the quiet truths that appear only when the world is still. Time seemed to flow differently on this moonlit ride, stretching and contracting in a soothing, elastic rhythm. The traveller found that hours meant little here, for the hush of the valley brought an unspoken permission to drift without constraint. A distant owl hooted, its call echoing across the foggy fields, a quiet reminder of life stirring beyond the carriage. The train's lights glowed softly, guiding the way forward, while within the traveller's mind, peace expanded, drifting along corridors of recollection. The outside world gently awaited the next sunrise, but for now, everyone aboard revelled in the lull of midnight tranquility. Gradually, a sense of deepening rest settled upon the carriage. Even those who were quietly alert felt their eyelids grow heavier. The train, patient and unwavering, continued along its path, content to move through the valley's shrouded embrace. Stars sparkled above, bright pinpricks in the velvety sky, while the moon occasionally peered from behind a drifting veil of cloud. Inside, the soft lights glimmered against polished wood and velvet upholstery, casting shadows that waltzed to the steady rhythm of rolling wheels. The traveller, lulled by the motion, began to sink into a place of near dream, suspended between awareness and sleep. As the train weaved through the heart of the valley, the traveller closed tired eyes, letting the lull of engine and rail guide each breath. The mind drifted, wandering through half-formed visions of misty forests and starlit rivers, reflections merging with the gentle sway of the carriage. a quiet contentment grew, like a soft glow emanating from deep within. All sense of hurry faded, replaced by a calm acceptance of the moment. Outside, the valley slumbered peacefully, its secrets tucked away until the dawn's gentle light returned. For now, the train remained a sanctuary of moonlit dreams and quiet wonder. Eventually, the tracks would lead beyond the valley, carrying every passenger toward new destinations and bright horizons. But that moment lay far ahead, and in the present hush, nobody longed for arrival. Instead, they cherished the hypnotic lull of a ride through night's hidden splendor. The traveler knew that this experience would linger, a memory of comfort and stillness, woven into future dreams. Each heartbeat seemed synchronized with the soft pulse of the locomotive, forging a bond between person and machine. In this merging, the traveler felt utterly safe, cradled by the valley's fog, carried by the train's gentle grace. The train continues its slow path, carrying the traveler through soothing darkness. Breaths grow longer, muscles loosen, thoughts settle like leaves on still water. The carriage seems quieter now. Each subtle sound blends into a harmony, the wheels on rails, the soft hum of lantern light, the distant whisper of wind against windows. With eyes closed or half open, the traveler drifts closer to slumber. There is no hurry. There is only the soft cradle of night. Let the cadence of the train lull every thought. Let the valley's hush cradle each breath. In this meditative moment, all is calm, all is safe, all is at peace. The misty valley, the rolling train, and the hush of night become one quiet lullaby. You are resting. Drift. Softly, the journey carries on, yet you feel yourself sinking deeper into the comforting darkness. The steady heartbeat of the train ushers you toward peaceful dreams. Each breath dissolves tension. Each moment invites deeper rest. Outside, the world slumbers, cradled in moonlit mist. Inside, your mind grows lighter. Thoughts float away, leaving a quiet space for gentle sleep to unfold. Let the last threads of wakefulness slip from your grasp. Allow yourself to surrender fully to the lull of the night. This train, this valley, this hush, they are all here to cradle your dreams. Good night, dear traveler. Sleep well, held by the arms of twilight. May your rest be deep, your dreams serene, your soul at peace. When morning comes, you will awaken renewed. Good evening, dear traveller. My name is Owen Thorne, and I'm delighted to welcome you here to this quiet space where dreams can unfold. Take a moment to settle in, letting your body sink into comfort. Notice how the gentle rhythm of your breath begins to slow, each inhale drawing in soft calm, each exhale releasing the busyness of the day. Let your shoulders relax, let your mind drift, weightless and serene. Now, close your eyes if you wish, or simply soften your gaze. Listen to the subtle hush in the air, as if the world has gone still, just to cradle you. As you breathe, feel a gentle warmth in the center of your chest, a tender glow that reminds you of your own peaceful heartbeat. Allow that warmth to spread through your arms, your legs, your fingertips, and your toes, easing any tension caught along the way. With every exhale, imagine that tension dissolving, replaced by a gentle sense of relief and tranquility. In this moment, give yourself permission to rest, to wander through the realm of imagination where magical tales come alive. In a few lingering breaths, you'll begin a gentle journey through a side story of Belle and the Beast, a timeless duo from a familiar fairy tale land. Let their tale lull you into a restful space where you can drift in soft wonder. Breathe in, breathe out, and prepare to step into a dreamy world filled with enchantment and calm. Belle awoke one early morning, long before the sun had risen, in the grand library of the enchanted castle. The windows overlooked a mist-filled garden, and although the sky was still brushed with silver moonlight, Belle could sense that something new and wondrous was quietly calling to her. She rose from her reading nook, the soft lamplight casting gentle shadows on the walls. The Beast, still dozing in the next room, had fallen asleep, reading a book of poetry. Belle smiled as she observed his peaceful form, his gentle snores a lullaby echoing through the hallway. She placed a bookmark between the pages of her own book, an anthology of fairy tale legends, each page filled with promise, and tiptoed from the library, following the silent call toward the mysterious gardens below. Once outside, Belle noticed the soft crunch of dewy grass beneath her slippers. A thin veil of fog curled along the pathways, waltzing slowly over rows of still blooming roses and daisies. Despite the castle's enchantment, the gardens were quiet now, resting under the hush of starlight. The only sound Belle heard was the hushed melody of nightingales perched in the distant oak trees. A faint glow caught her eye, a pale flicker at the far corner of the garden near a tall hedge. Drawn by curiosity, she followed it, her heart fluttering with anticipation. With each step, she inhaled the sweet fragrance of roses, every breath more calming than the last. She found a hidden archway, grown thick with ivy, barely visible in the dim glow. Beneath its canopy of leaves, a small wooden door was carved into the stone wall. Intricately decorated with swirling patterns of roses and vines, the door felt warm to her touch, as though beckoning her inside. With quiet determination, Belle pushed it open, and there she discovered a forgotten courtyard, a secret haven that the castle's magic had concealed for years. Within that courtyard rested a shimmering fountain made of pale marble. At the fountain's center stood a statue of a rose blooming above gracefully intertwined thorns, water trickling gently around its pedestal. The courtyard whispered with hidden life. Pale blue wisps of light floated just above the fountain's surface, as if guided by some whimsical spirit. Belle gently approached them, her eyes wide with wonder, heart calm yet enthralled. It was in that moment she heard a gentle rumbling from behind. The beast, stirring from his slumber, had sensed Belle's absence and followed her to the garden. He appeared near the archway, cautious at first, his broad figure silhouetted by moonlight filtering through the leaves. His voice, low and kind, broke the night's stillness. "Belle," he said softly, "what have you found?" She beckoned him forward, and as he stepped under the arch, the soft lights that danced above the fountain seemed to greet him, flickering gently in welcome. Beast's eyes, curious yet cautious, took in the courtyard's quiet enchantment. Thick moss covered the stones beneath their feet, and the night air carried the faint scent of jasmine. They approached the fountain together, arms brushing, their shared breath creating warmth against the crisp dawn. Belle quietly traced a hand along the fountain's rim and gazed at the statue of the rose. The water's soft trickle soothed her thoughts, as if each drop carried a lullaby meant only for them. Through the hush, they noticed faint images swirling in the water's reflection, tiny fragments of dreams. The glow above the fountain shifted, condensing into a more solid light. Belle leaned in, letting her reflection blur with the swirling shapes. The beast did the same, his large hands resting gently on the stone edge. A calm hush wrapped around them, and they felt a deep stillness in their hearts, as if the courtyard itself were comforting them in quiet understanding. Then, a soft, shimmering rose petal emerged from the water, floating upward, glowing with a dim luminescence, before vanishing into the early morning air. Belle and the beast sensed that this courtyard harbored a special kind of enchantment, different from the curses that once plagued the castle. This was something gentler, something that nurtured small sparks of magic and turned them into beautiful moments of grace. Belle placed a hand over Beast's paw, looking into his eyes. She proposed they explore the courtyard and see if any hidden secret might help them better understand this peaceful place. Together, they walked across the mossy ground, noticing every detail: carved benches overgrown with delicate vines, stone pathways leading to half-forgotten alcoves, and pale blossoms glowing faintly in the dim light. As they ventured deeper, Belle found a weathered book lying on a broken pedestal near an old climbing rose. Its cover was dusty, its edges worn, yet a faint shimmer danced around it, hinting at the same gentle magic that flowed through the courtyard. She brushed off the dust, revealing the title, Reflections of the Heart. Intrigued, she carefully opened the book to find pages filled with soft illustrations of roses and gilded text in a language that seemed strangely familiar. The beast, peering over Belle's shoulder, recognized some of the script from the castle's ancient library records. Together, they read the first lines aloud in a gentle hush, words that spoke of hidden wishes and dreamlike visions. As Belle's voice lingered in the air, the courtyard shimmered slightly. The fountain's trickling water played a delicate tune, each note resonating with the magic of the courtyard. The beast noticed that the faint images on the water's surface began to form more coherent shapes. A younger Belle, reading by candlelight. A lone beast wandering the castle halls in times past. And fleeting scenes of them dancing in the ballroom's golden glow. But just as swiftly, the images faded back into ripples, leaving them with the serenity of the present moment. This brief glimpse reminded them of the path they had taken, of bravery, kindness, and transformation. Yet it also hinted at something more, a possibility that the castle still held pockets of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. As dawn crept closer, the mist began to rise, kissed by the first glow of the morning sun. Belle gently closed the book, hugging it close as they decided to rest in the courtyard a while longer, letting the quiet wonder wash over them. Gradually, pink light bloomed along the sky, illuminating the flowers and the stones beneath their feet. Warmth replaced the coolness of night. Belle and the beast found a small bench near the fountain, cushioned by soft, velvety moss. They sat side by side, hearts full of gentle awe, letting the subtle transformations of dawn pass them by. The beast inhaled deeply, his once tormented mind soothed by the calm energy of this secret place. Belle felt an unspoken harmony in the air, as if the courtyard itself invited them to share a quiet moment of gratitude for the blessings in their lives. In that gentle lull, Belle set the mysterious book upon her lap. She traced its gilded edges with delicate fingers, wondering about the stories that might lie inside. Leaning closer, the beast tentatively asked if she might read a passage, and Belle smiled, delighted to share these enchanting words. Her voice drifted softly through the courtyard, carrying the verse about a hidden rose that had the power to reflect a soul's deepest kindness. If handled with reverence, the rose would create an echo of hope that spread to all who beheld it. Belle's voice lulled in and out with the gentle verses, and the beast found himself breathing easier, tension melting from his massive shoulders. He thought of how Belle's presence had already awakened hope in him, freeing him from the shadow of his curse. Moments turned into peaceful minutes. The courtyard's hush wrapped them both in a warm, dreamlike cocoon. As Belle softly closed the book again, a subtle breeze stirred the ivy leaves overhead, causing slivers of morning light to flicker in gentle patterns on the stone ground. From beyond the fountain, a sleepy robin began its first hesitant notes of song, weaving a melody that intertwined gracefully with the gurgle of the fountain. Belle and the beast both found themselves swaying slightly in a calm reverie, lulled by nature's lullaby. it was a calmness neither had known in the tumult of their earlier adventures. While the morning advanced, Belle suggested they gather some fresh blooms to decorate the castle's dining hall for breakfast. The beast, albeit still somewhat self-conscious of his large clawed hands, offered to help. Together, they roamed the secret courtyard, collecting soft petals of roses, lavender sprigs, and the delicate blossoms of pale moonflowers that had yet to close. Each flower felt like a gift from this enchanted place, an emblem of quiet wonder that the castle had guarded for so long. The beast carefully cradled the fragrant blooms in his arms, as gentle as its powerful form would allow, and Belle smiled gratefully, touched by his tenderness. As the sun climbed higher, they realized that the hush of night was receding, replaced by the soft bustle of the castle's morning routine. Distant clanks of pots and pans in the kitchen, and the quiet scurry of enchanted household objects marked the start of a new day. Belle placed one final lavender blossom on the growing bouquet, her smile bright with appreciation. She felt a renewed sense of peace, as though the courtyard had woven a calming cloak around her heart. The beast's expression mirrored hers, a quiet acceptance of joy and gratitude that was slowly growing in his once wounded spirit. They returned to the castle's dining hall, where warm light streamed through tall windows. The lively dancing of dust motes in the sunbeams provided a playful ambiance, and Belle placed the flowers into a crystal vase at the center of the table. The beast stood back, admiring how the arrangement brought a touch of natural grace to the grand room. Mrs. Potts, bustling in with a tray of tea, gave a small gasp of delight at the sight of the fresh blooms. Chip hopped along excitedly, giggling as he circled the vase in tiny leaps. The hush of the courtyard lingered in the air, as if Belle and the beast had carried some of its peaceful magic with them. Over breakfast, steamy tea and warm croissants, Belle told Mrs. Potts and Chip about the hidden courtyard and the strange lights above the fountain. The beast quietly sipped his tea, nodding as Belle recounted the shimmering images in the water and the mysterious book they had discovered. Mrs. Potts listened with an expression of wonder, remarking that she had heard rumours of a hidden part of the garden long ago, though no one had seen it since before the enchantment took hold. But, she mused, the castle held many hidden corners, and perhaps, in time, more surprises would reveal themselves to those who approached with open hearts. The day drifted along in a calm sort of routine. Light reading in the library, gentle conversation, and the warm companionship of the castle's inhabitants. Yet Belle couldn't shake her fascination with the courtyard's magic. Later that afternoon, she and the beast ventured back, noticing how the sunlight fell in golden pools across the stone, revealing more details of the courtyard's architecture. The vines that climbed the walls bore delicate blossoms in shades of lavender and ivory. Beneath the ivy, etched into the stone, they found a single line of ancient script, partially eroded by time. Belle translated it slowly. Where love watches quietly, hidden grace reveals itself. The words resonated with them both, reflecting their own tender story of understanding and acceptance. Drawn again to the fountain, they noticed the book, Reflections of the Heart, resting exactly where they had left it. Yet the shimmering lights from earlier were now faint, almost invisible in the bright afternoon glow. Belle traced a hand through the water, finding it pleasantly cool against her warm skin. She felt no immediate stirring of magic, only a sense of gentle tranquility that encouraged her to take a slow, deep breath. The beast sat on the edge of the fountain, gazing at Belle with quiet admiration. He found that even the simplest acts, like Belle dipping her hand in the water, exuded a soft wonder that eased his every worry. As the afternoon gently passed, they decided to read more from the mysterious text. Each page revealed stories and fables about hidden places within enchanted lands, groves where nightingales whispered their lullabies, ponds that reflected a person's purest dreams, and courtyards that could heal hearts battered by sorrow. In the margins, someone had delicately sketched vines, roses, and swirling shapes reminiscent of music. Belle turned one page to discover a short poem about a rose that never faded as long as hope remained in the heart of the beholder. She read these lines aloud, her voice like a soft breeze. Within these petals lies a dream of hearts unbroken yet unseen. In quiet faith this rose shall bloom to ease the soul of fear and gloom. The beast closed his eyes, letting her voice envelop him, feeling as though each word was a balm, gently mending cracks in his spirit. He remembered how Belle had come into his life, carrying her own gentle light, illuminating the lonely halls of his existence. As her words hung in the air, a mild glow seemed to emanate from the book's pages, and Belle and the beast felt a subtle thrill, that small tremor of wonder stirring again in the courtyard. But the magic felt different this time, soft and reassuring, lacking any grand spectacle, as though simply affirming their presence was enough. Night approached once more. The corridors of the castle took on their sleepy hush, the candlelit sconces on the walls flickering in a slow, steady pattern. Belle and the beast shared a quiet supper in the dining hall, speaking in hushed tones of how peaceful the day had been. Each moment in the courtyard had felt like a dream in the daylight, and they realized how important it was to cherish such gentle wonders. Their mealtime ended with the beast offering Belle a small rose from the breakfast bouquet, a gesture of gratitude for her companionship. Before retiring, Belle suggested they return to the courtyard one last time that day, to see how it appeared beneath the moonlight. The beast agreed, feeling a calm excitement flutter in his chest. As they slipped through the shadowed halls, their footsteps nearly silent upon the plush carpets, they could sense the quiet hush settling over the castle once again. They crossed through the archway, the ivy rustling as if greeting their return, and stepped into a courtyard bathed in silver moonlight. The fountain glimmered under the pale glow, and once again those faint lights danced above its surface, tiny motes of luminescence that drifted like fireflies. Belle and the beast approached slowly, hands almost touching, and gazed at the reflective water. This time, the swirl of images seemed more playful, fleeting scenes of the courtyard itself, as if it were remembering the day's events. Belle reading aloud, the beast gathering flowers, Mrs. Potts smiling at their stories. The beast watched, entranced, as one glowing mote landed lightly on his paw, then flickered away, leaving behind a comforting warmth. They lingered in companionable silence, lulled by the gentle song of night insects and the trickling hush of the fountain. Moonbeams fell through the ivy, illuminating the courtyard's secrets. Yet, in this stillness, Belle and the beast felt perfectly safe, as though the courtyard's enchantment held them in a protective embrace. Without a single word, they both knew that this place would be their refuge for moments of tranquility, a space to reflect on hope and kindness whenever the world felt too vast or uncertain. Eventually, the pull of rest beckoned them back inside. They gently closed the courtyard's wooden door, leaving it as they had found it, but no longer hidden to them. Hand in hand, they made their way to their separate chambers, carrying the courtyard's magic within their hearts. By the time Belle settled into her own bed, she could almost hear the fountain's melody playing like a lullaby in the distance. A soft smile graced her lips as she drifted into slumber, unburdened and serene. The beast, too, found a gentle sleep that night, his dreams touched by the faint shimmer of secret gardens and tender poems read in a beloved voice. The next morning, the sun rose over the castle, bright and welcoming. Belle would continue her explorations, and the beast would follow, each new day unveiling another layer of enchantment, reminding them both of the gentle power held in compassion and quiet wonder. And so, in the stillness of their secret courtyard, beneath the hush of the moon and the promise of dawn, their story continued, subtle, peaceful, and eternally woven by kindness. Now, dear traveller, imagine yourself letting go, carried by the same gentle magic that embraced Belle and the beast. As you lie comfortably, eyes closing, feel the hush of their hidden courtyard settling around you. Take a slow, deep breath and let it soothe your mind. Exhale any lingering thoughts, allowing each muscle in your body to unwind. Sense the soft rustle of ivy, the subtle glow of moonlight over calm waters, and the lullaby of a distant fountain trickling in quiet rhythm. With every heartbeat, you become softer, calmer, and more open to rest. Visualize the hushed serenity Belle found in that secret garden. Picture the gentle sway of flowers and the delicate dance of luminous motes drifting on the night breeze. Let these gentle images lull you into the safest, most comforting dreamscape. Feel each breath as a wave of release, carrying you further into peaceful slumber. In the stillness of this moment, know that you are cradled in warmth and gentle magic, just as Belle and the beast found solace in their hidden courtyard. Let that feeling wrap around you like a soft blanket, encouraging you to drift even deeper, knowing that in the quiet corners of sleep, wonder and harmony await. Good night, dear traveler. May your dreams bloom with the gentle rose of hope, and may you rest in sweet serenity. Sleep well. The end. Hello, dear friend. My name is Owen Thorne, and it's an honor to welcome you into this peaceful moment. As you settle in for the evening, perhaps in your favorite chair or tucked beneath soft blankets, you can feel your breathing slow and your thoughts become wonderfully light. Tonight, you're invited to drift away into a gentle story about the hush of an old harbour town at night. A place where the sea quietly whispers its mysteries and a steadfast lighthouse keeper guards a secret known only to the moon and the tide. Take a moment to notice how your body feels. Allow each breath to fill you with calm and exhale any lingering tension. Imagine a warm glow like a single candle flame flickering in the distance. With every inhale, that gentle light becomes a little clearer in your mind. With every exhale, you release a bit more of the day's weight, sinking into a restful state. In just a short while, you'll find yourself walking along a moonlit shore, where a lighthouse stands tall against the starry sky. For now, let your shoulders ease. Let your mind soften. Let your eyes grow heavy, yet open enough to glimpse this soothing seaside world that awaits. In the quiet coastal town, known simply as Old Harbour, the evening air always carried a slight tang of salt, and a hint of something mysterious. Tucked away from major roads and bustling ports, the narrow cobblestone streets wound their way through centuries-old buildings that leaned in a little closer each year, as though sharing secrets amongst themselves. Oil lanterns still burned in metal sconces set near the old wooden doors, casting gentle pools of golden light that danced on the stones underfoot. Just beyond the town's modest pier stood a tall, weather-worn lighthouse. It rose against the star-filled sky, its thick glass lens turning methodically, like the slow heartbeat of the sea. Seagulls slept in the shadows of the rooftops, their soft rustling wings a reminder of the day just past. Gentle waves lapped the shore, their hush mingling with the murmurs of the mild night breeze that carried the faint scent of drifting seaweed and damp sand. Each evening, after the last fishing boat returned to the docks and the final candlelit dinner concluded, the inhabitants of Old Harbour retreated to their warm beds. The streets fell silent, except for the measured footsteps of an elderly lighthouse keeper who emerged from a small cottage near the water's edge. This keeper, a figure of calm and patient devotion, had overseen the lighthouse for as long as anyone could remember. Dressed in a faded coat and a knitted cap, they made their way to the tower just as the moon rose. Under the moonlight, the keeper's presence felt almost ethereal. The locals spoke in hushed tones about a secret the keeper guarded. something hidden in the interplay of light and sea, something that lulled travellers into peace whenever the beam of the lighthouse touched upon their ships. Though many had guessed at the nature of this secret, none truly knew what it was. Some said it was a map to hidden treasure. Others whispered it might be an ancient maritime charm that blessed the harbour with quiet nights and gentle weather. Alone on the winding path leading to the tower, the keeper carried a small lantern and walked steadily past the dunes and salt-sculpted fences. The path was strewn with shells that glistened faintly under starlight, and a light breeze stirred the tall grasses that sprouted in sandy patches. The ocean itself seemed to hold its breath in reverence for what was about to unfold. Upon reaching the lighthouse door, a sturdy frame of weather-beaten oak, the keeper paused to listen. It was an unspoken ritual, this moment of stillness. In that silence, the sea murmured, the distant gulls slept, and the old bricks of the tower settled with a soft sigh. Then, with a gentle push, the keeper entered, lantern in hand. Inside, the walls were cool to the touch, and a spiral staircase twisted upward, lit only by the occasional window, revealing the moonlit ocean beyond. Each step upwards gave a subtle echo, as though the tower itself was humming a lullaby to the night. The keeper's duties were straightforward, but carried out with a reverence that made each action feel sacred. They inspected the vast lantern room, verifying that the great lamp turned in smooth rotations. This lamp, with its magnificent Fresnel lens, bent and magnified the light across the horizon, ensuring that any passing sailor would see its comforting beam. The gentle gleam sweeping across the water was constant, dependable, and silently reassuring. Yet, beneath this ordinary routine lay something more. Over the years, the keeper had perfected a serene method of attuning the lighthouse to the subtle rhythms of nature. Before lighting the final night's beam, the keeper would stand at the top of the spiral staircase and close their eyes. In the hush, they would hear the pulse of the waves, the gentle songs of invisible nocturnal birds, and the faint melody of wind through the rigging of silent ships at anchor. It was as though the lighthouse itself harmonized with the environment, weaving a protective aura around Old Harbour. Meanwhile, on that same night, a traveller arrived by a modest fishing boat. A merchant passing through, or perhaps a seeker of rare curiosities. No one truly knew. They stepped off the creaking wooden vessel, feet meeting the damp planks of the dock. Before them lay the slumbering town, lantern-lit windows like small golden eyes in the darkness. They breathed in the crisp sea air, feeling it settle in their lungs with a comforting weight. Though weary from their journey, the traveller felt compelled to wander, drawn by the silvery glow that pulsed from the lighthouse. Following the curve of the harbour, the traveller walked slowly, allowing the faint moonlight to guide their steps. Ahead, the tower's revolving beam swept over the water, painting gentle arcs on the black expanse of the sea. Each flash on the traveller's face brought with it a curious sense of calm, as if invisible threads of comfort were being woven into their thoughts. The gentle hush of waves against the shore seemed to whisper, "All is well, all is well." Unseen by the newcomer, the keeper worked atop the tower, adjusting the lamp's focus until each ray of light felt perfectly placed. Within that quiet chamber, dusty ledgers lined a simple wooden desk. Long columns of dates, times, and weather notes testified to years of unwavering dedication. Tucked carefully between some worn pages lay sheets of parchment covered in intricate drawings, swirling lines that seemed to chart more than just the coastline. These were charts of tides and star paths, meticulously recorded. Each drawing hinted at a conversation between sea and sky that only the keeper fully understood. Now and then, the keeper looked out the window, scanning the horizon. The ocean was a mirror for the moon, and in that silvery reflection, one could almost imagine shapes drifting beneath the surface, gliding smoothly in time with the current. The keeper smiled softly, remembering the folklore of gentle sea spirits, rumoured to dwell near Old Harbour. According to local tales, these spirits guided lost ships to safety whenever the lighthouse beam shone upon them, forging a connection that transcended the boundaries of ordinary sight. Down in the town, the narrow streets were still and hushed. The soft glow of the occasional lantern gave life to the shadows cast by old timber beams and the arcs of stone bridges. A curious cat or two roamed near silent doorways, pausing to glance up at the passing traveller with an air of secret knowledge. Here, the traveller sensed the weight of history in every old brick and shingle. Whispering breezes carried faint echoes of sailors' lullabies, once sung in taverns, now closed for the night. The traveller, feeling drawn further by the lighthouse's light, eventually reached the base of the tower. It loomed above, a guardian of stories and memories. The door at its base was crafted of thick wood, battered by countless storms. The traveller hesitated, uncertain if they should knock or simply admire the tower's majesty from outside. Before they could decide, the keeper appeared in the threshold, lantern held aloft, eyes warm with a quiet confidence. No words were exchanged at first. Instead, there was a gentle understanding in their gaze. The keeper gestured for the traveller to come inside, and together they climbed the winding steps, the steady rhythm of their feet echoing softly. Along the way, the keeper pointed out small windows looking upon the moonlit bay, the waves glimmering like scattered coins under the vast canopy of stars. With each step, the tower's curvature seemed to cradle them, like a protective arm around two souls making their way towards something profound. At last, they reached the lantern room, where the great lens cast its luminous sweep across the night. The traveller quietly marvelled at its majestic beauty, each polished prism reflecting tiny rainbows of light on the walls. The keeper nodded, silently acknowledging that awe, as though to say, "Yes, this is where the sea and sky join hands in the hush of darkness." Amid the gentle hum of turning gears, the traveller noticed a low wooden table by the curved glass. On it rested a journal, open to a page filled with delicate script and sketches of moon phases. There was a swirl of swirling lines around a single shape resembling a conch shell. The traveller's eyes lingered, curiosity quietly tugging at their heart. In that moment, the keeper placed a kind hand on the traveller's shoulder, then turned to a small chest hidden beneath the table. From within, they lifted a smooth, time-worn conch shell. The shell had an opalescent sheen, catching the lantern light in soft blues and greens. Placing it gently in the traveller's palm, the keeper guided them to hold it to their ear. At first, the traveller heard only a faint resonance, much like the distant sea. But then, as the keeper closed their own eyes in concentration, the traveller sensed a subtle melody, a flowing, gentle music that rose and fell in time with the lighthouse's slow rotation. The notes were so soft that they seemed barely there, yet they carried a mesmerizing comfort, a lullaby born of ocean currents and starlight. It was, in truth, the secret the keeper safeguarded, a quiet bond between the sea's hidden voice and the steady glow of the lighthouse. When merged, these two forces created an energy that soothed troubled hearts and guided lost souls. Over countless nights, the keeper had nurtured this intangible harmony, ensuring that the light shone not only with physical brilliance, but with a deeper, calming essence carried on the very air itself. The traveller felt the melody like a gentle tide, washing away the day's worries. Standing in that lantern room with the beam circling overhead, they closed their eyes and let the music carry them to a place of profound peace. In the hush of the night, it was easy to imagine drifting on the open sea, guided by a light that asked for nothing in return, only that hope be kept alive. Once the silent moment passed, the keeper took back the shell and placed it within the chest, as if tucking away a fragile treasure. A faint smile curved their lips, content that the lighthouse's secret had quietly blessed yet another weary soul. Through the tall windows, the sea glistened, the horizon a line of silver upon silver. For a while longer, the traveller remained in the lantern room, arms resting on the window ledge, gazing at the vast ocean. Down below, the rooftops of Old Harbour lay nestled in slumber, the gentle glow of an occasional lamp reflecting in puddles left by the high tide. Even the subtle cry of a distant night bird felt like part of the grand symphony of darkness. Eventually, the traveller and the keeper made their way down the spiral staircase. With each careful step, the echoes faded, replaced by the soft sigh of the sea that drifted in through the open door. Outside, the sand gleamed under the moonlight, and gentle waves caressed the shore in an unending lullaby. The traveller breathed deeply, carrying the afterglow of the shell's melody in their heart. As the keeper locked the sturdy door, they glanced at the traveller with a nod that conveyed a sense of unity, as if to say, "You have been part of this mystery tonight." Without speaking, they parted ways. The traveller followed a narrow path back toward the town, footsteps brushing through patches of dune grass. The night sky above sparkled with silent brilliance, each star seeming a whispered promise of safe passage and gentle rest. Moving slowly along the winding streets, the traveller felt the hush of Old Harbour embrace them. Familiar shapes of modest homes stood guard, flower boxes dozing until morning, tiny balconies waiting for dawn's first light. The air smelled of soft brine and faint chimney smoke, a blend that evoked feelings of belonging even for a newcomer. Shadows pooled against stone walls, and the traveller's own silhouette moved with the measured grace of someone at peace. Upon reaching the modest inn where they would stay the night, the traveller looked once more to the lighthouse. Its beams swept across the water with a patient rhythm, an unspoken farewell for the evening. The traveller exhaled a quiet sigh, a release of tension and worry. There, in that final gaze, it was evident why this place felt so special. The lighthouse, the keeper, and the sea worked in harmony to protect a tranquil existence. It was a mystery that needed no solution, a secret that sought only to comfort and guide. In a small room with a simple bed and a single window facing the harbour, the traveller finally lay down. Outside, the gentle hush of water against the docks rose and fell. Through the slightly open window, the traveller could hear a soft breeze carrying the faintest echo of the conch's lullaby. Each breath in was filled with the memory of that beautiful shell, of the moonlit tower, and of a keeper's watchful diligence. Time slowed, as though in deference to the comforting hush of night. Drifting on the edges of slumber, the traveller pictured the lantern room high above the sea, the gleaming Fresnel lens turning with measured grace. In that quiet, timeless space, the traveller's eyelids grew heavier, weighed down by gratitude and the melody that lingered in mind and heart. And out at sea, the beam of the lighthouse continued its unfaltering sweep. It touched distant waters, shining like a soft promise for any who might venture near. Guided by an unseen choir of wind and tide, it became more than just a beacon. It was a guardian of dreams, of stories whispered into sleeping ears, of hearts cradled by ancient ocean sighs. Here in Old Harbour, the nights were never lonely. The presence of that sturdy tower, with its gentle caretaker, cast a sense of belonging upon every pebble on the beach and every rooftop in town. It was said that those who found themselves in this harbour, whether by plan or by fate, would always leave carrying a piece of its hush within them. And so, with each new dawn, the lighthouse keeper's quiet devotion continued, weaving a story of comfort and mystery that resonated far beyond the shoreline. As the night pressed on, Old Harbour slept under a blanket of moonlight. Soft waves tapped at the docks, as if reminding the harbour's old wooden beams that one day the tide would come in with the dawn. Yet for now, all remained calm. The small houses seemed to breathe in unison. Even the gulls, perched high on the clay rooftops, waited in gentle repose. And high in the tower, the lamp turned steadily, devoted and unwavering. By the time the moon began to dip toward the horizon, the keeper had already completed their final checks, ensuring the mechanisms remained in perfect balance. The logs were updated with the night's conditions, a small note marking that the tide was unusually gentle, the night air especially still. No mention of the traveller or the shared hush appeared in the ledger. Such a moment needed no record. Instead, it lived in the silent understanding between the keeper, the sea, and any soul willing to listen. Dawn would come soon enough, with the gulls' cries echoing off whitewashed walls, and the scent of fresh bread drifting through narrow lanes. The harbour would awaken with the shuffle of fishermen and the distant bell of a morning church service. Yet before that gentle stirring began, Old Harbour held its breath in reverence, savouring a few final hours of the pure, starlit hush that had given solace to so many. And so the traveller slept, comforted by the lull of rolling waves, while the keeper kept watch. Their secret, the intangible harmony of ocean song and guiding light, remained as steadfast as the stone tower itself. When morning finally arrived, a pale hue in the east signaled the end of darkness. But the memory of the night stayed tucked in the corners of the traveller's mind, like an ember waiting to be rekindled whenever peace was needed again. In Old Harbour, even the most fleeting of visitors could sense the lighthouse's silent invitation. Find your rest here, among the gentle tides, and carry this calm with you wherever you go. The promise of a guiding light in the darkness left each heart a little more at ease. For as long as waves continued to lap these shores, and stars continued to shine overhead, the keeper's secret would live on. And in that enduring hush, the sea would continue to sing, softly, quietly, like a lullaby meant for every weary soul who paused to listen. Night deepened around Old Harbour, cradling every home and cottage in a comforting stillness. The lighthouse lamp carried on in its smooth arc, a gentle guardian against the vast expanse of dark sea. Within the cottages, calm breaths rose and fell, dreams taking shape in the soft spaces of the mind. Beneath a sky blanketed in stars, the rhythm of waves became a steady mantra, each crest and ebb a soothing reminder of the world's quiet wonders. Street lanterns flickered lower, their golden glow diminishing until the hush became almost complete. Every tiny footstep of a night creature, every faint rustle of the breeze, played like a lullaby in harmony with the distant wash of tides. In that quiet hour, just before dawn, the world seemed hushed, resting gently in the knowledge that a new sunrise would come. The keeper stood by the window of the tower, gaze upon the moonlit sea, heart at peace. The harbour slept, safe in its protective cocoon of secrets and stories. And so ends this gentle tale, dear traveller. May its calm stay with you. May the rhythm of the waves lull your thoughts. May sleep bring you comfort and rest. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. I am Owen Thorne, and I welcome you to this soft interlude of story and rest. In a moment, you will travel to Mount Olympus, where the snow-laden summit glistens under a star-swept sky. For now, let your shoulders drop and your breathing slow, releasing tension with each gentle inhale, each calm exhale. Notice the softness in the air around you, imagining it as a tender, silvery hush that invites your body to unwind. As you listen, let this delicate feeling cradle you, guiding your thoughts away from the busyness of the day. Breathe in the peace. Breathe out any heaviness. The tale ahead whispers of ancient gods, serene starlight, and the quiet magic found high above the clouds. Take a moment to settle into comfort, whether you are lying down or reclined. Feel the surface beneath you, supportive and warm. Let your eyelids grow heavy. Let your arms and legs relax. Imagine a small glow in your chest, spreading warmth through your limbs, gently dissolving the remains of the day's concerns. Notice how each breath carries a deeper sense of calm, how it soothes the spaces around your heart and mind. As you sink further into this tranquility, know that you are safe here, carried by the soft lull of these words. Each sentence is meant to guide you into deeper rest. The story will soon unfold in your imagination, yet all you need to do is breathe, relax, and allow the journey to come to you, slowly and gently. High atop the world stood Mount Olympus, its snowy crown touching the night sky. Wispy clouds brushed against the rugged peaks, revealing flickers of starlight. The gentle breeze that wound through the ancient columns at the summit bore whispers of legends long past. In a sheltered hollow, just below the highest spire, a lone traveller arrived as dusk settled, seeking the quiet hush of divine presence. There was an unspoken welcome in the air, almost as if the mountain itself recognized a peaceful soul. The traveller, cloaked in a warm wrap of silvery wool, moved slowly over the pristine snow. Footsteps left the faintest of prints upon that glimmering surface, each indent soon brushed away by drifting powdery flakes. Now and again, the traveller paused to marvel at sculptures carved into the rock, graceful portrayals of gods who once walked these heights. Sparks of moonlight danced off columns and statues, making them glow with a timeless pearly radiance. Far above, the sky shimmered with an endless tapestry of stars. Constellations, once admired by ancient Greeks, now watched over this solitary figure, providing a soft canopy of light. The hush of the wind wrapped around the traveller's ears, its breezes holding quiet echoes of harp music from centuries long gone. Breathing deeply, the traveller sensed that the world was somehow simpler here, purified by the crisp mountain air and the silent guardians of myth. Long ago, Zeus himself was said to have perched on these heights, where thunderclouds gathered at his will. Yet tonight, there were no storms, only a tranquil hush. Snow settled gently across every surface, layering the peaks in a plush blanket of white. Crystalline flakes glistened whenever the moon peeked through a veil of clouds. Everything felt suspended, as though time had momentarily paused to let serenity fill the spaces in between each breath. Stepping further along a narrow path, the traveller came upon a wide plateau, its edges revealing a grand view of the valley below. Twinkling lights from distant villages dotted the darkness like fireflies across a tapestry. Soft breezes carried the faint smell of pine and distant cedar, mingling with the cool scent of fresh fallen snow. From behind a weathered marble pillar, an owl emerged, silent wings gliding in the moonlight before it vanished into the shadows again. The traveller found a sheltered spot beneath a gracefully arched column, remnants of a great temple that once housed sacred gatherings. This broken structure now served as a quiet refuge. The traveller knelt and laid out a small cushion, the material plush against the cold marble floor. Overhead, the sky felt infinite, a backdrop to wandering thoughts. In the stillness, every inhale felt like a soft invitation to let go of earthly cares. Stories say that on quiet nights you might sense the gentle watchfulness of Athena, or hear the faint ringing of Apollo's lyre in the drifting wind. Tonight, however, these gods and their echoes were subtle, like a soft memory left behind in the stones. The traveller relaxed against a pillar, gazing at the starlight shimmering on distant snowdrifts. Even the gentle stirring of the breeze felt like a sacred lullaby, caressing the cool marble in soft, melodic arcs. Far below, a hidden grove of olive trees sighed in the night air. Their leaves rustled in tender waves, each gentle sound carrying the hush of distant legends. Occasionally, a falling star left a pale streak across the heavens. The traveller's eyes followed those gleaming trails, admiring the ephemeral beauty that lit up the darkness for the briefest moment, then faded back into silence. In this place, no thought was rushed, no step hurried. The marble columns were etched with symbols of lightning bolts and eagles, subtle tributes to Zeus's dominion. But where once might have been mighty roars of thunder, the hush of snowfall now ruled. The traveller traced a fingertip over the faded carvings, feeling the delicate grooves in the stone. The touch connected realms of past and present, each breath bridging the stories of antiquity with the gentle heartbeat of the current moment. A subtle glow started to rise behind the mountain silhouette, the silver moon drifting closer to its zenith. This was the hour of deep night, where dreams took shape, and the veil between myth and reality grew thin. The traveller's mind filled with soft wonder, imagining how the gods might have gathered here, ambrosia in hand, starlight dancing on their robes, laughter echoing through the columns. Yet the traveller also sensed that the mountain's greatest gift was its quiet invitation to be still. Beneath an archway half buried in snow, a small pool reflected the moon's gentle light. Icicles hung like fragile chandeliers around the water's edge. Their crystalline tips dripped with shimmering droplets, creating a soft cadence as each droplet met the pool's surface. The traveller knelt beside it, mesmerized by the mirror of moonlight. A gentle breeze brushed across the water, stirring ripples that danced across reflections of a timeless sky. The traveller took a sip of water from a simple flask, letting the cool taste refresh the senses. It was at this tranquil hour that the traveller's eyelids felt heavy yet comforted, as though the hush of the mountain wished to lull every visitor into a peaceful slumber. Shadows of passing clouds slipped across the plateau, fleeting shapes that only accentuated the soft glow of the snow. In the stillness, a faint tinkling sound arose, as if tiny bells were carried on the breeze. Leaning closer to a half-buried altar, the traveller discovered a few scattered offerings, polished stones and dried flowers left behind by those who journeyed here before. Each item held a silent story of hope, gratitude, or reverence for the ancient powers that once ruled this lofty realm. The traveller smiled at these small tokens of devotion, touched by the gentle echoes of human faith. Just then, the clouds parted above, revealing the moon in its full splendour. Its beams illuminated the grand pillars with a soft, pearly radiance. The traveller observed how the columns seemed alive under that glow, each detail carved into them suddenly more vivid. Spirals, leaves, and mythological creatures etched with patient craftsmanship. The light also graced the traveller's cloak, turning its silvery threads into ribbons of moonlight dancing across the wool. Stepping away from the altar, the traveller paused near a low wall carved with images of the eagle, Zeus's sacred messenger. The golden aura that might have once marked these symbols was faded, but under the moon, the carvings held a quiet brilliance all their own. A sense of timelessness pervaded the air, as though the mountain existed between the swift current of modern days and the ancient river of myths. Seeking a new vantage point, the traveller moved gently around the perimeter, discovering a narrow corridor of arches still intact despite centuries of weather. Here, wind whispered through the hollows, creating a faint echo that rose and fell like distant chanting. Softly, the traveller made a bed of rolled blankets on the stone floor, placing a small lantern with a sheltered flame at one corner. The flame's glow merged kindly with the silvery gleam from the sky, layering the surroundings in a comforting radiance. Kneeling down, the traveller watched the flame dance in the breeze. The mild flicker cast shifting shadows along the arches. It was as though the silhouette of each ancient figure might momentarily spring to life. Yet the traveller felt no fear, only a calm acceptance that here, within the realm of the gods, each shadow was but an echo of stories told and retold across countless generations. Deep night enveloped the summit, and the hush grew even more profound. A gentle hum seemed to radiate from the stones themselves, as if they remembered the footsteps of gods who once called this peak home. In that stillness, the traveller's thoughts turned peaceful. Each breath was steady. The heart slowed into a restful rhythm. A soft, comforting ache spread through muscles tired from the climb, relieved now by the mountain's protective calm. To the east, the faint glimmer of dawn was still hours away. Above, the stars seemed to sway in patterns only they understood, forming a luminous web across the vaulted sky. The traveller thought of the old tales, how Pegasus soared among those constellations, how Artemis guided the moon's chariot across the heavens. The hush of the summit allowed such imaginings to settle gently in the mind, almost as if they were as real as the hush of the wind. With the final shift of the breeze, a soft swirl of snow drifted across the plateau. The traveller pulled the cloak closer. Tiny crystals glinted in the lantern light, swirling like stardust at the traveller's feet before drifting off into the dark. It felt as though the mountain was offering its own lullaby, a calm, swirling dance of light and snow, timeless and comforting. Slowly, the traveller lay down atop the folded blankets, gazing upward through the arches, where the sky stretched immeasurably. Thoughts began to blur, lulled by the deep quiet. Every now and then, the traveller caught a subtle melody in the wind, a suggestion of harps or the rustle of ancient garments. Memories flickered, glimpses of Greek heroes, shimmering corridors of marble, the triumphant beating of mighty wings. Yet these images were soothing rather than overwhelming, like long forgotten lullabies returning for a gentle visit. In the hush, it was easy to imagine a soft glow in the center of the traveller's chest, expanding like a warm sphere of tranquility. This glow reached outward to the arches, to the pillars, to the moonlit courtyard, until it seemed to embrace the entire mountaintop. The traveller sensed a kinship with the stones and the sky. They too existed in a serene dance, each an integral part of this lofty realm. For centuries, pilgrims and wanderers had come seeking guidance or solitude, leaving with hearts lightened by the mountain's silent gift of peace. Beneath the arcs of moonlit marble, the traveller's breathing grew gentle, in harmony with the rhythmic hush of the wind. The summit itself seemed to exhale, as if welcoming each visitor with open arms. Over centuries, the grand legends may have waned, yet the spirit of kindness and quiet wonder lingered, woven into every ridge and path. Tonight, that essence enveloped the traveller, cradling body and spirit in an otherworldly stillness. Sometimes, in the swirl of modern life, mortals forget to pause and truly listen. Yet, on this snowy summit, listening became effortless. The faintest creak of ice, the soft crunch of distant footfalls, even the gentle movement of air against a cloak. Each sound arrived as a gift, a nudge to stay present and calm. In that presence, the traveller felt a deep sense of belonging. The traveller's eyes drifted shut for a moment, only to reopen at the whisper of the wind. A gentle voice, carried in the breeze, seemed to say, "Rest here, dear wanderer, for the mountain holds you with care." Perhaps it was merely the mind's interpretation of the soft gust, but the traveller smiled, allowing that reassuring notion to settle warmly in the heart. In that acceptance, peace unfurled like a rose beneath the stars. Across the plateau, the columns stood like silent sentinels. Snow crowned their tops, making them resemble graceful candles in the vast darkness. The traveller watched the gentle flicker of the lantern, its flame unwavering despite the wind, as though shielded by the goodwill of the ancient gods. A profound hush draped over the scene, and every thought of daily life seemed to float away, replaced by the luminous quiet of this sacred height. With each moment, the traveller slipped further into repose. The hush of the summit filled the traveller's mind like soft mist settling over a valley. The traveller's chest rose and fell with unhurried ease, each breath dissolving any lingering tension. The peak itself seemed to watch over this solitary guest. In the calm of that watching, the traveller found an abiding sense of comfort and safety. Thoughts meandered through images of feasts in shimmering halls, cups brimming with nectar, the gentle laughter of immortals drifting under starlit ceilings. Yet these recollections were as soft as drifting clouds, light, feathery, and unintrusive. Every detail arrived as if carried by a warm, comforting breeze, guiding the traveller further into a realm of deep restoration. From the corner of one's vision, an owl glided by again, its graceful wings cutting through the silence without a sound. For a moment, it perched on the broken ledge, tilting its head in quiet observation before vanishing into the night. The traveller felt a fleeting connection, a subtle understanding that even in solitude, one was never truly alone on Olympus's snowy heights. Nature had its own gentle guardians, ensuring harmony across the stillness. Flurries of snow continued to float through the air in delicate spirals. The wind seemed to slow, as if not to disturb the traveller's calm. In that near silent hush, the stones beneath told tales of ancient footsteps, banquets, and roaring celebrations. Yet these were only distant echoes now. What remained was a lullaby of time, vast, continuous, and ever-present. The traveller breathed in that timelessness, felt it within each beat of the heart. Clouds drifted across the moon once more, dimming the plateau's light. Shadows merged with the snow, creating gentle shapes that swayed across the marble. The traveller, half dreaming, found wonder in each shift of shadow and glow. The hush was so complete, it almost hummed, a soft frequency of stillness that vibrated through the arches, along the ground, and finally settled in the traveller's bones. Another shooting star streaked across the sky, as if a final blessing from the cosmos. The traveller watched it fade into the darkness, letting that fleeting spark guide the mind ever nearer to restful dreams. The hush of the summit grew even deeper, welcoming the traveller's slow descent into slumber. In that quiet lull, each breath was like a whisper through the ancient halls of memory, gently calling for complete release. Softly, the traveller's eyes closed. The lantern's glow flickered one last time, then gently steadied, as if comforting the resting soul. All around, the summit cradled this peaceful moment. The hush settled like a warm blanket, draping the traveller's mind and heart with an invitation to dream. The marble columns stood watch, silent guardians of the night's serenity. In the far distance, dawn lay dormant. The wind carried only the lightest caress, careful not to wake the traveller. The snowy peaks shone faintly beneath a veil of starlight, a timeless realm where worries vanished as quickly as footprints in the drifting snow. The hush remained absolute, a promise of tranquility that lulled thoughts into soft stillness. Slowly, the night itself breathed a gentle sigh, as though approving of this well-deserved rest. No rush, no urgency, only the tender quiet of the mountain and sky. The traveller sank deeper, guided by the softness, each breath an echo of calm. Here, on the summit of Mount Olympus, the peaceful hush was the final lullaby, carrying the weary soul into deep, renewing slumber. And so, at the edge of myth and starlight, the traveller found complete repose. The gentle expanse of Mount Olympus, crowned in eternal snow, offered a night free from worry. Its silent blessing lingered in the air, ready to soothe any mortal who ventured there. May the hush of Zeus's snowy summit carry you too into the soft realm of dreams. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello, I'm Owen Thorne, and welcome to this gentle journey. Tonight, you're invited to drift into tranquility as you explore the first signs of spring in the ancient Black Forest of Germany. In just a moment, you'll wander through lush woodlands, stirring from winter's quiet hush. For now, settle into a warm, comfortable space. Soften your gaze or close your eyes if you wish. Notice the rhythm of your breath, each slow inhale drawing in calm, each exhale releasing worry. Feel the weight of your body gently supported, and let any tension melt away with each passing moment. You are safe here. Take a few more deep, soothing breaths, feeling the coolness enter your lungs and the softness flow through every muscle. With every exhalation, invite peace to fill your thoughts, allowing any remaining stress to gently dissolve. Visualize yourself at the edge of an ancient woodland path, canopied by towering evergreens. The forest beckons you forward, offering refuge beneath its emerald roof. There is no rush, no urgency, only a steady assurance that you've arrived at a place of serenity. As your heart beats slow, your mind grows calm, ready to embrace the forest's silent wonder. Breathe and let us begin. In the misty dawn, a lone traveller stepped onto a quiet trail that meandered into the depths of the Black Forest. Winter had kept the woodlands hushed, but now faint stirrings hinted that spring was near. Beads of dew sparkled on budding grasses, reflecting the pale light of a new sun. Branches creaked as they swayed gently overhead, shaking off the last remnants of frost. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, as if each pine needle and fern knew that warmth would soon follow. The traveller paused, breathing in the scent of damp earth and tender growth. Towering evergreens formed a living cathedral, filtering the early sunshine into shifting beams that illuminated patches of moss below. Tiny buds of wildflowers poked through the undergrowth, their colours still muted but brimming with promise. A blackbird called from a distant branch, its notes echoing softly. The traveller's footsteps were gentle on a soft carpet of pine needles, each step guided by the quiet invitation of the forest. The hush around them felt timeless, carrying echoes of centuries past. Slowly, the traveller moved deeper, as though guided by an unspoken awareness shared by every leaf, twig, and creature stirring awake. A cluster of snowdrops caught the traveller's eye, their delicate white blossoms swaying in a near imperceptible breeze. Sunlight glistened on droplets of melted frost, which trickled down the dark bark of an ancient spruce. The forest exhaled a mild sweetness, a subtle perfume of moist earth, mixed with the gentlest hints of new life. Beneath the traveller's feet, layers of fallen leaves crunched softly, a reminder of the cycle of seasons that continuously renewed the land. Through the silence, a faint trickle hinted at a hidden stream, weaving its way beneath roots and stones, quietly welcoming the coming warmth. High above, the dense canopy shifted in the faint morning wind, letting ribbons of light dance across the forest floor. Each flicker of illumination revealed tiny miracles, budding ferns, tender mushrooms and emerald moss that thrived in the sheltering shade. Pausing by a fallen log, the traveller noticed fresh sprigs of growth emerging from decaying wood. Nature's promise that life perpetually follows rest. The forest seemed to breathe in unison with the day, each rising breeze a gentle inhalation, each lull a peaceful exhalation. In the distance, the hush of tree boughs mingled with an intermittent chorus of birdsong. Moving along the winding path, the traveller caught a glimpse of a shy deer peering from behind a cluster of firs. Its soft brown eyes mirrored the tranquility of these woodlands. For a moment, they watched each other with mutual curiosity. Then, with quiet grace, the deer slipped back into the cover of brush. The traveller continued, stepping through a patch of sunlight that felt surprisingly warm against winter-chilled air. Bits of green poked out through the lingering frost, each blade a testament to spring's gentle insistence. Every element of the forest reflected this patient shift from slumber to awakening. A gentle stirring in the undergrowth revealed another glimpse of animal life. A squirrel darting among the branches, gathering the first seeds of the season. Farther along, the traveller passed a tall fir, its trunk marked by the passing of countless years. In its bark, hidden insects tapped faint rhythms, stirring from winter's stillness. The traveller placed a hand on the rough trunk, feeling a subtle vibration beneath the fingers. The tree, ancient yet vibrant, seemed quietly alive to every rustle and whisper. As if in response, the wind eased, allowing the forest to settle into a more profound hush. Soon, the path led to a small clearing where pale morning light streamed unbroken from the sky. Soft grasses, still wet with dew, formed a silvery carpet. The traveller paused, listening to a blackbird's melodic call. Its clear notes danced between tree trunks, echoing through the open glen. Here, the breath of spring was unmistakable. Tiny blossoms of pale yellow peeked from the grass, trembling with each passing breeze. The still air carried a hint of warmth, lifting the last traces of winter's chill. The traveller lingered, savouring the moment, heart calmed by the simplicity of morning light and open space. A narrow stream cut through the far edge of the clearing, its quiet murmur drawing the traveller closer. Kneeling at the water's edge, they watched ripples glide across smooth stones, carrying fragments of leaves left over from autumn. The crystal surface reflected patches of sky and branches overhead, creating a mosaic of blue and green. The traveller dipped a hand into the cool flow, feeling the steady pulse that nourished the forest. It was a gentle reminder that, beneath the apparent stillness, life was in constant motion here. Rising once more, the traveller continued, following the water's soft, inviting song. The stream meandered among thick roots, guiding the traveller toward a grove of birch trees. Their pale, slender trunks stood out against the darker pines, lending a hint of brightness to the woodland. Delicate catkins dangled from branches, promising new seeds. A faint rustling overhead hinted at small birds perched among the budding leaves. Each step seemed more effortless than the last, as though the forest's awakening spirit beckoned one forward. The hush was not empty, but filled with subtle harmonies. The trickle of water, the rustle of branches, and the gentle pulse of creatures stirring from winter's long slumber. An old wooden footbridge arched across the stream, beckoning the traveller to cross. The planks, worn smooth by time, creaked faintly underfoot, echoing in the stillness. Leaning over the rail, the traveller watched the current swirl beneath, carrying early blossoms that had fallen from nearby trees. In the soft sunlight, the water shimmered like a silver ribbon. Beyond the bridge, the path climbed slightly, offering a new vantage point among taller pines. From this gentle rise, the forest spread in a tapestry of greens and browns, woven with pockets of returning life. With a calm heart, the traveller ventured onward. Further ahead, the traveller spotted a grassy knoll dappled with sunlight filtering through wide oak branches. The oaks stood in silent watch, gnarled and moss-covered, their thick trunks testament to ages long past. At their feet, delicate wildflowers bloomed in clusters of soft purple and white. The faint hum of bees drifted through the air, a sure sign that winter's reign had ended. Here, everything felt sacred and alive. The fresh scents, the quiet hum of insects, the gentle sway of the forest canopy. The traveller's senses softened, the mind quieted, and the spirit felt lighter with each careful breath. Choosing a spot in this tranquil glade, the traveller rested against a large oak. Sunlit motes danced in the air, and a gentle breeze brushed the skin like a faint caress. The forest seemed to pause, as if to share a secret. That stillness holds more power than any rush. Birds flitted among the branches, chirping in hushed tones. The traveller's eyes closed for a moment, lulled by the forest's lullaby. Shadows shifted slowly as clouds drifted overhead, revealing patches of deeper blue sky. In the oak's steady presence, there was a soothing sense of companionship, ancient and unwavering. After a time, the traveller rose and continued along a winding trail that skirted around thick clusters of evergreen. Here, remnants of winter still clung to the shaded soil, tiny drifts of snow dissolving steadily. Yet even in these cooler pockets, new life stirred. Small shoots pushed through the thinning white, determined to meet the sunlight. The air smelled of moist pine needles and awakening soil. High above, a woodpecker's rhythmic tapping broke the hush, a sign that nesting season had begun. The traveller smiled, knowing this sound was as much part of spring as the arrival of buds and blossoms. Gradually, the trail opened onto a hillside where golden sunlight poured through the thinning canopy. Here grew clusters of daffodils, their bright petals swaying in a gentle breeze. Their warm colour stood out against the deep greens of the forest, announcing spring's arrival with joyful brilliance. A passing butterfly, vivid in colour, danced among the blooms, pausing just long enough to rest on a silky petal. In the distance, a faint cascade indicated a waterfall, its soft roar muted by distance. The traveller inhaled the vibrant air, each breath a renewal, heart quietly lifted by the soft persistence of nature. Following the promise of cascading water, the traveller descended a winding slope. The forest floor here was thick with ferns unfurling tender fronds, their spiral shapes whispering of new beginnings. A pair of robins hopped among them, pecking inquisitively at the damp soil. The sun's warmth reached between branches, illuminating the traveller's path with a comforting glow. Soon the soft roar of water grew clearer, and through a break in the trees, the traveller glimpsed a small waterfall tumbling over mossy rocks. Its steady flow sent a misty haze into the air, turning sunlight into a misty prism of colour. Reaching the waterfall's edge, the traveller stood entranced by the gentle rush. Water spilled over the rocky ledge, cascading into a clear pool below that glimmered with fish, darting in fleeting arcs of silver. The constant splash filled the air with a soothing murmur, a lullaby older than memory. Moss clung to the stones, vibrant in the perpetual moisture, forming a velvety green tapestry. Kneeling beside the pool, the traveller dipped a hand into the cool water, feeling a tingle that was both refreshing and grounding. In this pocket of life, the forest's heartbeat was palpable, an ever-present promise of renewal. A gentle climb led away from the waterfall, the path winding back toward denser stands of pine. The traveller noticed tiny rivulets branching from the main flow, carrying nourishment to hidden corners of the forest. Along the trail, the ground softened with fallen needles, muffling each footstep. Here, the hush returned, more profound, as though the waterfall's song existed only in memory. In that silence, a serene connection to nature deepened, offering the traveller a sense of unity with the ancient land. The sky overhead took on a gentle afternoon glow, and the forest breathed in a quiet, sustaining rhythm. The traveller climbed a low ridge where sunlight filtered in gentle waves. At the top, they paused to survey a wide expanse of tree canopy stretching endlessly below. Far off, sloping hills faded into mist, their dark outlines softened by distance. In the mild breeze, branches sighed contentedly. Time seemed suspended here, the forest's wisdom older than any clock or calendar. The traveller felt an immense gratitude for this living tapestry of roots, streams, and creatures, each playing a part in spring's unfolding story. With a calm mind and a slow breath, the journey continued downward into the waiting woods. Eventually, the path curved toward an ancient stand of firs, their trunks tall and proud. The forest floor grew cooler, lit by gentle green-tinted light. Here, the traveller spotted faint traces of footsteps in the soft ground, perhaps from another wanderer seeking the forest's peace. Occasionally, a squirrel chattered or a passing bird called, but otherwise silence reigned. The air felt cleansing, as though each inhalation contained the essence of renewal. Even the traveller's thoughts grew quiet, inspired by the patience of centuries-old trees. In their presence, any worries or burdens seemed small, drifting away like fallen leaves on a breeze. Emerging from the firs at last, the traveller saw the trail's exit looming through the trees, where sunlight brightened a small meadow. Pausing at the threshold, the traveller looked back, taking in one final grateful view. Tall pines waved in the breeze, offering a silent farewell. Tiny blossoms swayed at their feet, greeting the gentler season with joy. The forest, now fully awake, seemed to hum with quiet vitality. Holding that memory close, the traveller stepped into the meadow, carrying the hush and warmth of the black forest within. The story of spring's awakening would remain, a comforting echo in the heart. Now, dear listener, let that gentle hush fill your thoughts. Picture the forest's emerald canopy overhead and the soft carpet of moss underfoot. Envision yourself strolling along those peaceful trails, the hush of the pines guiding each calm breath. Feel the mild spring air against your skin, and let any tension dissolve, replaced by a serene sense of belonging. You can still hear the faint sounds of birds calling from the highest branches, or the trickle of water making its way over smooth stones. There is no need to move or think. Simply allow your mind to settle as the ancient trees stand watch. At this moment, you have all the time you need. Breathe slowly, inhaling a gentle calm and exhaling any lingering cares. Let the memory of the traveller's steps through the black forest lull you toward the soothing arms of restful sleep. With each soft inhale, picture the bright snowdrops and blooming daffodils, a reminder that warmth and renewal always follow the quiet of winter. Let your body grow heavier, sinking into a peaceful embrace as though nature itself were cradling you. Feel the hush of the woodlands descend upon you, easing your thoughts into a gentle rhythm as steady as the forest's heartbeat. There is no rush and no task waiting. Here, only tranquility remains, a soft whisper carrying you deeper into a place of complete rest. Inhale once more and sense that patient power of spring's unfolding promise. Exhale and allow any final tension to float away like morning mist. Now, drift into slumber with a tender heart, comforted by the black forest's ancient lullaby. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. I am Owen Thorne, and I welcome you to a space of calm and comfort. Here, in the gentle hush of the evening, you find yourself preparing for rest, ready to let go of the weight of the day. In just a moment, we will wander into a grand Victorian library, where the soft patter of raindrops on ancient windows will lull you into a state of peaceful drowsiness. For now, take a slow, deliberate breath, inhaling gentle warmth and exhaling any lingering tension. Feel your muscles begin to soften and your thoughts begin to drift, as if guided by a gentle current that carries you towards stillness. Notice the gentle rhythm of your heartbeat, steady and reassuring, reminding you that you can release your cares and settle into comfort. Soon, you will step into a place of whispers and worn leather tomes, where softly glowing lamps cast dancing shapes upon polished wood floors. For now, simply allow each breath to deepen, each pause between breaths to lengthen, and feel the day's worries melt away. Let yourself sink into the soothing quiet, knowing you are in a welcoming, tranquil presence that embraces you just as you are. As you grow heavier with relaxation, your mind drifts easily, ready to be guided on a gentle journey through soft lamplight and falling rain. Close your eyes, if you haven't already, and let us begin. We will wander there together, one step at a time, in gentle, meditative exploration. You are safe, you are free, and you are welcome. Late in the evening, a solitary figure stands at the edge of a grand Victorian library. Outside, rain gently taps against tall, leaded glass windows, a soothing percussion that complements the hush within. A lantern on the wall casts a warm glow, illuminating a series of carved gargoyle faces that adorn the upper reaches of the wooden beams. The figure quietly pushes open the heavy oak door, revealing a vast interior lined with shelves that seem to stretch into shadowy corners, each containing weathered volumes bound in faded cloth and ornate leather. Soft lamplight bathes the polished floor, reflecting the dancing flames of a flickering hearth that crackles with gentle contentment. As the door closes, the outside world fades away, replaced by an enveloping sense of seclusion and serenity. In this silent, comforting place, the burdens of the day drift into the background, and peace settles like a gentle hush over all. The air carries a hint of antique parchment, a sweet, aged aroma that evokes centuries of collected wisdom. Each breath taken amid these towering shelves seems to cultivate a quiet reverence for the stories hidden within their pages. It is a realm of hushed curiosity, an invitation to explore without hurry or expectation. Stepping deeper into the room, the figure notices the detailed craftsmanship of the library's architecture. Dark wooden arches curve overhead, their carved flourishes illuminated by amber-tinted sconces on the walls, while shadows linger in the spaces between. Every surface appears softened by time, each imperfection telling a gentle tale of those who once wandered here. A faint echo of raindrops resonates like a lullaby, coaxing the mind into a place of dreamy introspection. Near the library's center, stands a circular reading table adorned with a single lamp, its shade fashioned from delicately embroidered fabric. The lamp's glow is subdued, revealing only the nearest spines of books and the subtle swirl in the wood grain beneath it. Not too far away, rows of plush armchairs beckon, arranged around the hearth, where embers glow behind a protective iron screen. There's a sense that time moves slower here, that each moment is suspended in a gentle hush, free from demands or obligations. Somewhere overhead, perhaps in a hidden corner of the ceiling, a clock ticks softly, measuring out the moments with patient precision. With each tick, the figure feels a gentle pull inward, drawing them closer to the heart of this tranquil space. Venturing deeper among the shelves, the figure's footsteps make hardly a sound against the plush carpets that run along the aisles. Every so often, a window appears between the towering bookcases, revealing the endless cascade of raindrops outside, streaming down the glass in shimmering lines. Beyond, the landscape is cloaked in darkness, with only the faint outline of a distant garden hedge. Within the library, however, light and shadow create a world of their own, like a quiet stage set for a gentle story. The figure's gaze lingers on the books lining each shelf. Some volumes are slender, with gilded titles so worn they can barely be read. Others are thick, bearing elaborate floral patterns or heraldic crests, their pages yellowed with age. A subtle hush seems to emanate from these tomes, as though centuries of whispered secrets reside between their covers. In this space, the rustle of pages could be the loudest sound, yet even that would be hushed by the library's dreamy aura. With no urgency to disrupt the silence, the figure gently trails fingers along the spines, feeling the textured surfaces and the echoes of times long past. A sense of warmth blossoms, like a comforting reassurance that these quiet stories remain steadfast and unhurried, waiting for anyone in need of solace. Not far from the main reading area, the figure discovers a small alcove, curtained off by plush velvet drapes that shimmer with faint patterns. Drawing the curtain aside, they reveal a cozy nook fitted with a chaise lounge and a low table. Here, the walls are lined with wooden panels, displaying the subtle patina of ages, and the atmosphere feels even more intimate. A single stained glass lamp hangs overhead, casting fragmented colours across the ceiling. The faint fragrance of old leather mingles with the gentle aroma of beeswax polish, imparting a soothing familiarity. Settling onto the chaise lounge, the figure listens to the rain as it forms a rhythmic chorus of gentle percussion against the glass panes. Each droplet falls in its own time, weaving together a melody that soothes the soul. When a particularly soft roll of thunder murmurs in the distance, it almost seems to harmonize with the crackling of the fireplace beyond the alcove. In this pocket of stillness, the figure allows their gaze to wander, taking in the flicker of lamplight dancing upon polished surfaces. They feel no rush, no need to be anywhere else, content to surrender to the lull of the library's serene embrace. All around, the hush seems to amplify the smallest details. A tiny whisper of air flows through the room, perhaps stirred by a discreet vent or a hidden draft. It causes the curtains to sway ever so slightly, like a breath passing through. The figure's awareness drifts, noticing the gentle hum of the library's atmosphere and the quiet rustle of pages that might be turned in distant corners. It is as if the place itself breathes in sync with the rain outside, each drop a heartbeat in the library's timeless existence. For a moment, the figure imagines the many guests who might have visited this sanctuary long ago, each searching for respite within these storied walls. A faint sense of camaraderie arises, uniting the present moment with all those in the past who found solace here. There is a shared wonder, a universal peace in this hush that transcends the boundaries of time. Like an old friend, this library welcomes all who seek a quiet harbour, promising them a refuge from the clamours of the world. The figure closes their eyes, listening to the rain's comforting patter and the subdued crackling of burning wood in the fireplace beyond the alcove. In the heart of the library, a massive wooden staircase spirals upward to a mezzanine lined with more shelves and hidden reading nooks. From below, one can see the carved balustrade, each spindle resembling a twisting vine, an homage to nature's delicate forms. As the figure rises from the chaise lounge and gently parts the alcove's curtains, they consider ascending that spiral. Drawn by curiosity, they step onto the first stair, noticing the slight creak of the wood, a friendly sound that reveals the staircase's age and character. With each step upward, lamplight from below fades, replaced by the muted glow of sconces along the mezzanine railing. At the top, a panorama of the library unfolds, a tapestry of leather-bound spines, golden titles, and flickering lights dancing among the shelves. The patter of rain intensifies momentarily, as though to accompany this brief climb with a gentle crescendo. Reaching the landing, the figure pauses to absorb the scene. The tall windows streaked with silver droplets, the flicker of warm illumination on the polished floor, and the swirling shadows cast by the hearth below. It is a vantage point that invites reflection, offering a quiet perspective on this comforting domain. Along the mezzanine, there are smaller shelves filled with volumes of poetry, illustrated botanical guides, and diaries from eras long past. A narrow stained glass window sits at the far end, its vibrant colours muted by the night sky and the rainfall outside. Occasionally, a flash of distant lightning lends a gentle luminosity to the patterns, igniting them with a momentary glow. The figure drifts along the corridor, one hand lightly trailing against the carved banister, feeling the smoothness worn by time and touch. Small sconces punctuate the gloom, their flames flickering behind frosted glass, casting subtle shadows that dance along the walls. Beneath one of these lights, a wingback chair sits near a low table, offering another inviting place to rest. The figure notices a volume left open on the table's surface, its yellowed pages revealing hand-drawn illustrations of rare flowers. Soft pencil notes in the margins hint at the careful study of an unknown scholar from a time gone by. In this hush, every subtle detail carries significance, each artifact a tangible connection to a larger tapestry of human thought and exploration. The figure imagines the students, the dreamers, and the gentle souls who once gazed upon these pages, hearts open to quiet wonder. A fine mist of memory and imagination seems to hover in the air, weaving together what was and what might be. The figure turns a page in the old floral tome, admiring the intricacy of each illustration. Delicate petals rendered in careful lines of ink and watercolor. It is a small moment of discovery, a communion with the past, inviting reflection on the patience and artistry poured into every illustration. Outside, the rain's lullaby continues unbroken, a reassuring presence that underscores the library's unwavering calm. When the figure lifts their gaze, they notice how the lamp's glow illuminates motes of dust drifting in the still air, turning them into tiny golden specks. This quiet dance of light and dust conveys a sense of gentle timelessness, as though each speck moves in unison with the beating of a dreamy heart. For a while, the figure lingers there, soaking in the atmosphere, content to let the hush wash over them. There is no haste, no pressure, only the soft, nurturing ambience of this guarded haven. The library seems to breathe a promise. Here, you are free to pause, to reflect, to drift. Eventually, the figure closes the book with care and stands, sensing a subtle desire to wander further. Moving along the mezzanine, they pass another quiet corner, a comfortable settee flanked by small tables stacked with pamphlets and journals. The subdued scent of lavender potpourri drifts from a dish perched atop one of the tables, complementing the perpetual fragrance of old paper. Beyond the corner, a narrow set of steps descends to a secondary reading room, slightly hidden from the main hall. Curiosity guides the figure down, each step accompanied by a faint squeak of wooden boards. Here, the shadows are deeper, the light even softer, but the ambience remains gentle and welcoming. Shelves extend in neat rows, and in the center, a large antique globe stands as a silent witness to countless past explorations. Its continents are painted in faded colors, and the seas are a pale blue, dotted with swirling lines denoting ancient trade routes. Running a hand across its surface, the figure senses the lingering echoes of travelers and dreamers who once mapped out distant journeys. In this hush, even the slightest touch becomes a bridge to countless stories. A single armchair, upholstered in burgundy velvet, stands near the globe, inviting yet another pause. A small reading lamp arcs overhead, its golden light forming a cozy circle that cuts through the dimness. The figure settles into the chair, drawn by the quiet comfort it offers, and allows the library's peaceful essence to envelop every sense. Closing their eyes for a brief moment, they listen to the way the rain outside seems to ebb and flow, like an ocean tide against the windows. Each soft gust of wind shifts the droplets' rhythm, producing a gentle murmur that soothes the mind. Time stretches out, unspooling with each hushed breath, creating a sanctuary where the outside world drifts far, far away. The figure's thoughts slow, unraveling like a spool of fine thread, free to wander among images of gentle candlelight, quiet reading corners, and warm hearths. Even the distant clock, faintly ticking overhead, seems less like a measurement of passing time and more like a lullaby. In this realm, the night is endless and kind, made of little more than the rustle of pages and the hush of raindrops. It is a refuge where the heart can rest, content in the knowledge that nothing else is required, nothing else is urgent. Rising once again, the figure notices the subtle shift in the rainfall, which has now eased into a light, melodic drizzle. A sense of renewed curiosity leads them back to the main hall, where the fireplace glows steadily and cast iron andirons hold the settling embers. Wisps of smoke curl upward, merging into the chimney's darkness, and the flickering flames illuminate a tapestry on the far wall. The tapestry depicts a serene countryside under moonlight, its threads faded into pastel tones that mirror the hush of the library. The figure approaches, drawn by the artistry of woven fabric that once told a more vivid tale. Now it has grown quiet and subdued, much like the library itself, carrying echoes of memories from an era gone by. A plush rug stretches before the fireplace, inviting a moment of reflection beside the warmth. Sinking to the rug, the figure feels the gentle heat radiating from the embers, a tender contrast to the cool night air drifting through the window frames. Here, the library's heartbeat resonates in the soft glow, the whisper of pages, the hiss of raindrops, the gentle crackle of wood. In this moment, all is still, and the figure lets that stillness envelop them like a cherished blanket. Gazing into the embers, the figure imagines the gentle hush of dawn that will eventually fill this space, when early sunlight filters through the stained glass windows. They picture motes of dust swirling in golden beams, the library waking slowly to the promise of a new day, yet remaining ever tranquil. For now, darkness envelops the scene, offering a cocoon of restfulness that asks nothing of the world. With the crackling flames as a gentle companion, the figure's thoughts meander through recollections of peaceful mornings, cozy blankets, and the aroma of tea steeping in the distance. It is a tapestry of comforting images, all woven together by the steady drum of rain on the windows. No rush to move, no call to hurry, just an understanding that rest is its own reward in this timeless moment. The figure leans back against a velvet cushion, letting the ebb and flow of thought converge into a soft lull. In this hush, it becomes clear that the library holds not just books, but a space for dreams as well. Dreams that extend beyond the pages, shaped by the gentle harmonies of the night and the quiet wonder of the soul. Gradually, the figure's eyes wander across the library, observing the interplay of light and shadow. Long beams of the ceiling arc overhead, creating a cathedral-like vault for peaceful reflection. In an unspoken invitation, the room itself seems to say, Linger as long as you wish. Outside, the drizzle remains steady and comforting, a universal lullaby that soothes the sleeping world beyond these walls. Each raindrop is a gentle messenger of calm, pattering across the windows in a language only the quiet heart can truly understand. From the shelves, rows of silent volumes stand as sentinels of knowledge, yet here they seem content to rest as well. Time in this sanctuary is measured not by urgency, but by the rise and fall of breath and the soft hush between heartbeats. The figure feels their mind drifting, floating gently on this sea of tranquility, trusting in the library's silent guardianship. There is a sense of being gently held, as though the library and the rain have conspired to create the safest of cocoons. In that awareness, the figure finds relief, like slipping into a warm bath of serenity. Slowly, the figure rises from the hearthside, the final embers glowing behind the iron grate. The hour grows late, and the library's timeless allure beckons them to find a spot for deeper rest. In a quiet corner near a tall window, an oversized armchair with soft pillows and a knitted throw waits, seemingly reserved for any weary wanderer. By now, the rain is a delicate murmur, its cadence a steady, familiar presence that reassures the mind. The figure sinks into the cushions, drawn by the gentle embrace of the chair, and pulls the knitted throw over their lap. Outside, the dark sky stretches infinitely, interrupted only by fleeting silver lines of drizzle and the occasional glimmer of distant street lamps. The library's lamps are dimming, the fire almost silent, and every echo of footstep has vanished into the softness of the carpets. A single candle on a nearby table flickers, casting its golden light in a slow, hypnotic dance. Exhaustion and contentment meld together, and the figure allows the weight of their eyelids to grow heavier. The night is gentle, the library watchful, each breath an invitation to drift further into a realm of deep rest. Now, the library's warmth cradles the figure in a gentle embrace. Shadows fall across the shelves, and the rain's lullaby softens further. Breathing becomes slow and steady as the night draws closer to its quiet center. No more wandering, no more searching, only the peace that belongs to this cherished space. In the glow of a final candle, the figure closes their eyes and surrenders to the hush. Everything else drifts away, leaving only the soft patter of rain and the gentle beat of a restful heart. The library stands watch, a silent guardian of serene dreams. Soon, the deep quiet of slumber will guide the figure onward, past the threshold of waking concerns. Drowsiness gathers like a gentle tide, carrying them into a realm of soft, comforting darkness. May each gentle dream unfold in the quiet safety of this moment, bringing rest and renewal. Your dreams await, woven through the hush of every turning page, in the gentle symphony of the rain. Drift away now, cradled by the lull of falling rain. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello, and welcome, dear friend. My name is Owen Thorne, and it's a gentle honour to guide you into a realm of serene tranquility tonight. As you settle in, notice how your breath moves in and out, softly anchoring you to this moment. Soon, you will embark on a dreamy journey filled with winter wonder and the warm glow of a grand library. In this comforting space, you are free to release the worries that have clung to your day. Let each breath loosen any lingering tension, allowing your body to soften into a place of gentle rest. Envision the soft hush of snowfall outside, the soothing crackle of a nearby fire, and the promise of peace waiting within the timeless halls of imagination. Breathe. In this quiet moment, imagine yourself gently drifting down a winding path that leads to a magnificent manor tucked beneath a canopy of frosted trees. Snowflakes drift lazily, each one shimmering under the moonlight as it lands on the path before you. You take a slow, cleansing breath, feeling a sense of calm ripple through your body. Perhaps your shoulders sink just a bit lower now, easing away the remains of tension. Ahead, the manor's tall windows glow with inviting light, and a promise of warmth calls out to you. Another slow, gentle breath in and out. Soften your gaze and allow your thoughts to settle. There is no hurry here, only the soft hush of winter, leading you to a place of deep relaxation. Belle walked along the moonlit path, her footprints softly pressing into the freshly fallen snow. The night air was quiet, save for the faint whisper of wind that rustled the evergreen branches overhead. Even the snowflakes seemed hushed, drifting in lazy circles before coming to rest at her feet. A gentle glow in the distance guided Belle forward. The tall, ornate windows of the grand library wing of the manor. That familiar light filled her with a comfort she could not fully name. The library had long been a refuge for her, a haven of endless stories and gentle secrets waiting to be discovered. Tonight, as snow blanketed the world around her, she felt drawn back to that place of hushed enchantment and peaceful warmth tonight. Inside the manor, the corridors were dimly lit, and the air was infused with the comforting aroma of old books and a distant hint of pine logs burning in the great fireplace. Belle's footsteps echoed gently on the polished floor, each step a steady, reassuring rhythm that guided her deeper into the heart of this tranquil home. The gentle illumination from wall sconces revealed tapestries depicting rolling green hills and dancing figures long past, their stories woven into the fabric of memory. A soft hush enveloped the halls, as though the walls were hushed in anticipation of her arrival. At last, she reached the tall wooden doors of the library. She paused a moment, letting the serenity settle into her bones before pushing them open. The library spread out before Belle like a magical realm of leather-bound tomes. Plush reading chairs and softly glowing lanterns suspended from high vaulted ceilings. Tall shelves lined the walls in gently curving arcs, each stacked with books of every size and hue. A great fireplace dominated one corner where orange and amber flames crackled, sending dancing light across the patterned carpet. The faint scent of vanilla and old parchment drifted through the air, mingling with the warmth of the fire. Belle closed the doors behind her, immediately feeling a wave of comfort wash over her shoulders. She made her way through the shelves, fingertips trailing across the spines of familiar titles, each one a friend waiting to be visited again in this winter retreat. In the center of the library stood a grand wooden table, its surface embellished with swirling motifs of flowers and vines. Upon it rested a silver tray with a porcelain teapot, ready to pour steaming cups of fragrant herbal infusion. Tonight, the tea had been prepared with calming chamomile blossoms, lavender buds, and a hint of peppermint. Nearby, a cushioned armchair faced the fire, accompanied by a small side table where a single candle flickered. Belle approached with reverence, as though entering a sacred space reserved for reflection and gentle whispers. She poured herself a cup, the soothing aroma rising in delicate curls of steam. Holding the warm teacup in her hands, she gazed at the dancing flames, allowing her mind to settle in stillness. Ever since she was young, Belle had been enchanted by the soft melodies hidden in the whisper of turning pages. Books were her companions through every season, but winter held a special magic all its own. Tonight, snow blanketed the world outside, and within the library, time seemed to stretch out in a comforting lull. She closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the faint crackle of the fire and the gentle hiss of the tea kettle. Every sound felt amplified in the hush. When she opened her eyes again, the shelves beckoned to her. A particular book caught her attention, its spine adorned with silver filigree. She set her teacup aside, rose from the armchair, and approached the shelf with measured, deliberate steps. The volume felt slightly cool beneath her fingertips, as though it had been waiting patiently through many winters for this moment. With a gentle tug, Belle pulled it free and turned it over in her hands. The cover depicted a starry sky above a silent forest, silver stars gleaming with a faint iridescence. She traced the title with a slow, curious movement, noticing how the letters shimmered in the low lantern light. Carefully, she carried the book back to the armchair, sipping her tea before opening the cover. At once, the soft rustle of pages seemed to welcome her. She glanced at the frontispiece illustration, a snowy clearing bathed in moonlight, hinting at a tale of wonder. Belle settled in, ready for a peaceful escape. She began to read, her voice silent but alive in the hush of the library. The story unfolded like a gentle lullaby, a small village wrapped in eternal winter, illuminated by glowing lanterns and blanketed by powdery snowdrifts. The villagers spoke of a hidden garden where icicles blossomed like crystal flowers. Each page drew Belle further into that enchanted realm, and though she never read a word aloud, the atmosphere around her seemed to shift, as if the library itself listened intently. Now and then, she paused to sip her tea or watch the fire's embers pulsing. The minutes passed without haste, a soft tapestry of time weaving itself in quiet comfort. Within these pages, Belle found herself breathing more slowly, more deeply. Peace grew. Gradually, Belle's eyelids grew heavier, lulled by the soft warmth of the fire and the tranquil cadence of the tale. She marked her page with a ribbon, gently closing the book against her lap. Outside the tall windows, moonlight illuminated the drifts of snow, and the library's lanterns flickered in harmony with the dancing flames. The hush of the world beyond these walls felt comforting, like a blanket draped over the night. Belle leaned back in her chair, letting her head rest against the plush cushion. She allowed her thoughts to wander, drifting between the story she'd been reading and the real-world magic that surrounded her. The more she surrendered to the stillness, the clearer it became that something wondrous filled the air tonight, gently. From a nearby corridor, the faintest echo of harp music drifted in, as if someone practiced in another part of the manor. Each note lingered on the air, blending with the soft crackle of embers. Belle found it strangely comforting, a melodic counterpart to the quiet turning of pages that had filled her evening. She listened, allowing the soothing strains to wash over her. In this hushed retreat, every sound became a gentle invitation to deeper calm. The harp's melody rose and fell in graceful arcs, painting images of starlit paths and drifting snow within her imagination. Belle's breathing slowed further, her gaze growing distant. The candle on the side table trembled with a tiny flicker, casting a dancing shadow across the open page, gently. A soft rasp at the window drew Belle's attention, revealing clusters of snow tapping against the glass in a sudden gust of wind. The fireplace crackled a gentle counterpoint, the logs settling with a muted pop. She exhaled slowly, feeling as though she were in harmony with these quiet rhythms of the night. No grand adventures beckoned her outside. Instead, the real magic unfurled in this tranquil corner of the manor. She thought of the legends she'd read, of snow queens and hidden wonders, but found the simplest comfort right here. The hush of the library, the glow of the lanterns, and the whisper of pages waiting to be turned. She lifted the book once more, sinking deeper into her plush armchair. Snow fell gently. Time seemed to stretch and bend in this cocoon of warmth. Belle read on, the gentle rise and fall of her breathing syncing with the soft cadence of words on each page. In the story, dawn breaks over the frosted village, unveiling shimmering pathways of ice. The villagers awakened to a bright world, full of crystalline wonder. Outside the manor's windows, the night remained, but a sense of collective peace bridged Belle's reality and the distant realm inside the book. Occasionally, she would pause, letting her gaze wander to the flickering shadows, the lamplit shelves, and the drift of snowfall just beyond the glass. Each moment felt suspended in a sweet stillness, a lullaby for the soul. Belle's heart grew light with contentment and peace. Eventually, she felt a subtle shiver, the faintest reminder that it was winter outside. Rising from her chair, She gently placed the book on the side table, taking care not to lose her place. The library floor was soft beneath her slippers as she made her way toward the fireplace. Low flames still danced among the embers, their light casting patterns of gold across the rug. Belle knelt down, adding another log to ensure the warmth would linger. Sparks fluttered upward, momentarily illuminating the lines of her face with a gentle glow. For a moment, she simply watched the fire come back to life, hearing the tiny crackles of splitting wood. This simple act felt like tending to a cherished companion. Calm wrapped around her. Standing once more, Belle gazed around the grand library with gratitude. She wondered how many stories had been read here over the centuries. How many souls had found solace in the hushed embrace of these shelves? There was magic in shared quiet, a collective longing for peace that filled the space between the books. The night sky pressed against the windows, countless stars shining beyond the drifting snow. Belle recalled the cover of her chosen book, adorned with that moonlit forest, and felt a kinship with the hidden realm it portrayed. In this tranquil moment, the boundary between story and reality seemed to blur. She returned to her chair, curling her feet beneath a soft blanket, and allowed the gentle hush to enfold her completely. As minutes dissolved into hours, Belle drifted in and out of drowsy, soothing contentment. She read a few more pages, then let her eyes close, lulled by the steady crackle of the fire and the occasional whisper of harp music from distant halls. The warmth of the teacup in her hands faded gently, prompting her to take one last sip before placing it aside. Outside, the moon climbed higher, bathing the snow-laden landscape in silver. An unspoken promise filled the hush of the library, that in stillness one could find endless realms to explore, each page leading to a new horizon of peace. Belle's mind wandered through half-formed dreams, weaving the story's imagery with her own memories. She sank deeper into the cushion's embrace so peacefully. For a moment, it seemed as if the library breathed along with her, an exhalation of centuries of stories and quiet dreams. Belle felt safe here, protected from the cold and from any worries that might stir in the darker corners of her mind. The hush of the manor cradled her, wrapping her in a tapestry of gentle possibility. If she listened closely, she could almost hear the echoes of long-ago readers, their gentle whispers turning pages in the night. The sense of connection flowed through Belle, linking her to everyone who had ever found refuge within these walls. She let her eyelids flutter, drifting towards sleep, the soft lullaby of fluttering snow and crackling fire guiding her deeper into rest. Enchantment gently wove around. Even as her mind wandered toward dreams, Belle remained faintly aware of the world around her. The fire settled into a slow glow, its flames no longer leaping but resting, coals smouldering in soft red embers. Outside, the snowfall became gentler, dusting the window panes with a silvery shimmer that caught the moon's light. In her half-sleep, Belle pictured the characters from her book, crossing moonlit bridges of ice, or treading softly through forests of evergreen. She felt their presence as though they stood by the shelves, whispering kind words she couldn't quite decipher. There was no urgency in this place, no rush to reach the final page. Here, the journey itself was a lullaby, an ever-present invitation to slow down and simply be and rest. Belle's breathing grew softer, matching the hush of the library. The embers in the fireplace glowed faintly, illuminating her gentle features with a warm, flickering light. All around, the manor remained peaceful, and the soft lull of distant music faded into quiet memory. Here, at the end of her evening, time seemed to melt away. Each breath brought a new wave of calm, leading her to the threshold of dreams. The plush chair supported her completely. The hush of snowfall beyond the windows became a soothing background melody. She felt a gentle weight behind her eyelids, inviting her to rest. In this tranquil cocoon, every worry found its release. A sense of contentment enveloped her, guiding her toward a deeper, more comforting slumber. Sleep beckoned. Now, let the final traces of awareness slip gently away. The warmth of the library wraps around Belle, comforting and serene. The amber glow of the remaining embers flickers softly, a slow dance of light and shadow. Peace settles into every corner of the night, inviting her and you into the deepest rest. No thought needs your attention now. Simply drift, carried by the gentle hush of winter's lullaby. Let your breath become steady and soft, your body fully at ease. Safe in this timeless moment, surrender to the quiet. Let all concerns dissolve into the darkness, replaced by serenity. Soon, only the hush remains, guiding you to slumber. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well, and may your dreams be gentle and kind. Let peace enfold you now. I'm so happy you've joined me this evening, dear friend. My name is Owen Thorne, and I'd like to welcome you to a place of soft whispers and gentle dreams. Tonight, we will step into Rapunzel's world, just as spring begins to stir, exploring a tranquil tower high above the rolling fields below. Before we drift into that peaceful realm, I invite you to settle into your comfortable space, letting each breath you take fill you with calm and warmth. Feel the day's cares melt away, replaced by a quiet, comforting hush that invites you to simply be. Breathe in, breathe out, letting tranquility guide you towards serenity. Listen to the gentle rise and fall of your breath, noticing how the air feels cool as it enters and warm as it leaves. Imagine any tension in your body dissolving, like a soft mist under the morning sun, drifting away until your muscles feel light and relaxed. Soon, we'll float into the story of Rapunzel's tower, where a gentle breeze carries hints of spring blossoms and the promise of new beginnings. There, you'll find a slow and soothing space filled with kind light, soft echoes, and the delicate hush of a world awakening from winter's quiet slumber. Let us gently begin. High in a solitary stone tower, Rapunzel woke to the first soft glow of dawn. The winter's chill still clung to the air, yet there was a promise of warmth in the gentle rays that crept through the tall, narrow window. Each day, she noticed subtle changes in the light, sensing that spring was drawing closer. In the quiet hush of her room, she stirred beneath the blankets, her long, golden hair fanning out across the pillow, like sunbeams caught in a gentle embrace. Outside, a mild breeze drifted across the landscape, stirring the first buds on the distant trees and carrying with it the faintest fragrance of new beginnings. She rose slowly, giving her shoulders a gentle roll to loosen any lingering sleepiness. The tower's stone floor felt cool beneath her feet, but she found comfort in the soft rug that spread across it like a patch of moss in a hidden forest. The old wooden furniture in the room seemed to stretch and sigh along with her, as though sharing in her morning awakening. The hush of this high place allowed every subtle sound to be heard: her footsteps, the soft rustle of her nightgown, and the gentle creak of the wicker chair by the window. Before the day began, she stood at the window to gaze out over the fields. A narrow stream sparkled below, winding through banks of frost-kissed grass. Thin clouds drifted across the pale sky, blushing pink in the dawn's first light. Rapunzel gently closed her eyes, inhaling the crisp, cool air, and imagining she could feel the breeze dancing around her, whispering secrets of springtime to her eager heart. Quietly, she thanked the morning for its gentle promise, then turned toward her day's soft rhythm. In the center of the tower room, a wooden table stood adorned with a simple vase of dried flowers from the previous autumn. Though their colors had faded, Rapunzel kept them as a cherished memory of days gone by, a reminder that new blossoms would soon replace the old. As she smoothed her hand across the table's well-worn surface, she felt the faint ridges left by years of careful use, each groove telling a quiet tale of mornings and evenings spent in peaceful solitude. Her gaze shifted to a small pile of books arranged neatly in one corner. Each binding was worn from countless readings, and many pages were creased at the corners, marking places she loved to revisit. Their stories were like companions, offering comfort during winter's long nights and stirring her imagination with dreams of far-off forests, sparkling rivers, and cheerful villages bustling with life. Within those volumes, she had found quiet reassurance. In tales of travellers and brave souls finding their way through gentle lands, Rapunzel discovered reflections of her own hopes. Even though her tower life was still and unhurried, her heart roamed free with every turn of the page, carried upon words like leaves on a stream. She pictured the coming season as one of transformation, when the once snowy fields would burst with colour, and the whisper of the breeze would strengthen into a welcoming song. With a soft sigh, she turned to the window again, letting the early morning light envelop her, warmed by the gentle promise of day. Far below the tower, the landscape was stirring in its own slow dance towards spring. Patches of snow still glimmered where the sun's warmth had not yet touched. Small birds began to venture out of hidden nooks, fluttering to and fro with quiet excitement. A solitary robin perched upon a branch, tilting its head as though listening for the delicate pulse of the earth. The gentle wind, carrying a faint hint of blossoms not yet unfurled, caressed the walls of the tower, whistling a soft lullaby. Inside, Rapunzel prepared a simple breakfast, humming a lullaby she'd known since childhood. The stone fireplace in the corner radiated gentle warmth, dispelling the last traces of winter's chill. She set out a small bowl of oats and a cup of sweetened tea, savouring each bite and sip as though they were tiny gifts from a kind universe. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the comfortable scent of home fill her senses, grateful for the familiar anchor of her daily routine. When her meal was finished, she moved around the tower with unhurried grace. She gently brushed her hair, allowing the golden strands to fall like ribbons of sunlight around her shoulders. With each soft stroke, she listened to the faint rustling of the fibres, as though they were weaving a lullaby of their own. In the background, the breeze found its way through the narrow window slit, rustling the pages of her books and sending a delicate shiver through the dried flowers in their vase. By midday, the sunlight had grown stronger, illuminating the tower's upper walls with a soft golden glow. Dust motes danced in the beams, creating a gentle tapestry of shimmering light that shifted with each subtle current of air. Rapunzel found herself drawn to the window more often, lingering there to watch as the fields gradually embraced the season's change. Although patches of snow and frost remained, she could almost see the grass stirring beneath, eager to burst forth in soft greens. In a quiet corner of her thoughts, she wondered about the wider world beyond, where townsfolk might be welcoming the same gentle sun, and feeling the same stirring of hope in their hearts. As the afternoon progressed, she tended to her potted plants, a few small herbs and a delicate lily she had nursed through the cold months. Water trickled gently from her pitcher, and she took great care to offer each leaf a soothing touch. These plants were her companions, thriving under her attentive kindness. She whispered soft words to them, imagining they could sense her warmth and gratitude. Even the lily's pale bud seemed to straighten at the sound of her voice, as though reaching toward an invisible light. Now and then, a gentle breeze would flutter through the window, brushing her cheeks like the softest of kisses. She paused to listen, imagining it carried messages from the world below. Stories of children laughing, of morning dew glistening on tiny buds, and of hopes awakening in every hidden corner. As evening approached, the sunlight took on a softer hue, bathing the tower walls in pale gold. Rapunzel lit a small lantern, its flickering glow mingling with the day's fading light. She found a quiet corner near the fireplace to sit, and there she opened one of her beloved books. The pages crinkled gently as she turned them, and she paused now and then to drink in the words as if savouring a sweet melody. This time, she chose a story about a wandering minstrel who travelled through forests and meadows, guided by the songs of nature, discovering little wonders at every turn. As she read, the lines on the page wove themselves into gentle images in her mind. She imagined the minstrel walking through dappled sunlight, strumming a harp that echoed the rustling leaves overhead. Now and then, he would pause to admire a newly bloomed flower, or share a quiet moment with a woodland creature. The warmth of his heart guided him, and in his wanderings, he found joy in simple truths, a breeze that lifted his spirits, a soft patch of moss to rest upon, and the soft glow of twilight that heralded the night. Rapunzel closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the minstrel's gentle contentment echo in her own heart. The tower might be still and solitary, but in the quiet she discovered a beautiful harmony. She let herself drift upon these thoughts, allowing the last of the daylight to slip away, replaced by the lantern's cozy glow. The night sky arrived like a velvety curtain strewn with starlight. A pale moon rose above the horizon, casting its gentle beams across the land. Rapunzel stood at her window once more, gazing upon the silvery fields below. In the distance, tiny specks of light hinted at quiet dwellings, each containing its own story of contentment and rest. The breath of the wind was softer now, less playful but still steady, as if guiding the world into a peaceful slumber. Inside the tower, the lantern's warm glow reached only so far, leaving soft shadows to dance along the walls. Rapunzel felt a gentle tiredness settle upon her. She smoothed her hair, then gathered it into a loose braid, each motion slow and unhurried. On the windowsill, a small candle flickered, its flames swaying like a tiny dancer amidst the hush of the night. She took a moment to close her eyes and listen to the subtle rustle of her long braid against her nightgown, to the faint crackle of the fireplace, and to the far-off sigh of the evening breeze. She sensed that the land itself was breathing, inhaling the promise of spring and exhaling the remains of winter. Standing there, she felt a connection with the sleeping earth. All around her, a comforting stillness spread, wrapping her in a soft embrace that whispered of rest and renewal. For a moment, she imagined tiny seeds beneath the soil, stirring in the moonlight, ready to awaken when the time was right. The quiet promise of a fresh season soothed her heart, guiding her gently toward sleep. Rapunzel turned from the window and padded softly across the room. She placed the half-burned candle on a small table, thinking of the gentle day she'd experienced. Though her world felt small, it was filled with subtle wonders that brought her joy. She remembered the sight of the robin perched in the morning light, the promise held in the green shoots emerging beneath the melting snow, and the lullaby of the breeze that had accompanied her through each hour. Her heart felt light, as though it, too, had caught the breeze and learned to sing of spring. She opened the drawer of a simple wooden chest, taking out a small cloth embroidered with flowers. Spreading it upon her bed, she ran her fingertips over the delicate threads, recalling the day she had stitched them in the quiet of winter's hush. Each tiny petal represented the spark of life waiting to bloom, a gentle reminder that newness is born even in the stillness of deep cold. Tonight, as the moonlight and lantern glow mingled in her tower chamber, she felt that same renewal stirring within her. Outside, a cluster of stars blinked in unison, as if acknowledging her quiet reflection. It seemed that the whole world was waiting, hushed yet hopeful, for the gentle dawn that would arrive again. With a serene smile, Rapunzel carefully folded the cloth and set it aside, carrying the promise of early spring deep within her heart. The hush of the night embraced her, reminding her that growth begins in these tender moments of stillness. Later that night, in the quiet sanctuary of her room, Rapunzel prepared for rest. She extinguished the lantern flame, letting the moonlight become her only guide. Shadows wavered gently across the floor, and the silver glow lent a tranquil hush to every corner of the tower. She pulled back the covers of her bed, which beckoned with soft linens and a promise of peace. In that sacred silence, she allowed herself to reflect on the day's small miracles, subtle yet profound, in the stillness of her solitary life. As she settled under the blankets, her hair spread around her like a warm cascade, bringing a gentle sense of comfort. The air was cool against her cheeks, but beneath the covers she felt cocooned in safety. A distant owl hooted softly, a lonely guardian of the night, and its call seemed to echo the rhythms of her own steady heartbeat. The tower's stones, centuries old, cradled her with quiet acceptance, bearing witness to countless evenings just like this one, peaceful, still, and full of anticipation for the world's slow awakening. In that dim glow, she whispered a silent goodnight to the day's gentle wonders. Tomorrow the sun would rise once more, carrying the sweet breath of spring upon its rays. But for now, she needed only to rest. She allowed her eyes to drift shut, surrendering to the lullaby of the breeze against the tower walls. Outside, the moon shimmered over the fields, and inside, Rapunzel's dreams unfurled like the petals she so lovingly awaited. Now, as you rest in the afterglow of Rapunzel's gentle day, feel your own breath growing slower and softer. Notice how your body sinks a little deeper into comfort with each quiet exhale. Let any lingering worries float away, as if carried by a whispering breeze beyond the tall tower walls. Picture the moonlight draping you in peaceful stillness, cradling you as it cradled her. This is a moment just for you, a safe and inviting space where thoughts fade and serenity grows. Allow the sense of renewal to flow through you, as fresh as the promise of early spring and as calm as the hush of a midnight sky. Sink into that quiet, knowing you are held and at ease. Breathe in and feel the serenity. Drift further now, dear traveller, letting each gentle breath guide you toward a place of deep, soothing rest. The world beyond is hushed, and the night sky watches over you with stars that twinkle like lanterns of comfort. Hear the soft echo of Rapunzel's peaceful tower, a steady heartbeat in the hush of darkness. Feel the blanket of quiet settle around you, a gentle guardian easing you into slumber. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere else you need to be. Simply float upon your breath and allow sleep to cradle you with its tender arms. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. I wish you sweet dreams, carried on the hush of a gentle breeze, a lullaby that guides your spirit into rest. Hello, and welcome, dear friend. My name is Owen Thorne, and I invite you to settle into a place of gentle rest, where your thoughts can grow quiet like a calm tide. Tonight, you will journey alongside a humble fisherman as he drifts softly into dawn, cradled by the soothing waters of his peaceful bay. Before we begin, allow your eyes to grow heavy and your breathing to deepen. Feel the subtle rise and fall of your chest, letting each exhale carry tension away. Notice the softness in your muscles as you prepare for a calm, comforting night. Now, lie back. Breathe in through your nose and feel the cool air flow down into your lungs, filling you with a refreshing sense of calm. Then, breathe out, releasing any lingering thoughts that no longer serve you. Visualize a gentle light, warm as the first rays of dawn, radiating through every part of your body. With each breath, this light expands, dissolving tension and inviting a serene sense of tranquility. As your mind quiets, imagine you're standing on a small wooden pier under a softly star-lit sky, ready to witness the peaceful life of a simple fisherman who is about to embark on his nightly routine. In the quiet hours before sunrise, the old fisherman named Merrin stands at the very end of that rustic pier. He wears a faded cap and a soft, threadbare sweater, hints of salt trailing along the fabric from years spent at sea. Though the world around him is dark, he finds comfort in the gentle moonlight, which dances across the ripples of the water. His fishing boat, a small wooden vessel weathered by time, rocks peacefully beside the pier. Merrin takes a moment to inhale the cool night breeze, savouring its crispness and the faint scent of seaweed carried by the tide. He quietly murmurs a small prayer for a gentle night ahead. Merrin steps onto the boat with practiced ease. The gentle creaking of the wood beneath his feet seems to greet him like an old friend. He unfastens the rope tethering the vessel to the pier, and pushes off, letting the subtle ocean current guide him away. With a steady pull on the oars, he drifts into the open water, the hush of the night enveloping him. Overhead, the constellations twinkle, ancient stories shimmering in the sky. The soft lapping of the waves against the hull becomes his lullaby, reminding him of the reassuring rhythms that guide all living things toward rest. As the boat glides further from shore, the lights of the village gradually fade, leaving only the pale glow of stars to illuminate the gentle fisherman's path. The water around him is calm, reflecting the night sky in a shimmering mosaic that seems both infinite and intimately close. Merrin can feel the night air on his cheeks, cool but not cold, invigorating yet soothing. Each breath draws in the briny scent of the sea, filling him with a tranquil certainty that he belongs here, afloat between the heavens and the deep. Slowly, he readies his lines, preparing for a quiet vigil. Gently, he sets his fishing nets into the water, mindful of each movement as though enacting a sacred ritual. No haste disturbs his calm. Each gesture is purposeful and measured. The sea accepts his offering with a hushed ripple, as though cradling his hope for a humble catch. Above him, the moon begins its slow descent, painting the horizon with a faint silver glow. The rocking of the boat is steady, almost as if the ocean itself is singing a lullaby. In the quiet, Merrin's thoughts drift like soft clouds, freed from the weight of the day's concerns. He breathes in the silence, releasing each worry into the sky above. Time seems to slow on these waters, each passing moment suspended in tranquility. Merrin watches the gentle sway of the lantern he keeps by his side, its soft light flickering on the rim of his boat. The sea's surface shimmers under the delicate starlight, and he feels a profound sense of unity with his surroundings. Far in the distance, he imagines the quiet shores where seabirds nest, their wings folded in peaceful sleep. The hush envelops him, and in this comforting darkness, he finds not loneliness, but companionship, a quiet understanding shared between the fisherman and the vast, embracing sea. He closes his eyes for a moment, letting the rhythmic pulse of the waves lull him into a meditative calm. Memories of his younger days float through his mind like drifting gulls. He recalls the first time he ventured out with his father, the thrill of the open ocean stretching beyond sight, the taste of salt on his lips. Now, years later, the sea remains his loyal confidant, holding each of his stories in its endless depths. The mild sway of the boat is neither jarring nor unnerving. It is simply the ocean's gentle heartbeat, echoing through Merrin's body with each surge. High above, a shooting star traces a fleeting path across the sky, disappearing into the horizon's velvet curve. Merrin opens his eyes just in time to see its final glow, a reminder of how even brief moments hold beauty. In that soft glow, he feels a stirring of quiet wonder, as though the cosmos itself has offered a blessing. He adjusts the lantern at his feet, making sure its warm flame remains steady. The net drifts lazily behind the boat, immersed in the silent currents below. All around, the water reflects the sky, blending light and shadow in a cosmic tapestry. Quiet minutes pass as Merrin continues his steady watch, attuned to the subtle signs of fish stirring beneath the surface. From time to time, a gentle tug on the net tells him the sea has offered its gifts. Yet there is no rush, no frantic scramble to haul in the catch. Instead, Merrin moves slowly, allowing his breath to guide each action. He coaxes the net closer, mindful of the peaceful partnership he shares with these waters. The hush enveloping him is a precious companion, a reminder that nature flows at its own pace, inviting him to do the same. In the distance, the dim outline of surrounding hills cradles the bay like a mother's arms. The silhouettes of pine trees stand tall against the star-spangled sky, their tops swaying gently in a night breeze that softly whispers across the water. Merrin envisions the world resting, each creature finding comfort in sleep as he carries on his patient vigil. His hands lightly grip the sides of the boat, feeling the calm reassurance of the smooth wood. For a moment, he closes his eyes again, surrendering to the mild motion that rocks him into an almost dreamlike reverie upon the sea. In this reverie, he imagines the first hints of dawn, a gentle glow upon the water's edge. He sees himself returning to shore with a modest catch, greeted by the soft amber light of morning. Though the sun has yet to show itself, the promise of daybreak lingers in the cool air, weaving through the fabric of night like a delicate thread of hope. He inhales deeply, cherishing the subtle hush before sunrise. Even if his net remains light, he knows that every hour spent on these waters nourishes his spirit, reminding him that rest and patience are gifts of nature. Slowly the moon descends lower, its glow waning as the horizon begins to lighten. A soft gradient appears in the eastern sky, hinting at the upcoming dawn. Merrin gently pulls his net in, careful not to disrupt the peaceful hush. Within its woven strands, a few glimmering fish shine under the lantern's glow, their scales mirroring the stars above. He quietly thanks the sea for its bounty, grateful for even the smallest blessing. The water around him carries a subtle promise. Soon, the night will yield to the soft embrace of morning, and with it, the world will awaken anew. One by one, the stars begin to fade, their brilliance surrendering to the gentle wash of early light. Merrin rests his net along the side of the boat, letting the weight of the catch settle. He takes a moment to close his eyes, breathing slowly, in and out, as if each breath aligns with the steady rhythm of the tide. In the growing glow, silhouettes become clearer. The distant mountains stand in silent watch, and the tree line near the shore seems poised in anticipation. All around, the hush of the sea invites him to move gently, to speak softly, to be. With a gentle splash, he rinses his hands in the water, the coolness reminding him of the boundary between night and day. Dawn's first colors stretch across the horizon, pale pinks and soft oranges blending into the lingering navy of the sky. The air itself seems to shift, carrying the distant cry of a gull as it stirs from its slumber. Merrin feels the tug of his anchor rope, an assurance that he remains securely in place. Looking toward the east, he allows himself a small, contented smile, knowing that soon the world around him will blossom with light and gentle warmth. His thoughts drift like morning mist, wandering to the comfort of his small cottage by the shore. He imagines the old wooden chair on his porch, where he might sit and sip tea after the night's work is done. The faint outline of seagrass swaying in the breeze calls to him, promising rest. But for now, he remains upon the water, witnessing the final moments of the night's hush. Small ripples form around the boat, awakened by the subtle shift in temperature, as though the sea itself is preparing for daybreak. Merrin inhales deeply, a calm acceptance settling in his chest. He draws the net fully in, carefully placing the fish into a small woven basket. With delicate hands, he thanks each one, acknowledging the sea's generosity. Then he secures the lines, stowing them away for the morning ride back to shore. The eastern sky now glows with a pastel hue, painting the water below in gentle reflections. Every shift in colour feels like a promise, a quiet encouragement that each new dawn carries the possibility of renewal. Merrin lets out a content sigh, glancing one last time at the vanishing moon. Something in his heart feels lighter, as though it, too, is rising. Turning his attention to the simple matter of rowing home, Merrin lifts the oars and dips them into the quiet water. Each stroke is smooth and unhurried, the soft sound of water rippling around the wooden blades. The boat glides across the sea, leaving a gentle wake that fans out behind him. Overhead, the sky is growing brighter, delicate swirls of lavender and pale gold merging into the open air. Peace pervades the morning, a deep resonance that soothes the mind and body. With every pull of the oars, Merrin feels the embrace of the sea, carrying him steadily homeward. The coastline appears slowly, revealing the gentle curve of the sandy beach and the rocky outcrops that stand like silent guardians. The early morning light casts a soft glow on the water, making it sparkle with a pale radiance. Merrin notices a flock of seabirds stirring in the distance, their wings catching the dawn breeze as they lift into the sky. He breathes in, appreciating the crisp air that heralds a new day. The quiet hum of the world waking up fills him with calm anticipation. His arms move in an easy rhythm, rowing closer to the shore with each passing moment. As the boat's hull finally meets the shallows, Merrin steps out into the cool surf. Tiny shells crunch underfoot, and a gentle wave brushes against his ankles. The air holds the promise of sunrise, the sky tinted with hues of rose and gold that seem to dance on the horizon. He pulls the boat onto the sand, pausing to gaze at the quiet majesty of the sea he has just left behind. Though he departs the water's embrace, the memory of its soothing lullaby lingers in his mind, reminding him of the peace he carries within whenever he ventures onto the waves. He gathers his small catch in the woven basket, balancing it in one hand, and retrieves the lantern with the other. The gentle rustling of the wind through nearby grasses guides him toward the path that leads home. With each step, he feels the soft sand transitioning to firmer ground. In the growing light, he can see footprints left from nights before, marking the familiar route. A sense of gratitude wells up in him for the sea, for the dawn, for the promise of rest waiting under his own roof. Soon he will greet his simple cottage, where dreams linger in hushed corners. At last, he arrives at his cottage door. The weathered wood bears the marks of time, scratches from storms long past, and a patina that speaks of many peaceful nights. He sets the lantern on a small hook outside, letting its flame flicker against the dawn sky. Inside, the air is cool and still, carrying the faint aroma of dried herbs. Carefully, he places the fish in a basin of water to keep them fresh for later. Then he stands by the window, watching the first rays of sunlight cross the threshold, illuminating the humble space with a tender golden glow. Merrin breathes slowly, letting fatigue settle in like a gentle blanket. The night's labours have not been hard, yet they call him now toward rest. A simple pallet awaits in the corner, layered with soft blankets that smell faintly of the sea. He sets his basket aside, feeling the contentment of a fisherman who has walked in harmony with the waters. As he eases himself down onto the bedding, the events of the night drift through his mind like a gentle tide. Outside, dawn continues to blossom, yet within these walls all is still, inviting sleep to enfold him with tender care. Now that Merrin has found his place of rest, you too may surrender to the soft lull of sleep. Allow the tranquility of his gentle journey to wash over you, easing any tension that lingers in your own body. With each slow breath, feel your mind drifting like a boat across calm waters. Envision the night sky fading into dawn, its soft light nurturing a quiet peace within. Let this soothing imagery cradle you, reminding you that rest is a natural healing part of life. As you settle into your own space, imagine yourself rocked by the same gentle tides that guided Merrin safely ashore. Let every muscle loosen, every thought become lighter. The world outside grows hushed, and you are free to float into a calm, restorative slumber. There is no hurry, no demand, only the gift of rest. May your dreams be soothing, your breath steady, and your heart at peace. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. Hello, dear friend, and welcome. My name is Owen Thorne, and I'm here to guide you into a place of soft warmth and gentle stillness. In just a moment, you'll find yourself stepping into a serene evening where a crackling fire glows and a feeling of quiet wonder surrounds you. For now, settle in and let the day's busyness drift away. Take a slow, steady breath and exhale the weight of your cares. Feel your shoulders sink and soften. Notice the small comfort that begins in the center of your chest and radiates outward, inviting you to rest. The story we're about to share will whisk you into a cozy, mystical world. A world where a soft firelight, ancient wisdom, and a guardian of knowledge named Athena await, ready to enfold you in gentle magic. Take another deep breath, inhaling calmness and exhaling all the little worries. As you lie back, close your eyes if you wish, and imagine the gentle flicker of firelight dancing across a quiet room. The scent of seasoned wood smoke fills the air, its warmth a promise that you are safe, cared for, and free from strain. Each steady breath eases you deeper into relaxation, your body loosening, as if surrendering to a tender lullaby that hums around you. Now is the time to set aside your to-do lists and let the swirl of thoughts float past like small clouds in a wide, luminous sky. You may already sense the hush of night wrapping around you like a soft, comforting blanket. There is only the gentle glow of story and imagination before you. No pressure, no expectations. Breathe in slowly once more, letting go of tension. Soon, you will drift into a tale that unfolds without hurry, as though each word were a careful step through a lightly wooded glen. With each breath, you prepare to surrender to a realm of restfulness, guided by the whisper of a hearth fire that beckons you onward. And as you exhale, let your entire self relax into the serenity of this moment. It began on a tranquil evening in a land where twilight stretched across rolling hills, and the stars began their evening dance in the blue-violet sky. In a quiet stone cottage tucked beside an ancient forest, a single window glowed with the gentle gold of lamplight. Soft smoke curled from a tall chimney, rising into the starlit canopy, as if carrying an invitation for anyone who longed for the warmth of friendship and story. Within those sturdy walls, a woman named Athena sat upon a plush armchair. Her hair was dark, woven through with ribbons of silver, and her eyes shone with a timeless wisdom. She was often called upon in this land for counsel and comfort, for she carried a warm spirit and a keen insight into both the simplest and the deepest of life's mysteries. Tonight, Athena's hearth crackled with soft flames, dancing merrily over perfectly stacked logs. The fire's glow revealed shelves lined with thick, leather-bound books, each brimming with tales and secrets from ages long past. The low table beside her chair held a teapot of fragrant herbal brew, the steam curling upward in whimsical shapes. At her feet, a small tabby cat dozed, tail occasionally flicking, as though unconsciously chasing dreams. The room itself was a haven of comfort. Plush rugs strewn about, a wide wooden desk adorned with a modest lantern, and walls that bore the gentle colour of warm honey. A gentle hush settled outside. Beyond the cottage's walls, the wind in the forest let out a quiet sigh, rustling leaves like a lullaby. Moonlight seeped in through the window, mingling with the soft glow of the fire and adding a graceful shimmer to the cosy interior. The forest that embraced the cottage was ancient, its trees tall and wise, known to whisper in the wind of stories from centuries gone. And on this particular evening, in a clearing deep among those towering trunks, the air carried a sense of calm anticipation, as if it waited for something wonderful to unfold. Athena, ever attuned to the rhythms of nature and magic, set her teacup down and glanced toward the window. Shadows from the dancing flames rippled over her face, giving her expression a tranquil kindness. She felt the stirring of a gentle presence near the edge of the forest, and though she remained seated, her posture hinted that she was ready to greet whatever visitor might come seeking the glow of her hearth. Outside, a quiet traveller emerged from among the trees. Drawn by the faint smell of smoke and the promise of rest, they walked the winding path that led toward Athena's cottage. The traveller carried no burdensome load, merely a soft cloak and a lightness of step that suggested a willingness to find solace in peaceful company. As they drew closer, they saw the golden light flickering through the cottage window and felt an unspoken invitation calling them forward. The path was lined with mossy stones, gently illuminated by shimmering moonbeams that filtered through the forest canopy. The breeze carried the soothing aroma of pine and damp earth. Ferns swayed quietly, and tiny fireflies began to appear, weaving their own soft radiance into the hush of night. At last, the traveller approached the low wooden door and knocked, the sound barely a whisper against the hush that cradled the forest. Athena rose gracefully to open the door, greeting the traveller with a smile. The warmth from her hearth spilled outward, wrapping the visitor in comfort, even before a word was spoken. She stepped aside, offering a silent welcome into this refuge. The traveller entered, and the door gently closed behind them with a soft click, sealing out the cool night air. Inside, the traveller was enveloped by a gentle warmth and the subtle fragrance of herbal tea and burning logs. They noted the many books that lined the walls and felt at once curious and lulled by the sense of centuries of knowledge resting gently in this space. The tabby cat stirred, blinking drowsily, then resumed its pleasant slumber. Athena gestured toward a second armchair, inviting the traveller to sit. She poured a cup of tea, the soft steam floating like a playful spirit in the flickering glow. "There is no hurry," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Rest as long as you need. May this evening be a gentle pause in your journey." The traveller settled into the comfortable seat, the tension in their muscles gradually easing, as though lulled by the presence of a gracious host who asked for nothing except their well-being. For a while, they sat in companionable silence, sharing the simple delight of the fire's gentle crackle and the hush of the surrounding night. The forest outside seemed content to remain still, as if it, too, were leaning in to listen. From time to time, Athena's gaze drifted to the tall shelves of books, her mind alive with tales to share. She could sense that the traveller was open to a story or two, something calm and wise, the kind of story that nourishes the spirit. When the moment felt right, Athena lifted her teacup and closed her eyes for a moment, as though to sip from a deep well of memory. Then, in a voice reminiscent of soft wind through ancient branches, she began to speak. She shared the story of a hidden library far beyond the forest, rumoured to house the oldest volumes in the realm, each page imbued with a gentle magic that could soothe any sorrow. It was said that in this hidden library, each visitor found the very knowledge or comfort they needed most, though they never quite knew how the books chose them. As Athena spoke, the traveller felt their mind drift like a leaf upon a slow-moving current. The descriptive words of old tomes and secret knowledge lulled them further. They could almost smell the parchment, could nearly feel the hush of centuries resting in those corridors lined with stories. And through it all, Athena's gentle tone wove a sense of calm anticipation, guiding the listener into deeper relaxation rather than rousing excitement. Now and then, the glowing embers in the hearth shifted, sending out a soft pop that momentarily illuminated Athena's thoughtful face. Shadows danced along the walls as she continued, her words quiet and unhurried, as though the story itself was in no rush to be told. The traveller's eyelids grew heavy with the sort of drowsy interest that comes when nothing urgent demands attention. The tale meandered like a gentle stream, describing the library's high-arched windows and the tapestry-covered alcoves where visitors could doze in plush chairs, lost in the hush of reading. Rumour had it that a wise old caretaker tended the space, appearing just when a wandering soul needed guidance. Athena's voice was steady and low, her pacing measured, lulling the traveller into a state of serene receptivity. Now and again, Athena paused to sip her tea, letting the story's images swirl in the traveller's mind. Between the lines of her gentle narrative, the traveller felt the flicker of deeper truths about knowledge and rest, about seeking and finding, about the simple comfort that arises when one is free to wander a quiet realm of possibility. Outside, a faint breeze brushed the trees, as though the forest itself were an attentive listener, equally soothed by the steady cadence of Athena's words. As the evening wore on, the moon rose higher, painting the world beyond the window in soft silver. The forest glowed beneath its light, each tree trunk cast in gentle shadow, while the cottage remained a cocoon of warmth. The traveller's eyes occasionally wandered toward the frosted glass panes, where the silhouette of tall pines seemed to stand guard, ensuring that no unwanted disturbance would breach this sanctuary of rest. The story flowed on like a lullaby, leading the traveller through the corridors of that imaginary library, describing the hush of turning pages, the quiet thrill of opening a book to discover a passage that felt written just for them. Athena recounted the caretaker's gentle presence, the subtle guidance offered without words, and how each visitor left feeling more whole, more at peace than when they arrived. Eventually, Athena's tale circled back to her own cottage, suggesting that perhaps a spark of that library's magic lived on in this cozy haven too. The traveller glanced at the shelves around them, noticing volumes with titles that hinted at grand myths, tales of long-forgotten lands, and comforting stories of hearth and home. Each spine seemed to glow a little in the fire's light, silently inviting exploration. In the quiet that followed, Athena reached for a small velvet pouch on a nearby table. She pulled out a tiny round stone, etched with what looked like an ancient symbol, a gentle swirl reminiscent of a breeze or a slow current of water. "I found this many years ago, hidden in the corner of one of those forgotten corridors," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It reminds me that wisdom has a way of finding us wherever we are, and that gentle magic often lives just around the corner." She placed the stone in the traveller's hand, letting them feel its cool, smooth surface. For a moment, the traveller sensed a faint warmth emanating from the etching. Then came a soft wave of reassurance, a feeling that all was well, and that, with each breath, they were sinking ever deeper into calm. The traveller closed their eyes, a quiet smile forming, as if lulled by the knowledge that wisdom flowed through every moment of life, even the still ones. Time drifted onward like a feather on a breeze. The fire in the hearth settled into a bed of glowing embers, each warm cinder a steady heartbeat of comfort. Athena stood, moving gracefully across the room, and fetched another log, placing it gently on the fire. Sparks rose, twirling in a dance that illuminated her serene face. She gazed at the traveller kindly and returned to her seat. In the hush that fell between them, the visitor's eyelids grew heavier. They listened to the quiet crackle of flames, the subtle whisper of the wind outside, and the gentle purr of the dozing cat. Every so often, the cat stretched and turned, finding new warmth closer to the hearth. The traveller felt a sense of deep safety, of belonging to a moment that asked for nothing but gentle surrender. Looking upon the traveller, Athena sensed that they might benefit from another story, one that spoke not just of knowledge, but of the comforting presence of home and hearth. And so she began again, this time speaking of a far-off cottage perched by a shimmering lake. The waters there were said to reflect the colour of the sky so perfectly that at dawn and dusk, the lake became a mirror for sunrises and sunsets. In the evenings, a kind family would gather in a well-worn living room, their laughter echoing as they shared simple meals and told old folk tales. The traveller's mind wandered with the imagery, drifting across placid waters, warm gatherings, and the hush of twilight that always came as a blessing at the end of the day. Athena's narrative unspooled like a gentle thread, weaving comfort and nostalgia into every sentence. She spoke of a quiet child who found solace in tracing the patterns of constellations across the night sky, and of the subtle wisdom gleaned from noticing how each star, no matter how small, contributed to the tapestry of light overhead. She described the crackle of logs in a stone fireplace, how their glow could soothe the most anxious heart, and how, in that cozy cottage, every guest felt free to simply be. As she spoke, the traveller felt the story merge with the gentle environment of Athena's own home. The faint sense of wood smoke and herbal tea, the hush of midnight, and the graceful presence of Athena herself all wove together in a comforting lull. Outside, the moon continued its passage across the sky, and the forest remained quiet, standing as a guardian of this peaceful night. Eventually, the tale drifted to a soft conclusion. Athena let silence settle, allowing the images of the shimmering lake, the star-speckled sky, and the welcoming hearth to linger in the traveller's thoughts like the calming echo of a favourite lullaby. The cat stirred once more, stretching its paws in a lazy greeting to the hush that surrounded them. The traveller's eyes fluttered, their breathing slow and steady, as though their entire being now resonated with the tranquil pace of this mystical evening. A gentle breeze brushed against the cottage walls, causing a slight sway in the trees. Athena glanced toward the window and quietly rose. She took a thick, comforting blanket from a small chest in the corner and draped it over the traveller's legs. The traveller sank deeper into the chair, letting a sigh of relief escape, as though any remaining tension had finally slipped away. With the hearth still glowing, the shadows on the walls seemed to dance slower now, in harmony with the traveller's drowsy heartbeat. Athena tidied the small table, setting aside the empty teacups, moving in slow, deliberate motions that added to the evening's unhurried grace. As she placed the cups in the sink, she hummed a gentle tune, a lilting melody that reminded the traveller of night-blooming flowers and the rustle of leaves under starlight. The small cat rose to investigate, weaving around Athena's ankles before hopping softly onto a windowsill to peer into the night. The traveller's gaze followed the cat, taking in the quiet view outside. The silhouettes of ancient pines, a soft glow of moonbeams dancing between their branches, and a faint shimmer on the horizon, hinting at the meeting of forest and meadow. One could almost imagine that the entire realm slept in peaceful unity, united under the calm hush of night. Returning from the sink, Athena reclaimed her seat. Her expression was kind and restful, reflecting a peaceful acceptance of life's cycles. Day to night, wakefulness to slumber, questions to answers that arrive in their own time. She spoke again, softly, though more gently now, as if her words themselves floated on the edge of dream. She spoke of twilight horizons, of watching the stars appear one by one until they formed patterns that guided travellers across unknown lands. She reminded the visitor that each star, though far away, offered its light freely, just as the hearth offered warmth in this little cottage. The traveller felt an inner glow, a gentle expansion in their chest as they listened. They began to notice a sense of enveloping calm, as though the hush of ancient forests and kindled fires was something that could be held within forever. Their limbs grew pleasantly heavy, their mind drifting in and out of subtle visions, a library hidden in time, a glimmering lake, a starry sky, and now this cottage with Athena's wise presence. All these images melded into a soft tapestry of contentment, guiding the traveller closer to rest. In the long pause that followed, the night grew deeper. The embers settled into a low, ruby glow, releasing the occasional comforting pop. Outside, the breeze was scarcely more than a whisper, and the cat on the windowsill blinked sleepily, eventually curling up into a cozy ball. Even the forest seemed to hush further, as if to cradle the cottage in a womb of complete tranquility. After a while, Athena rose and gently dimmed the lantern. Its light dwindled to a faint glow that mingled with the soft flicker of the remaining embers. She looked upon the traveller, now nearly dozing, and offered a gentle smile, a silent assurance that all was well and that this space would remain safe throughout the night. She made no further sound, but her presence was enough, like a guardian of the evening, a keeper of calm. Now, in this final drift of the evening story, let the hush settle around you like a warm cloak. Feel the soft heaviness in your limbs, the steady rhythm of your breath. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere else to be, and no demands on your time. Your mind is free to float between wakefulness and the realms of sleep, carried by the gentle glow of embers and the memory of whispered tales. Allow your breath to slow even further, becoming a gentle tide that lulls you deeper into rest. With each exhalation, release any lingering tension. Let your shoulders sink and your jaw loosen. Let your thoughts become feather-light, drifting where they will without resistance. The warm presence of Athena's cottage remains around you, a glowing sanctuary that follows you into the dream world. In your mind's eye, you may picture the cottage door softly closing against the night, sealing in the tranquility of the moment. Or perhaps you see the last sparks floating up the chimney, tiny stars of fire merging with the vast sky beyond. Each image soothes, each memory of the story lulls, guiding you gently, kindly, into a realm of deep, healing slumber. Now, dear traveller, let your eyelids be as heavy as they wish to be. Let all concerns melt away into the calm hush of night. This is your time of rest, a pause from the day's commotion, a well-deserved moment of deep peace. Feel the softness of your bedding beneath you, the comforting weight of your blanket. Sense the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Each breath a reminder that you are safe, you are quiet, and you are free to let go. May your dreams be touched by the glow of a hearth, the peaceful hush of an ancient forest, and the kind wisdom of a gentle companion. If you wish, let the memory of Athena's soothing presence guide you into the deeper realms of restorative sleep. the night will watch over you, just as the trees and moon stand guard outside that cozy little cottage in the story. There is only calm. There is only warmth. There is only the kind softness of this moment. Good night, dear traveller. Sleep well. May peace and warmth cradle you until morning's gentle light calls you back again.